Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. We're up to day 2 of week 4. Can you believe it's been 4 weeks? Absolute insanity. I'm Atlas, this is the Chronic Hackler, and we are ready to get into KT versus DK. Or are we? Is anyone ready for a KT series these days?
If you're a KT fan, then yes, because you have experienced every
Forged in the fire, yeah.
That is known to mankind because you're a KT fan. So by default, you have a mind of steel and a heart of gold. But unfortunately, you do get tested more than many another fan, because if you're a D+ fan, it's been a little bit up and down. They've had some great series, they've had some not so good series, but at the very least, they have looked the same in every single series, for better or worse. Whereas KT, on any given day, you could tell me that they were 2-0 T1. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. And they could lose to Nongshim.
They could. Let's have a look at the standings here. Bring that up onto your screen as KT are on the west, right beneath D+ Kia. As you can see, with a victory for KT, they will be able to actually get above D+ Kia with a 2-0. And D+, they just want to get back to 3rd place. They want to get above Live Sandbox and try and battle for that top spot that has kind of been robbed from them with Gen G and T1 being so good.
Yeah, our expectation being after the first 2 weeks that D+ and T1 in a league of their own have now seen. Not necessarily the case. Obviously, T1 taking down D+ initially, but the loss against Gen G, which was swift and merciless, was very surprising. And for D+, this is a really good opportunity to showcase that you are very different. For KT, they beat great teams. They fought against T1 better than some of the other top-tier teams did, but they also lost 2-0 to Kwangdong. So, who knows?
Yeah, no, and they also played probably one of the best 1-3-1s we've seen all year. I don't know. They're capable of incredible things, and they're also capable of doing nothing at all and losing, which is basically what happened last time we saw them. They were very, very passive. They looked like they didn't necessarily know what to draft as well. They were going back to comfort picks that didn't necessarily work, instead of having those fantastic drafts that had all of that cohesion and had all of those plans behind them. Yeah, battle of 4th and 5th, as we were talking about, and this is going to be our key matchup. Canyon versus Cuz, 21-20. Actually extremely close between these two players.
Which is very interesting, given the historical dominance that D+ has shown.
Yeah.
And the fact that Cuz hasn't always been on teams that have performed super well. So seeing that the head-to-head is this close is very interesting. Now, Cuz, of course, has been a player in true KT fashion that sometimes looks incredible, sometimes isn't really able to.
You can understand why he was hired, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you really do. But Canyon, this split looking a lot better. Unfortunately for Canyon, Showmaker hasn't really showed up to spring yet, so we'll see whether that is going to change as we get deeper in. As Kalin was one of our best Yumis, which actually is important here because the Yumi will not or should not be picked anymore. However, for our
I mean, Lehen's was the best Yumi.
That's actually fair. Yeah. I don't know if he's doing a cat here as well, which actually will make a ton of sense. But what we've seen from KT thus far, Lions has been very active on the map, even with champions like the Karma. And that playstyle, still not the best. Hopefully in a few patches when we really nerf the AD carry supports. I swear on 13.4,
13.3, it's looking like there's some nerfs at least.
Enough. 13.4. That's
no, I know, but at least there's focus. At least someone knows that it's a problem. Oh god. Okay, team stats. D+ Gear still looking fantastic in the KDA position, of course, have for quite a few weeks. The goal difference at 14 is what really draws your eye because they have been very dominant in the early game, but you can see they're in 4th place, right? They're not actually able to do this as consistently and translate it into victories towards the end. So we'll have to keep our eye out to see just how dominant they're going to be, because the fact that they're 3rd with the goal difference at 25 really does stand out. As KT at least end their games, for better or worse, the fastest out of any team.
That's KT, baby. Either they're great or nothing is happening at all. And the one big factor in favor here for D+ is that I think their strength of schedule has been a lot higher, right? They faced their main 2 competitors in T1 and Gen G.
Yeah.
And yes, they lost, but those two out of the ways should be a pretty fair guarantee that their stats are going to be even better as they get further and further down the line, but they haven't really reached that momentum. I do think this team still has a lot of key weaknesses. Showmaker, like I said, his performance hasn't been amazing, and their mid-game acceleration, which used to be one of their best parts, has kind of died down. So for KT, those would be the angles where I'm going to try and find a big advantage. Bot lane will be hard. Deft and Kellen, I think, have been playing very well, but if we can get a counter pick for BDD as opposed to blinding Kastin.
Or just Syndra-ing and just not having very much of an impact. Yeah, looking forward to seeing some better stuff out of KT this time around. Same to be said for D+ Gear, who didn't put up the fight against Gen G that we were expecting in their last match. Always going to be a difficult one. I mean, the top side of the map is still, you know, LCK champions of 2022. But yeah, you'd expect more out of D+ that have created this amazing roster that we've all been so excited about. And KT, it's a very similar story as they make their way out onto LoL Park here. These are legends in their roles. And we said, if you get to pick a year with these players, you could create the best team. But you can't. No. And these players have been up and down, and it is just very, very KT. Let's have a look at the key player matchup here between Canyon and Cuz. The two of them, ups and downs on Cuz's side of things. Canyon, I think, has been great, but has still suffered from a bit of his herbivore ways in a couple of their games where he hasn't found as much direction, only against, you know, the upper echelons of their opposition. I think Canyon still very well deserving of all the POG points that he's picked up because, yeah, there's certainly been some moments.
There's been great moments and there's been not so great moments for Cuz here. Obviously having a couple of high-profile steals, but lacking the consistency that this KT roster overall really struggles with. And as mentioned previously, Canyon, to me, together with their bot side of the map, has been kind of the core of this D+ roster and why they have been performing as well as they have, because as we saw in the Kwangdong series again as well, both Showmaker and Kana have looked, depending on day, depending on matchup, either good enough or somewhat lacking in a possible weak point. And if you offset that to Keen, for example, who definitely has been playing way better than anything we saw from him in the entirety of 2022, is a possible entry point. And it's going to be Canyon that really has to keep everything glued together and make sure that Cuz doesn't get going early, because if you fall behind in those individual lanes, I do think that with how strong D+ is right now, you might run into some big troubles.
Yep, you certainly could. I was actually having a chat to a few people from D+ Gear's coaching staff and analysts, and they have been lacking sleep recently, making sure that they know exactly what's strong on this patch. I assume exactly the same is true from Hirai, Rapid Star, and Supreme. Everyone's looking like they're a bit tired, making sure that they have all of their item builds in order, all of their drafts in order. I gave them a bit of a cheat sheet. They were like, oh man, just have to work everything out. I'm like, well, ignore Yuumi and ban Ashe, and that's a pretty good start.
I was there.
I would say
that actually that happened.
That interaction did. Yeah,
yes.
I wasn't lying to you.
No, it was. I was there. It was in the makeup room, and it was great. And hopefully, we won't see Ashe here today. Kana, in the first few weeks, particularly against in some of the earlier matches that were played, looked like he had actually shed some of his issues, his resource intensiveness, his inability to take leads and really run with them. But over the last couple of weeks, we've seen that kind of come back, and we don't want to jump any what is it, jumping the shark? You know, jumping the gun too early.
Jumping the gun?
Yeah, there you go. But
jumping the shark. Fizz isn't even meta.
Well, I know Fizz isn't meta, but that's an expression.
He has a new skin coming out, though. It's pretty exciting. The astronaut one.
I don't think Fizz is ever going to be meta, unfortunately. In any,
he has been. He's been meta in the past. There was that time.
When was this? And I'm not counting top lane Fizz with Iceborne Gauntlet.
What do you mean? I mean, he was meta during that time.
No, he just used those items all. It's not really the same thing.
Faker's played at mid lane a few times in 2013. I'm sure of it. 2014 maybe. I'm not sure. Let's jump into the draft here and see exactly how this one's going to go. As nope, BDD not going to be playing his 100th game of Azir. It's
never
immediately taken away. Goodbye. We'll see what D+ are actually going to be looking for as far as the first pick, because so far I'm seeing a lot of 80 carries that are still left up and available. And on this particular patch, if Varus, Ashe, Caitlyn are not banned, we're going to see all of them, pretty much. That's kind of the rule.
Really setting up for a B1 Caitlyn here. You have arguably arguably the best Caitlyn that we have, because Guma is contending, but it's between him and Deft. And that to me seems like a no-brainer, but then you are going to run into the Ashe B1. That has not been really touched on this patch, is going to be incredibly strong. And for D+, that still doesn't really give too much away. You're going to be able to pick up either Maokai or Sejuani, both of which are going to feel great. Maokai is going to get taken away, so for D+ now, do you pick Caitlyn and give over the Ashe and the Varus, or are you going to pick up one of those two? To me, Ashe seems like the no-brainer, because even if KT pick up the Caitlyn or the Varus, either of which, you will still have a strong combination with the Ashe. Just an incredible spot right now. And yeah, this to me is the most versatile opener that you can get. The one downside is you might run into a Sejuani takeaway here, but that's not the end of the world.
Nope. I don't think you're too worried. Trading Ashe for Sejuani is always something that teams are pretty happy to do. Having one of those Freljordian ultimates is generally going to make you pretty happy. The problem is that KT now cannot pick both Caitlyn and Varus. So now you're going to have Kate Ashe in the bottom lane. We mainly know this because Def doesn't really like playing Ashe. It's just not really a champion that he's a huge fan of. I think she's also much stronger in the support position, as Vi Caitlyn seems like a pretty amazing and sort of lore accurate based on our favorite TV series, Arcane. I heckin' love picking Vi Caitlyn.
Vi Caitlyn?
Don't you heckin' love that?
Okay, we do it in the other order as well, that's fine. Caitlyn is a given, so this allows D+ to take a little bit more time in terms of their priority and draft.
Ooh, I like Cassante too. I'm okay with that. His Canyon's got a pretty deep pocket as far as his champion pool is concerned.
Oh, these champions are buff, by the way, which is why Maker is hovering them. They're not going to get picked, but they're there, which is cool to remember. It's going to be the Vi. I do think that as far as...
Oh, it's the heckin' best draft. They've done it.
Yeah. Now, all we need is for KT to pick up Heimer, and then we're...
No, Jace has been banned! Oh, it's
still
ruined.
Get Heimer, okay?
It's ruined.
Heimer, and then Singed, and Lahens is in the game, so we can get that going.
Yeah, there we go.
And then Warwick, and then we're there.
It's beautiful. Absolutely amazing. All right, Karma is being considered, and that's going to be locked away. Of course, Lahens picked up POG last time he played it, so pretty happy to hop back on that champion. I don't think that Varus Karma is going to be nearly enough to deal with Caitlyn Ashe. No. I think Caitlyn Ashe is probably the best lane at the moment, as far as early pressure is concerned. And what is bottom lane at the moment? Early pressure.
Yeah, well, the one that might stand a chance is Ashe Varus. But
yeah, Ashe Varus, I guess. It's a bit of a pick your poison in that position, though.
It's just Ashe, as it turns out. As the Cassante getting banned away, Cassante to me has really started to drop in priority in terms of his actual power. We've seen the Jax be pulled out with middling success, but champions like the Gwen have actually been extremely successful. Downside of Gwen, of course, is that you have to pick her into the right comp, and with what KT have drafted so far, if you do pick up a Gwen, you might be running into some issues. So instead, we're just going to see a number of top laners banned, and Zoe got buffed. I don't think the buff is that big, right? You get some more MR shred when you do hit a bubble, which is nice. Shouldn't by itself be enough, but we have two of the most iconic Zoes.
Yeah, we do.
In this match. So we'll see whether they want to pick that up. As the Akali also taken away. R4 Silas seems like a possibility here, and D+, they agree. Don't want to give that over and are going to ban it away.
Yep, kind of makes you think that Cannon might be angling towards something like a Nah, but we'll see what they want to do there, as of course they'll need to give over counterpick to KT in one of those roles. Ryze is going to be left up though, and that's going to be locked in by BDD. Showmaker does have quite a few options that he likes to go into the Ryze. We'll see what he's cooked up this time around, as oh my god, the amount of Arcane happening! Surely not.
Watts has a really good win rate. Ryze basically is locked in lane, unable to go anywhere. It works well with the Caitlyn. Your siege becomes incredibly oppressive, so I personally like it. Don't think that the Victor is always the right solution, as we have often talked about, but into the Ryze, I do think it's a very strong pick that can keep him down and scale on a similar note, but with more range. And generally, you'll take that trade, as The Gnar seems like a no-brainer. I
like
would
this.
love the Camille. It works very well with the dive that's available. Jax, to me, fine as well. Camille, I think, can run into some more issues with some of the range matchups it's going into, or if the Sejuani visits top a lot. And Jax is just in a great spot right now for Keen. Now the opportunity, does he want to go for the skill matchup, pick a Fiora up because he has been playing well enough, or are we going to play it safe?
The classic Ryze-Gnar combo that I believe was popularized excessively by SKT in 2018, 2019, and has stayed with us ever since. Going to be picked up here. Of course, just pretty standard pickups. The R5 Gnar isn't exactly inspiring, but BDD on Ryze, definitely feeling pretty good about that. Cuz has been playing a heck of a lot of Sejuani. Varus Karma is, while not the most inspiring lane, outside of the fact that Karma does have an ability called that, it is still quite powerful. And we'll see whether KT can utilize it to its full effectiveness.
My one qualm with the composition of KT is that the only lane where they do have prio is topside, and topside doesn't matter. And in mid and in bot, there should be prio here for D plus Kia, which means that Canyon is going to have free roam of the jungle, so going to be a tough one for KT, but they do have a lot of team fighting power if they somehow get through that. Oh my goodness, that is a great drawing.
Yeah. Harry Potter Showmaker, of course. On Lolly Night, Showmaker was dressed up as Harry Potter. That actually happened. That was the thing. It was very, very cute. And I was sort of watching the rebroadcast of Lolly Night because I'm normally on a train when it's happening. And it was as if they just didn't react to it. He was just wearing the outfit, and then they just had a conversation as normal. It was very cool. It was very funny. But anyway, here we are. It's a heckin' good draft from D plus Kia. Really excited about it.
Very coherent.
Yeah. Looking forward to when Ashe and Jax make their debut. Maybe a little bit of a hint there from D plus Kia. As KT, pretty standard stuff. We've seen this a lot all around the world. We'll see whether stock standard is going to be enough against D plus Kia. Let's get on to the rift. All right. KT fans, I could sense a hint of desperation in their cheers around LOL Park.
Is that new?
Still echoing in my ears.
I don't think that's new.
No, it's not.
I think that's just a standard state of existence for
We've been good friends with Emily Rand for quite some time now, so we do generally know how it is onwards. And I've also spent my time in the KT camp of fandom before.
Because Deft was there?
Yeah. I'm now completely unbiased. Don't have a favorite team or player or anything because I'm a professional. And so we don't play favorites over here. I just like good League of Legends and when champions from Arcane are picked. And so therefore, I am slightly siding with D plus Kia for this one.
Safe. Safe call, Atlas, as hopefully for Canyon, he will have read the patch notes and will build a Black Cleaver, which is a very good item on this patch. It's way better than Kenpom Chainsword.
Yep, and equally item efficient, gold efficient.
And that's not including the passive, which is really good.
Yeah.
Because you gives you movement speed, gives you armor shred, you get a ton of extra health. You know, you're playing into Sejuani with Aftershock. It's going to be nice.
Not a lot of healing.
There's not a lot of healing.
Side.
So let's see. We'll find out. You never know in the LCK. It is a wild ride no matter what, as we do see Showmaker going for the area here. So, as we mentioned previously, looking to just keep the Ryze locked underneath the turret. So, Ryze will, of course, still scale, but it's going to scale at a range deficit and is also not going to be able to impact the side lanes early on as much as he would like to, which is one of the big reasons. It's really funny how we've really gone in a span of a few weeks from Ryze being you must pick him B1 to we can pick him up second rotation and no one really minds or cares that much.
And we were having conversations yesterday about rules that we have for each of our teams. Vi versus Sejuani has definitely been pretty good for the Vi. Works similarly to that of the Wukong and why we like that into the Sejuani, the denting blows being able to really puncture that armor relatively effectively. things like that can definitely brawl relatively early. Both of them with a fair chunk of single target lockdown as well. And that does suit these drafts. As, yeah, so to go back to my point, we were talking about you cannot leave the Ashe available for Keria. The same rule does kind of apply for Deft's Caitlyn, because it is so easy to play around it as a team.
Yeah, but there's so many of these champions is the problem.
I don't think any of them are as egregious as this.
Do you want to give Canyon Elise?
I'd prefer that than Deft's Caitlyn.
That's fair. I think that Deft's Caitlyn is better, but I also think Elise is worse to play into.
That's, you know, that's fair. That's fair. You can take the nameplates off. I respect that.
As some possible action. I was at the very least going to check around. Doesn't spot anyone. Both junglers just going to be doing a almost full clear. Wolves skipped for Cuz, and Canyon has not picked up his Krugs yet. Setting up some vision here, but nothing too interesting as of right now, as so far everything going very smoothly here.
Yeah, Canna sort of struggling a little bit as far as like getting these minions underneath the turret. I don't know what the counter-strike was for necessarily, but that's okay. He's Jax, he's going to be pushed in a fair bit in this lane just in general, and I hope he gets used to it, because I would expect that there's not going to be a lot of attention towards his top side, as there's a net, and yeah, Aiming gets headshot, and he's being told, you need to go home. He does get the cannon, so there's at least that. And we'll see whether Aiming can find his way back into this lane, because so far things have been quite rough.
Yeah, and they're going to be, the wave state wasn't looking too hard. Aiming did go cleanse, which great. Deft as well, respecting Sejuani and Ashe Ultimate respectively.
Ooh, yeah.
Which is good.
Cleanse on Caitlyn. Pretty good idea into Sejuani.
Yeah, we're learning.
Someone message Huni. We need to tell Huni that everything's okay. Everything's okay, Huni. He had a rough day yesterday, guys. There were certain cleanses not being taken, and he was a little bit losing his mind over it.
And there is a ton of vision around Canyon's jungle. Cuz hasn't been spotted on this ward yet, but of course Canyon will know, given that the Cuz dropped a pink. And will now get spotted here. Top side is up. There was also a ward, so no surprises there. Showmaker's Victor has been great, unsurprisingly, but as with many successful LCK players, it's somewhat hard to really judge whether it's the champion or just when this player was playing this, they just were winning everything anyway.
I mean, he was always pretty good at the champion, because this was a lot of the times when Victor was being picked a whole lot in the mid lane in response to Azir, and that matchup was going both ways, and Showmaker was often having the better of it. So I think it does say a fair bit about how good he is on the champion. But you're right, you know, a lot of it is to do with the power of what was then Damwon.
I don't know if it is in this case. I just wanted to give the caveat.
I think it probably was. Well, I mean, a little bit.
It's Showmaker. Depends on which split Showmaker you get.
Yeah.
He really levels up every now and then, as Canyon and Cuz are sacking top half of the jungle, because that isn't real. No. It's not where bot lane is, so it doesn't really matter.
Certainly doesn't. Their bot lane is going to have the inside track here as Cuz is moving on over. All right, let's see whether this pincer maneuver is going to work. Showmaker, he's going to be able to make his way down, though. Yeah, the Mantra actually working out here from Lahen's. Piercing Arrow is going to miss. And yeah, Showmaker had level 6 because he's going to be able to help bully them out, with Lahen's offering that bit of early power.
Yeah, main thing there is that BDD has Realm Warp as well, so even with Showmaker roaming over, you run the risk of BDD teleporting on top of you, and then if you do lose someone, you are in very rough territory, because I really like the D+ draft. I do think that they should be able to hold on to any lead that they get come mid-game, and if they don't take fights they don't need to, and run the risk of getting snowballed against by Ryze, by Varus, they should be in a great spot nonetheless, especially with Kalin almost hitting level 6 as well. Same for Canyon. Like, once you have that 1-2 combo of the Arrow plus the Vi ultimate, you'll be feeling a lot better, but does mean that they have to give up the early Dragon, which they'll do with grace.
Yep, you're not really going to be too happy about giving away a Infernal, but that's all right. Next one, going to be an Ocean, so you know, Mountain and Hextech still available. Cloud as well. They want to, you know, take the real best dragon, but I know that that's not a popular opinion necessarily these days. As Canyon moving on over, and it looks like Rift Herald is going to be what DK are going to look for.
Atlas, no one minds your love for the Cloud Drake anymore because Chemtech is now in the game, and it's way
I'm actually pretty psyched about it. There's also Ocean, which is not also very good at the moment as well. So we're just generally pretty happy in the Cloud camp. Just to give you a report.
The one you
Cloud Drake
the one you started, Cloud Camp. We're all fellow.
Yeah, I'm currently the only member. Azale comes over sometimes, but he wouldn't call himself.
Walks in, says it's underrated actually, and then leaves again and leaves you alone.
yeah. That does generally happen. I have some lonely nights, but it's otherwise okay. Aiming, gonna take a third of his health bar here with the ace in the hole. And yeah, D+ Gear retain control of this bottom side, although CS gap is actually shrinking. I think Aiming, now that he's got that serrated Dirk, is feeling a lot happier in this lane.
Yeah, I don't know if happy. He's happier.
Yeah, I think that's what I meant.
Very accurately. No, it's very accurately phrased. As overall, level 6s have now been hit, and both AD carries need to be very respectful. In case of Deft, it's because of Cuz and possible BDD roams. As we are getting some Herald movement here. Now, what will the response from D+B? They can either head towards the bot side of the map and try to zone away Aiming as done by Deft.
Arrow will connect here. There's the Peacemaker. Not much going to happen there is the Realm Warp being threatened by BDD, moving over to the side. And looks like D+ just have no interest in the Herald whatsoever. They're just going to try and lock down this turret. Headshot going to be primed, and so 2 plates.
Lahans, you can't stay here, I don't think.
Well, he's going to. Whether or not that's a good idea is going to be another question. As there's a cease and desist. Let's see whether Lahans can keep himself alive. I don't think so, as there's first blood going over to Deft. So D+ Kia grabbing the best side of that trade, I reckon.
Bit of a oopsie.
Head scratcher?
Lands. Well, it's, they're not contesting on the top half of the map. Canyon walked over Vision as well. And it's Vi with Ashe and Caitlyn. So you are never getting out of there, unfortunately, for the KT support. And just giving over kills to Caitlyn, because while you get the Herald, that does mean that that there are 2 options for D+. Either they try and contest, or what has been the main response is you zone the enemy bot lane off of the map, and that was what Aiming saw and respected. He pieced out as
well, Arrow is going to go wide there as the Rift Herald charges into the mid lane. BDD picking up a fair bit of money. That's certainly a good avenue back into this game for KT. Still not going to be able to win out on the trade overall. But otherwise, feeling pretty happy about that situation. And they do have a slight gold advantage, mainly to do with Keen having a bit more towards this top side, as we can see.
Yeah, top lane has been completely isolated, and Keen has been doing a stellar job in that regard. Main question becomes, how can you actually translate that lead into something that's relevant for the game? Because we have seen that, if anything, bot lane leads are much more important in general. Then this is also a Caitlyn who, yes, is reliant on snowballing, but if she does snowball, she becomes an absolute menace. And it's also Deft. So there's a lot of extra multipliers that make the situation, I think, still considerably worse for KT, even though they are ahead in gold right now with the amount of pressure. But if they can find a shutdown, as you do see, we see BDD and Cuz move towards that bottom half of the map, and you can keep down Deft and Kellen, not really allow them to snowball as hard as they would like to, then come 5v5s, you think the composition of KT should be able to match. If they are a little bit hesitant and they allow D+ to poke and set up, throw down their traps, then it can be tough, but still, you can catch someone off guard with a Realm Warp, with a Sejuani ultimate, still a lot of power for KT.
It's absolutely true. Canup pushing up towards his top side. Rod of Ages now complete for BDD. And oftentimes it's around this moment that we see the outer turret falling on the bottom side of the map for a Caitlyn comp being played to the exact way that they want to. So far KT have played pretty well defensively around this, as Drake is going to spawn on this bottom side and D+ Kia looking to set up for it. Cuz coming on over, seeing whether he can bully them out, and Canyon is going to vacate. And they are going to move in. So with the Gnar moving down, looks like KT are going to wrestle some control back. How long that's going to last is going to be the question. As Lahen's on the flank. I like that. Going to be able to Mantra Q the Caitlyn. Get her out of there. And the Drake has been started. Canyon looking to come on over, but not going to be able to get there in time. And D+ Gear behind the play a little bit when it comes to these Drakes. Hextech Soul to come in. Wow, both teams very excited about that one.
Yeah, that's huge. And that also means that every subsequent fight will have to be fought. Or every subsequent Drake will have to be fought because you can't fight a fight without
fighting the fight.
Yeah, thank you. As do want to highlight some of the itemization choices in a positive manner. Because we are often not too happy, as might have to wait a little bit.
Well, aiming, yeah, he's going to be asked to stop. Walks out though, it's a very nice cleanse. What an ability. So, not going to get killed.
Taking cleanse.
I know, it's absurd.
Still should be an opportunity here to, at the very least, shove aggressively and try and zone him off the turret, although it won't take that much damage. And Lahenza and KT in general are doing a really good job here of hanging on, right? This play not successful, and as a result, not quite able to, as saying hello. But he's just gonna run. Just gonna go back.
All the way back again. Well, there is a wave crashing. Let's see whether they can actually make something of this as Kellen gets taken down very, very low. Heal has to be used. Chains of Corruption did come out. No plates left up and available on this turret. It's likely to fall relatively soon, but as you can see, Keen is making sure to work of it. And KT, the defensive play around this Caitlyn lane has just been gorgeous.
It's really, really clean by KT. They're simultaneously holding on to not give up first turret blood, because even though we see that Aiming and Lahen's in terms of CS and 2v2 have fallen behind a little bit, at the same time, they're not dying. They were able to wave clear sufficiently. The cleanse actually super key there. Canyon going for that aggressive play. They didn't quite work out. If Deft is able to maybe find a trap earlier, I think he was a little bit further away, maybe as to not give anything away. Then the combo can work, but they use the pressure on top side very well, is what we asked of them earlier. Actually leverage Keen playing this matchup aggressively very well, while holding on to bot side, not allowing the Caitlyn to snowball too much. So loving what KT is doing here, setting himself up for a great mid game, and as a result will be a lot stronger when going into these inevitable Drake fights. As before we go back, look at that, that's a Black Cleaver, and it's also a damage build on Victor.
My goodness.
Keen, I don't know about this.
Keen also might be dead, as the wallop comes through with a fair bit of value. Oh, has to flash the arrow, but does so. Keen gets out of there. Has to expend his ult and flash. Doesn't care about the ult, but the flash is kind of important. See whether that impacts this next fight, which should be around the Herald. But KT retain a heck of a lot of control.
I wonder whether D+ is actually going to fight for it. Looks like they might be thinking about it. Do not have Kellen or Caitlyn ultimate, but still aggressively nonetheless.
Yeah, Kellen does have a fair bit of control of this area with the fact that Hawkshot exists and things like that. Cuz with his Warmogs available, happy to stand in this front line for a large amount of time. But now with that Leandries, it's really important. Chains of Corruption comes in. They're looking to try and steal as Cuz comes on over. Canyon going to be able to pick up the eye, but BDD, he's realm warped into the back, not able to do quite enough, though. That's a huge Gnar from Keen, but he's still going to have to try and make his way out, and Showmaker's at full health. He does so much damage. Def trying to get away from aiming, and he's going to be able to do so as Cuz gets over the wall, but Lahen's, I don't think he's going to be so lucky. He does have the flash, but he's just not quite as fast as the rest of his teammates. Gets the Inspire Shield, so he's actually going to be able to walk it off. Never you mind.
That was so much chaos, Atlas, but overall it is a big win here for D+ Kia. Get themselves the Herald, get themselves the team fight win, and as a result now able to swing back the gold lead in their favor.
Man, Victor is OP. Did so much damage in that fight.
He builds damage, yeah.
No, isn't it insane? It's crazy.
Okay, so we have pure chaos here. Obviously, thanks to the trap setup and the Victor, it's very hard to approach. And if Cuz hadn't taken as much damage as he did, then this play might work, because the idea is Keen and BDD, both big threats, Realm Warp in behind, and then Cuz engages and pushes in with Lahen's and aiming. But because Cuz is already taken as low as he is, that doesn't work. So everyone just immediately focuses on Keen and on BDD, and that little moment of disjointedness might come back to haunt them as a result now. As mentioned, Herald picked up, get some additional gold onto Showmaker and Deft. The overall game state deteriorating a little bit here for KT.
It's definitely feeling a lot better for DK as now the arrow is going to connect onto Cuz. Soaking so much CC here as Deft. Full combo right into the back of his head. Rapid fire cannon complete now for the Caitlyn as in a turret under fire from KT. And Canyon's going to move on over and look for that first Hex Tech Drake. I think it's very, very important Dragon to take, but trading it for an inner turret, I think if you're KT, you're kind of all right with. The Showmaker's going to move on over and try and deter BDD, who does have a decent wave, but still, he's going to be able to get it. There we go, Deft with the cleanse, but I don't think it's going to be enough to save him. Chains of Corruption, just the edge. He's going to be able to pick that one up there for aiming.
And KT playing really, really well here. Continuously pushing against D+, not allowing to take any objective for free. And they're able to simultaneously find an inner, which by itself already would be a win in terms of trade, I'd say, because it pumps so much extra gold into BDD and looking to get to that 10 stacks and Seraph's spike hopefully soon. And also picking off Deft. Just well done.
Yeah.
Across the board, we see Deft here trying to maintain the semblance and prio for his team as Cuz really nicely here with the predict on the ultimate, hits it, and even the cleanse, unfortunately, not enough to save Deft there.
Nope. And so now, not going to have the cleanse for the next little while. Aiming has his back available again, so any stray arrows aren't going to be as feared at this point in the game. And I guess we now have to have a conversation about what the late game looks like for both of these teams, right? Because oftentimes, with compositions like the one DK have put together, the late game often isn't spoken about because they get so much control early with the turrets being taken, they don't need to worry about it. Is Canyon going to be able to smite away his Raptor, but not going to be able to take control of his red buff? And with the game state in the way that it is, that late game conversation is going to be very different. And yes, there is Victor and Caitlyn, but there's also BDD, who's going to be doing so much AoE damage around the team fighting capabilities of this Na'Vi.
I personally have a slight favor for the D+ composition, provided that they can actually do setup. Because if there is a opportunity for King to find a flank, to get into the backline easily, that's a big risk. Cuz also has a lot of agency with him being able to start up fights, and then aiming can go for the follow-up. There is also Lehens with the mantra Inspire. And in situations where neither team is pulling the trigger, as you point out, the Caitlyn isn't at the point where you'd ideally want it to be, which is extremely far ahead and already working towards that IE, which I don't know if he's going to go for, given that he is currently, or just bought a longsword, but we'll see which build Deft does end up going for. But the problem for D+ is that their front line is pretty lacking. My assumption is Canyon is still going to go for Radiant Virtue, so he'll be beefy, especially with Aftershock. But compared to a Sejuani and into champions like, most notably, the Rise, you can still run into some issues. And if you have no control and you're unable to set up some traps, to land some initial poke, KT composition is going to be really, really strong. And side laning, which normally would be a win condition with this Jax, not really going to be an option because of the Rise existing.
Yeah. We'll see whether BDD is going to be able to take some control, because in that last team fight, things were a little bit rough. But now, sieging this bottom side, BDD has his 2 items now complete, very close to having the Rod of Ages tick up for that extra level. That is where we've got a level 15 Rise kind of looming just on the horizon with 1 more level and the Rod of Ages. So, going to be in a great position for at least this later mid-game. And we'll see whether that is going to transition. Because like you say, of course, Deft in the ultra late game going to be the largest damage dealer on the Rift alongside Showmaker as the flash has to come out from Lehens. Cuz throws the prison in, but there's a cease and desist. Canyon pushes him back with the Vault Breaker, and that is the jungler dead. This could be massive as Canna finds the Counter-Strike. Amy's going to be pushed out. Lehens slowed down by the volley, and that is another kill for D+ Kia. Oh dear, this game went from KT control to disaster so quickly.
And this is very unfortunate because not only are you going to give up Baron, this might also lead to one of the bigger win conditions for KT, and one that I thought they had a real shot at, which is that Dragon. If they were able to set up kind of a 50-50, them getting soul point by still denying the Baron, they would have been in a great spot, but Venus Mega.
Yeah, gonna find the Gnar onto Deft. He does manage to buffer, but I don't know whether he'll survive. Has to flash, but he's gonna be able to do so as the Gnar goes down. Now Canna is fighting BDD. He has to flash, but there's the Counter-Strike flash from Canna as well. Aiming off to the side can do nothing now as D+ Gear get it all. And Chronicler, you know what's making me... If this game was a car or a vehicle, it would have the turning circle of a tank. It is just back and forth instantly.
As Lahan's flash is there, I'm sorry, I'm struggling with your metaphor. You need to explain to me after this team fight. It really is as straightforward as Cuz gets 100 to 0, and then there is a really nice flank ward as well. Yeah, no, game's done. It's over.
It's looking a little bit dicey for KT.
I'm not believing anymore.
Someone said an E word in chat. I think that must have been what happened. As we do have the Hex Tech Drake going down, and with a Baron buff and a Caitlyn, and a lot of turrets still left available, D+ Gear should move into a commanding position. As we have a look at this Baron fight yet again.
As we will again see the value of cleanse. There is, of course, no jungler here, so there's not really the risk of a smite fight. It is mainly about being able to win the subsequent fight. Canyon with the dancing blows does a lot of damage, and Aining unable to find him after the initial arrow. And then here you're fighting a member down as Lahan's attempting to set up vision for the
Karma setting up vision and when the game state's not great. It's not a good feeling.
It is not, and it's also situations like this become so much more complicated due to the Hex Gates, right? It's something that hasn't been in the game as long, and I think it throws off a lot of supports when you're like, okay, they just based, right? We lost the fight, they got Baron. Can I go in and set up vision? The answer is no, because they can literally teleport a large part of the normal way that they have to walk.
Yeah.
And Lahan's clearly caught off guard by that.
Yeah, Lord Dominic's Regard going to be completed here by Deft. Infinity Edge for the 4th item. Just wanted to make sure he could get through the tanky members of this team, as Arrow is going to fly forward. Quite a few targets waiting underneath this turret, but I don't know whether Cuz is the optimal one. Still, he's getting taken down so incredibly low as Cease and Desist going to be used defensively onto Keen. The Narbar is pretty good, and D+ Gear will back away. Once again, KT, it feels like KT in defensive situations so much stronger, but when the onus is on them to make decisions, that's when life becomes a little bit difficult. Once again, going to have to start putting out fires here towards this top side of the map while BDD gets to work on this bottom lane in a turret.
Will he get out? Is running. Might run into Deft here, but seemingly should be okay. As he's going back. Okay, we'll be fine. We'll get spotted in the ward as D+ sees him getting out. But I agree with you, Atlas. The KT game state to me felt very salvageable, and then it didn't at all anymore. Out of seemingly nowhere. That one catch on Cuz won the game.
Yeah,
for D+, right? It's pretty sad because just Lahan's having forced his flash there would have been fine. Would have been okay. Been unfortunate, but not the end of the world. But now I know how you come back in this game when you're KT.
Especially into a composition like this that can control ground so effectively and has such oppressive vision and counter vision as well, right? The ability to just walk around and kill stuff with an Umbral Glaive. We've been talking about this for many, many moons. The support Ashe is very, very strong and can certainly snowball that in a lot of ways. As she is going to land a nice ultimate, but the Glacial Prison going to be there. Cannon going to have to back away to the Chaos Storm, doing so much work. Cease and Desist puts BDD right in the middle of it as the Bai is going to be taken down in response. Counter-Strike from Canna keeps him alive, as D+ Gear looking to try and continue pressing forward. But KT going 1-for-1 in that moment, I think you're kind of okay with it.
You'll take it, absolutely. Game hasn't been lost just yet at Walking.
All right, doesn't find the ice block.
As, yeah, getting a kill there and stifling the push is a big win, as we really do see that these continued engagers on the front line are fine. When you need to respect a little bit, Kenyon getting somewhat overzealous here, does get caught in this CC chain, gets hit by Lance as well, and as a result will get taken down.
I have to say, aiming has been pretty impressive this game. He's kind of holding things together. Because in a game like this, the Varus does get pretty ridiculously outscaled by, you know, the crit nature of a Caitlyn. She is just going to scale more effectively the more items she picks up in comparison to the lethality Varus. But aiming has been landing these chains of corruption and really making it difficult for D+ here to continue this snowball moving forward. Is Cuz he's going to find Canyon here. Cease and desist going to be utilized. Arrow goes into the wind as Keen tries to bounce over the wall, but he doesn't even make it. But it does not matter. They pick up the kill onto the Vias. Now Canna is going to answer. Both junglers now dead as Deft chasing after Lahens. Ace in the hole will finish off the Karma, and now he can get to work on the rest of KT. Aiming flashes away, but BDD not going to be so lucky. And now it's a Baron, it's a Drake, it's whatever you'd like. I guess they're in 30 seconds time, so maybe we'll just break open the base.
Aiming will get away here with his life, but that's all the positive that you have out of that play. More and more KT unable, going for a Hail Mary there, as I say that, because it's Canyon that actually starts the fight, doesn't find the Q, and gets focused down rather quickly. But crucially, a lot of attention is focused towards a Vi that in the grand scheme of things doesn't matter. And I want to pay attention to the movement of both Deft and Showmaker here, as Kana just takes up the role for frontline, as his actual frontline is dead. Doesn't matter, because the actual damage dealers are both full health. Deft dispatches of lands, and in that fight Showmaker then picks up the slack and shreds through a multitude of health bars. And it will be, I think, kind of tough to vote for POG here as well, because Showmaker, Deft, and even Kana with some of his team fight and his flanks all making a strong case for themselves.
Yeah, I think Canyon's the only illegal one in this game so far, but even he has been able to start really fights pretty effectively. But I think it feels so weird wanting to vote for a Victor, but I want to vote for a Victor. I don't know.
You know, it's a good sign when Atlas is not wanting to vote for Deft's Caitlyn.
Yeah, I know.
That's how you know it's.
Do you know what the real good sign is? I don't have a vote. That's the best sign that we have. It's all right. I'm taken care of. I have a lot of representation.
We really take your opinion into it.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. As Arrow's going to connect here, Callan heard us talking and wanted to offer his name into the ballot. Deft getting some autos as Kane desperately trying to buy some ground, buy some space for KT to work with. Feeling very difficult at this point in the game. Still, KT haven't been able, DK haven't been able to break the base open just yet. These inhibitor turrets still remain alive as Buzz going to move in. All right, Shirelius has been used. Arctic Assault is good and he manages to land the ult, but Deft creates the distance that he needs. D+ can move back to this Baron. They will be able to lock that one down. Triple Hextech Drake as well, as the Arrow is going to connect onto the Sejuani Canna. He is going to be able to follow up the CC, but the Chains of Corruption are there. The Jax is in trouble in the Piercing Arrow. It connects once again. Maybe a slight overextension here for D+ here, as Ace in the hole, going to be blocked there by Cuz, just sets himself in position. And the cease and desist is there. Showmaker is just chasing after them. The Chaos Storm is massive. And aiming, he cannot stand there and shoot them. And even though they lost Canna, it doesn't seem to matter here. D+ here just push towards the inhibitor turret. They'll take it down. Health bar's too low. And KT, a brief moment of respite as DK spend all their money.
And if you thought the neutral was bad, imagine if D+ actually get a Hextech Soul. Yeah, that won't be fun. Some individual mistakes. D+ may be a little too eager to end this game. Both Canyon previously and now Kana getting somewhat overexcited. Aiming, as you point out, if KT somehow pull this one back, it's a very easy as finds a big chain here. But this is exactly the type of play that, in my opinion, we've barely or not at all seen from Showmaker in this spring. Right? This is a player who has been one of, if not the best top laner in, or mid laner rather, in the LCK for, well, going on 3 years now.
Yeah, long time.
Hasn't really looked like that thus far. Having a great Victor game here. And for KT, I do truly believe that up until that catch, they had a great angle in this game. I thought that draft, even though they might run into issues, was overall well balanced. Keen played it out very well. The early macro was good. And then they made one big mistake. And then it was kind of over.
Yeah, and it's feeling like it's been circling the drain ever since. Despite there being these couple of moments, you know, where you're like, oh, KT, you like did okay in that team fight right there. And that, you know, that's just how it goes. You get glimpses. It's not always greatest. Man, this 4-item Caitlyn made Cuz not look very tanky at all on this Sejuani. Aiming desperately, trying to cling on to relevance here. He also has 4 items, but they're not the same 4 items as Deft has put together. It's just one of the problems that you're going to run into as the Varus at this stage. Still, going to do a fair bit if tasked with it, as another arrow is going to fly in. Arctic Assault going to catch it there by Cuz as they look to try and take down this inner turret. Okay, Cannon will be able to do it. And Cannon splitting in the mid lane. Nice work.
That's not only the name of the meme, but also if you combine Canna and Canyon's names.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah.
It's the Cannon combo.
You learn something new every day.
I like it. Well,
I mean, I don't know if you learned something, because I made it up. You know, it's not necessarily real.
I still learned it.
You're going to remember it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Atlas.
I
was worried for a second there.
The Cannon Bros? Call them the Cannon Bros from now on. They're worth the most gold. All right, Arrow is going to connect onto Cuz here. Cease and desist. Yeah, he's going to say, yes, I'll stop. He's going to get out of there, though. Puts Canyon in prison, which is pretty canonically correct with, you know, what they want to do in Arcane as well to the Vi. As DK going to move back towards this Soul.
You have to fight it. It's not going to be pretty, but you don't have a choice.
Showmaker loves his choke points. They're going to be able to set up these traps as well, but the Realm Warp is going to bring all of KT over. So they at least subjugate that issue, as it is going to be Hextech Soul, and now there is lightning all over this Rift. Deft just free hitting. Arrow is going to connect into that backline. The Karma's going to be taken down, and everybody else has to scatter. T plus Gear just too strong at this stage of the game. Canyon, he's just going to run on over and murder aiming, which is not very friendly, and honestly, this is not looking friendly at all. BDD going to buy a little bit of time, but it delays the inevitable, and there is Cannon picking up that final kill. There's the ace, there's the Soul, and that is the game for D plus Gear here in game 1.
KT unable to match the mid game. A crucial mistake. One pick cost them a Baron, cost them a Dragon, and from there it quickly snowballs. D plus in slow but sure fashion, able to pick themselves up a victory here for Hextech Drakes.
Yeah, Lehen, not very happy about that, being greeted to this life as by a giant arrow. But D plus Gear will be able to pick up the first game in this series. A win here, remember guys, is actually really important for this squad. After dropping games to both T1 and Gen G, they really want to prove that they are one of our top contenders here in the LCK. This is the first step to doing so. It wasn't the fastest, it wasn't the cleanest, but they were the cleaner of the teams that were on the Rift here in game number 1. And we'll see how they're going to do in game number 2 as well, because I think there were definitely some better signs for KT than we saw last time around, right? This wasn't a KT that was rolling over and dying. This was a KT trying to cling on to a game that they lost control of with a mistake. And I think that that is a different thing to what we've seen from KT in their other losses.
We also still saw some of the issues that D+ has been dealing with, which is actually ending games in a timely fashion. Both Kana and Canyon being a little bit too trigger-happy at times, which didn't end up shifting the game at all, but it did prolong it, and against better opponents, those moments of weakness might actually come back and haunt you, but KT not going to be able to do so, as actually tough for me to predict who's going to pick up POG, because I might also see some Ashe votes. There were a lot of arrows being fired.
I think there are some Kellen angles that you could go for.
There's Deft angle, yeah, it's Caitlyn. He played clean.
I'm very proud of Showmaker as well for, you know, having a good game. Didn't die on his Victor, did a heck of a lot of damage.
Couple of good options.
I think there are quite a few options. So nice. Where did your vote go for, or do you want to hold on to it and keep it a secret?
If you want me to tell, I'm more than happy to share. Did go for Showmaker.
Well, it looks much better now that we've seen the damage graph. That's almost 4 times the damage of his opponent.
As we continue to see why the Victor into the Rise is a fun matchup for one of the two involved.
Wow, that's a big That's a diffie in the graphy. Oh wow. Okay, well, I'm gonna need to take a break. We are gonna go to a short break, and then we'll be on the space, and we'll see you for game 2. Bye-bye.
피 잘 갈았어.
먹자 일단.
먹고 천천히 세주 노플. 나르. 우리 캐틀 지켜. 나르도 노플이야. 인라인공. 가르마.
내가 한번 볼게. 나 중냐 있어?
나 공 있어. 바텀에 쓰면 될 것 같은데.
이거 아래 라이즈 있어? 기절 먹었고. 라이즈 볼게.
나르 볼게 나도. 가봐 형.
아 잡았어.
끌고 가자. 됐나? 나 텔 있어. 나이스. 나 비비 빨로 좀.
Decent scatter is going to come through as now Dudu taking control of Cuz. He's very tanky, but Bulldog is keeping everybody else locked down. And yeah, Cuz is there to be tanky, but it just does not work out. And now Dudu can do what he wants. He finds the Q. The final chapter comes down, and this could be a penta. We've got a quadra already, and there it is! Pentakill for Taeun! Because Bulldog's teleported in. He's finding free autos now, and he's shooting so fast with the rapid fire cannon. Enforced Alcove Gaming is just limping away from this fight. BDD is going to die as an afterthought as the reset comes through. A Bulldog grabs the pickup. He's going to let his team take care of the rest of it as he's just jumping a billion times.
It's an official T1 Baron. A lot of damage will come through, but here comes a massive knockup. The three of them just sitting against the wall. Owner will take the Baron down, but the rest of the team goes down and no cash in. Duck Dom in a little bit of trouble. Zeka goes forward. He's going to get knocked up. There's that gnaw. It's going to help him. A massive knockup from Kingen, trying to zone them away, but everybody jumps in, and it's a steal from Flynn. They get the Elder, and we see Viper now.
Before he gets here, though, and the answer is no, as Pace gonna flash to get out of the way of the chains. The Emperor's Divide gonna be picked up. The Gnar is not massive, but the Emperor's Divide is! And Closer will tear them all up! He's gonna bounce on top of the Renekton, goes golden beautifully, and Chovy is still alive. Can he get it done? Another Emperor's Divide!
That's where the fireworks are really going to be, is one more time.
Another one! And this time it's going to connect on to Peanut. As cease and desist comes in, but Bertle's still going to be able to grab that kill. That is real comfy.
Just isn't going to work.
Oh, Wallop, Gnar into the wall. Closer taking a lot of damage. Petrifying Gaze. And he escapes! Now pays off to the side, but he presents a huge target. But maybe he's exactly the target that Gen G wants, distracting the rest of Live Sandbox. There's the Prowler's Claw we were looking for, and the triple kill for Gen G.
gonna flash as there's the final chapter. Morgan just pushes them away, tries to get them out of the pit. Cuz gets in there, Harris, he locks down the Elder Brew. They have the big buff, but the big damage belongs to Keen. And KT say we need no dragon. If you're in the death chamber, you still lose.
Hello and welcome to the space. It is me, Valdez, with Wolf, and that was a pretty straightforward game between DK and, of course, KT. DK able to get the win. We should definitely, absolutely start with the draft, because I think a lot of what we are about to say does start with this Ashe, which it did get golden tier for a good reason.
It did a lot in this draft, but you gave the Ashe and the Caitlyn in this one because you wanted to deny the Sejuani, but you can't deny everything, right? You're like, okay, they can't have Sejuani, but we also can't give Ashe Varus, but then Caitlyn is still up. I think KT needs to take a closer look at the bans here. Trying to deny Deft here, this Lucian, definitely a good idea. Maokai is super strong right now. Canyon's at least top tier, but I think giving over this Ashe Caitlyn was one of the biggest problems in their draft. That being said, I thought KT actually handled the pressure in the early game very well. They, in fact, did get top turret, so they got first turret blood, got 2 early Drakes, and only a few plates actually went over to the Caitlyn. And as the cast mentioned, Caitlyn not doing as much as she normally does when it's in Deft's hands. Lehens got picked that one time, that's fine. KT actually kept it a pretty even game. Early Rod of Aegis for BDD. But things turned when we got to team fights. When we got to those 5v5s, that's when KT looked very disjointed. I think fundamentally the way they played the early game was very clean. There just became problems when we started getting to those big objectives later on. Couldn't actually stack the Drakes the way they wanted, and got picked by that Ashe right before the Baron fight.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, you're just giving up so much when it comes to early game in the lane, mid game in terms of the vision control, and mid to late game in terms of the amount of ults we're going to be seeing, which is an incredible amount. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, because things were going decently well, as you mentioned, until this happened.
Yeah, so Cuz takes a ton of damage at the beginning of this fight because he's trying to actually set up for a smite, and he's out of range. And then the Realm Warp call here is completely split. This is something Atlas talked about, the old SKT Realm Warp combo with the Gnar, where you try to set up a Gnar, but it's just not really well timed here, very aggressive. You're onto a Vi here, and even though the Gnar comes through, where's the rest of the damage? Where's the rest of your team? They're so far behind, and D plus Kia react perfectly, push towards the top of this team fight, wipe those Realm Warping players off the map, forcing so many flashes to be used here on the side of KT Rolster, so you give a ton of gold here, and this was a huge turning point. I believe 4 flashes were expended across the KT Rolster roster here, and they, of course, lose Herald fight, lose the Herald itself. Just really disjointed, felt very forced, trying to get power of this Realm Warp, but it wasn't meant to be.
Wasn't meant to be. I mean, a lot of the fights also looked that way, where it was, DK kind of had their stuff set up. They had control of whether it was Rift Herald or Dragon or Baron, and then KT just came at them wildly swinging their arms. And there were a lot of crazy fights where it was very split up. It wasn't very much like front to back or anything like that. And I think that, the Caitlyn gets a lot of value with her range. We see the Victor Showmaker did 42,000 damage in a 35-minute game. It's just insane the numbers we saw, because there was so much fighting. And we could take a look at highlight number 2 as well, because it was just more of the same, which, only 6 minutes later, they go for a Baron.
I liked how you put this, you said this is kind of like a fadeaway arrow, because you're backing off into this choke point. Seems like, okay, you can chase through here, and then it forces Lehens' splash. See, once again, Cuz is the first to go down. He's picked here. Teleport for the follow-up is so good, and this allows you to catch them with Counter-Strike and push them back. So this is the initial pick that sets everything up for this upcoming Baron fight. And yet still, KT Rolster not willing to give up this Baron. They're like, all right, well, we zoom forward here, we fast forward it through. They're like, okay, well, we can't give this Baron up or we'll lose all momentum in this game. We had a 2 Drake lead, now the game is falling away from us. There's so much wave clear and push and siege in this comp, so they feel pretty priced in to force this fight. Got Varus, right? He's trying to get in there, looking for the steal, misses out on it. And then this fight is just once again so desperate here. A good play from Keen to try to start this one off, getting into the backline with Gnar. But all he does is force a flash, he's picked, and you're already outnumbered on this Baron.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't even try for an arrow on the Baron. It was kind of funny. Canyon was just left alone on the Baron because everybody else was fighting, and it was weird. Like, the line of Caitlyn traps were always so perfectly placed by Deft. He always did a great job of zoning pretty much anyone, whether it was the Sejuani in the early fight, whether it was the Varus in this fight, and I think that kind of led to, especially because KT was forcing a lot of fights, it led to a lot of just discombobulation in all of these team fights.
Definitely, I think Deft's Caitlyn performance was really good. I think he and Showmaker will probably have a bit of a split vote here because Deft's positioning was so good, his ability to set up those fights extremely well with the Caitlyn traps, definitely pushing it into I put my vote for Deft, like those trap placements and how well he used his Gale Force pushed me towards him, but Showmaker no fear this game. Very easily, when he has this much control over the map, to flash into ultimates, hit big E's, and just take away half of everyone's health bar by himself, essentially 1v5. Yeah. 40,000 damage tells a story of how much of an impact he had in this game. We do have KT picking blue side going to the next game. I think this is a wise choice, but on the other hand, I don't think you're getting that Ashe pick this time around. Maybe fishing for something like a Maokai or putting aiming on a Lucian could be your best plan of action.
There's even some teams that on blue side, they don't feel super comfortable with the Ashe, so what they do is they just ban it away. They ban like Ashe Caitlyn, and they try to really cut out a lot of the bans. In this first game, there was a lot of stuff available, which is why you saw not only Ashe, but you saw Caitlyn, Varus, and Sejuani all making it through. So sometimes on blue side, they'll go like Ashe Caitlyn and Maokai or something, and they'll look to first pick of Varus and just cut out a lot of the strong picks.
Ashe is on a 4-win streak right now, and that means that before that she was 8-7, so her win rate actually not as high as you'd expect because a lot of our weaker teams just picking her up when she's available, not find that same synergy. It's our top level teams that we're seeing find that dominant success, and the win streak continues.
Win streak definitely continues. I think, we saw it yesterday from Keria, we saw it today from Kellen. We're going to see more of this as well, and I think especially in the support role is where I'd like to see it even more. Let's take a look at the POG for game number 1, and this one definitely could be a little bit split because Showmaker did insane amounts of damage. I mean, 1,181 DPM is a number we don't see too often.
He looks pretty muted in the laning phase, and we did see BDD have a lot of control over the map. He also bought a very fast Rod of Aegis, but when it came to these team fights, he just didn't miss, and his positioning, his spacing in fights like this is perfect. Notice that while he is damaging Cuz in this fight, he's not overextending, he's not actually looking to get himself in a position where he could get caught by a Varus, right? Or the Realm Warp here, where he's like, okay, you guys, that's a choice you guys can make. We got those 2 highlights of the Baron fight and then this situation here too, which showcases the big leap forward for D+ Kia. And a lot of what happened off camera after that was all Showmaker, right? Doing tons of damage in these fights. So the highlights we didn't show is what we're going to be seeing here before we actually show the votes, because look at how much damage is in these fights, where in moments like this, he's actually willing to just flash forward and ult, because his ult is going to do so much damage alone to get that second E off. That's the end of this. Like, there's no turn, there's no possibility when you have your health bars that low as KT to fight back. Only I voted for Deft. Wow, a little bit surprised.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I was with you on this one, Wolf. I'm like, yeah, Deft did a lot. I think that he played the lane very well. He handled the dives in the bottom side. He got very ahead. He did insane damage himself, but I guess the numbers don't lie this time around, Wolf, and Showmaker did have a fantastic game. Didn't even take a single death, but either way, that was game number 1. Pretty straightforward win from DK. Let's see if KT can pull it back as we go back to the casters for game 2.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of that game number 1. I agree. Deft had a good game.
Yeah, Deft was fine. I'm shocked it's not more split. Not even any Ashe voters?
I think a lot of people are voting for Showmaker as well because of the fact that he looked so much better than how he's looked in the last couple of games. So,
are you suggesting a narrative vote, Atlas?
I think that, we're all human. We're
unbelievable.
All human. Oh my god.
How dare you
that
not
drawing.
How dare you not be a machine?
Oh, you
Come
missed
on,
it.
Atlas.
You
No, I
missed
saw-
it.
We saw that one before.
No, it had an alpaca next to him this time.
That's
It was extra cute. It was very, very cute. All right, KT going to choose the blue side as the space mentioned. And so now we're going to see some slight change-ups in these bans and things like that. We'll see what DK are going to prioritize as far as their bans. Because I think that's actually very interesting to me, whether they'll allow that first split pick Ashe to come through. I personally think that no team should really leave it up. I think it just offers too much.
It's tough. At the same time, if you can get, say, Varus and Maokai for it, which is a trap that D+ can set. No, never mind. KT doesn't want to lock themselves into that.
And this is what they said. This is what the space was mentioning. Like, KT can ban this away, and then you can have a very different game. And I think KT getting a very different game, a very good idea. Yeah, Kate to follow up.
Yeah, that'll be different, Atlas.
And this is like, this is justice for Wolf, you know, seeing the Caitlyn being banned away, higher priority. Love to see it. All right, so the Elise going to be taken away second from D+ Kia. Still not wanting to see that on either side of the Rift. The Varus, will it go, is the question.
Well,
the Maokai.
At this point, I do think you have to get rid of the Varus. Because there isn't really a good trade in terms of AD carries. You can, of course, go Jhin, Maokai, which isn't the end of the world. But then what do you ban here? There are some opportunities.
I don't know what you're talking about. Kog'Maw Nami is still up.
So Kog'Maw should be better than he was before. I'm not going to say that he's good, as it will need to be renekton. So now KT...
The trade.
Yeah, has two options. Either they pick up Varus or they pick up Maokai. If you give up the Maokai, then D+ get access to the Sejuani as well as the Varus, and then still will have a very strong bot lane here.
Yeah, I would expect that the I really like the Maokai first pick. I think Maokai is extremely strong. Was banned away, of course, in game number 1. This time, D+ Kia have to deal with it. So, picking away Varus, I think, is extremely important because Maokai Varus together form the core of a really powerful composition. So I don't think you can leave that up. So what to be picked alongside it is kind of the question. As Jace is going to come through first.
Jace Varus?
Yeah, Jace Varus, love it. That's a lot of poke.
Also takes away the remaining top tier bot laner.
Yep.
And means okay.
Okay, so I'd already written in the Varus.
So to me, this is a sign that D+ is also going to R3 their mid laner, most likely, to try and secure like a stronger core and then just rely on Death's champion pool, because there are a ton of like second tier AD carries that will still be available nonetheless.
This would be really strange. As KT sort of like mind gaming themselves, understanding that D+ Kia may have another plan for the Varus coming in, and therefore just going to lock in the Karma first, and then going to consider whether it's going to be that Ezreal that they were hovering or the Varus, and there is the Varus.
Yeah, Varus Mao is incredibly strong.
I think they need to lock it away.
Kind of have to. And then, what are you going to pick here as D+?
Accident.
We have had this conversation. I know you're joking, and I will not entertain it.
Oh, it's 100% Kassadin. I don't think there's any doubt in my mind that they're just going to lock Kassadin here.
But we have seen, yeah, this makes complete sense to me, repeatedly that you can't do that. As mentioned, with the prioritization of the Jace and the Sejuani, makes a lot more sense to then also secure yourself the Sylas. Already 2 high-value ultimates available here in the Mao and the Varus, and also means you don't have to, say, waste a ban on Gnar. Doesn't matter anymore if KT do want to go in that direction, although into Jace, not expecting it, but does free you up. Don't have to worry about that, because with the Maokai in particular, I do actually think that outside of lane, the Gnar does gain a lot of extra value. Sivir are gonna get banned away here. Interesting. The big thing here is that champions that are a lot stronger, like the Xayah, don't really do that well into Karma and Varus. Right? Xayah at her best when she can kite back, when she's not at a substantial range disadvantage. So in that way, I do think the Sivir makes sense. Wonder if they're also going to ban the Ezreal as well, another champion that has gained access to a bunch of new build paths on this patch with the AD carry item update.
Yep. Deft is, of course, pretty adept on that champion as well, as Nautilus is going to be banned away. Draven being considered definitely is a brute force option for that bottom side of the map. 17 seconds to think about it. Something that Deft has been finding some recent success on is, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Are we going all in?
I love that.
This is all.
It's
this
really,
is just,
really good.
We're never gonna walk over to you and fight, I guess.
I thought about it earlier and didn't mention it, but this is a D+ classic.
Oh my!
It goes deep into the champion pool.
Is it Pike Ziggs? Is it the Pike Ziggs angle?
It could be as okay. We're
Keen Gaming.
We are gaming here in this game. Oh, we're not gaming.
Oh
well,
no, we went from gaming to really not gaming very quickly. Okay.
Science, fine. It's not particularly exciting. Now wondering whether they're gonna rotate the Silas to top lane against the Sign and just have Showmaker play Jace mid. Regardless, with the Ziggs, it solves one of the big, the Jace Rider solves one of the big issues you often have in these type of Ziggs compositions, which is too much AP. You don't really have the reliable AD damage that you need.
Oh, the BDD Yone? Okay. That's what we're taking into the Silas matchup. A wry grin on BDD's face, as we just saw there. All right, what is the option, Kellen? Give me the Pike. There it is. We knew it. We knew it. Insta-locked. And this is a lane that we've seen in the past many, many times and has been very powerful. It was an old T1 bottom lane from the Awesome Dude days. Of course, aiming no stranger to those times. But, you know, I think it was, who was it? Deft and Tucson that were playing together during that time on DRX. And that was when Deft was having a lot of Ziggs success. Didn't play with Kellen's Pike, but then played with Carrier's Pike afterwards.
Don't know if Kellen's going to quite hit that level.
I don't know whether he will either.
But doesn't necessarily need to equate the level of Carrier for this composition to work. I think the amount of poke that is available here for D+ is going to make the game very hard, but do wonder whether we're going to see a lot of attention towards the bot side of the map, as the Karma and Varus are still going to have a considerable amount of pressure. But outside of that, really feels like there should be a considerable amount of attention towards the early fights. You're looking for a skirmish where you can get your Yone ahead, as apparently today in Challengers, Ziggs and Pike were also picked by Hanwha Life, which they won. And also, I want to draw attention.
But wait, they were versus LSB, which is one of the lower tier teams in Challenger, and Hanwha Life Esports have been playing extraordinarily well, and it's Lua who is playing the Ziggs, who is a real up-and-coming god of the bottom lane. So
but
I think slightly skewed as far as the teams are concerned.
What I wanted to draw attention is that D+ tweeted, you will see what happens because when the older brother comes and protects the younger brother, because KT actually beats D+ in their undefeated streak, and now the big brothers have shown up here.
And KT and Challenger have been relatively consistent as well. It's such a strange time. Here we go, onto the Rift for Game 2. All right, here we are. And I think we just bore witness to the value already being claimed from us having a global broadcast of Challenger. Because now we know that when stuff is being picked in Challenger, we actually understand the context. Isn't it cool? It's very cool. I guess this is what you had last year. Yeah. But it's really nice for us to now have that as well.
I'm glad you guys joined me.
Yeah.
I can be annoying with me instead of just me being annoying alone.
Absolutely. I love being annoying.
I know. We've been working together for a while now, Atlas.
I feel like I'm almost like specifically adept at being annoying to you.
It's a perfect combination of I'm very easy to annoy when you're not the person, and you're very good at annoying. It actually it really amplifies. Yeah. Both of our respective best or worst qualities, depending how you look at it.
Yeah, no, I'd say best. 100%. As Cuz is going to be playing with the football skin here. Try not to go into it too much. As now, yeah, Kellen looking for BDD here. Okay, let's see whether this first ability is going to land. The flash already comes through. There's the Bone Skewer. Oh my goodness, they both wait for the autos, and there it is, the flash in, the surprise Teemo, and first blood for D+ Kia. Oh, and Lehens also misses that that first Q, which is subpar. Bouncing Bomb also going to go wide. And KT with a lot of control here of the bottom lane, but Kellen doing his job already.
Yeah, Showmaker getting an early kill in this matchup is not a good time for BDD. As mentioned, I was expecting it to be the 2v2.
Is that flash already from Lehens?
Yeah, and Kellen as well. Kellen is not wasting any time.
He's really getting stuff done. He's got a lot to prove, you know? This is, of course...
Oh god, I love this. Oh, that would be such a good punish from Cuz.
Well, let's see whether he can actually wrap around and get this one done. Going to start off by moving things into the jungle.
Okay, gonna take the less risky option. I was thinking maybe they want to go for a dive here when this wave does crash, but into Ziggs, it will always be kind of tough. Deft also still has the flash and has teleport as well, which means that even if you do pull it off, if it's not 100% clean...
Oh, I thought Canyon was going to come back and kill BDD again. Oh, that would be so rough. Yeah, D+ Kia, I think we're playing some serious weak side bottom lane here. As you can see, the vertical jungling is going to come through, and this could be really difficult for Kellen and Deft with all of the pressure that is available from Karma and Tavares.
I do think the one upside here is that when it comes to the ability to both get out of there, right, drop the wave and get back easily, Deft and Kellen are in a much better spot, and also the wave clear of Ziggs will help at least alleviate the timing that's available. Whereas on the flip side, Keen now is going to be isolated in the matchup that isn't fun when you have the threat of a jungler.
Yeah.
And there is no threat of a jungler, although looking at the trades, it's not feeling too bad thus far.
Yeah, Keen having a pretty good time up here, as it turns out. Canna, though, is going to be fine as this game goes on. As teleport comes back from Deft, and this is great timing from Cuz. Gets that ward over the wall. And now Kellen, he's going to slink underwater as the Bone Skewer comes in, just pulls Cuz back, looking to try and get a bit of free damage on the Maokai. And wave clear pretty good.
Yeah, it's so hard into Ziggs if you don't have a really big stacked up wave.
Well, here's the permafrost. It will connect onto Keen. Charges the Q, though, very nicely, and if Canyon was still in turret range, he would have been dead. Really well played by KT's top lane.
Very close. Ooh. Canyon, of course, did still a flash, so he was not impressed at all. He was, no, I'm fine. I'm out of range. No worries at all. But the flash being gone does mean that Kana can play even more aggressive, and by the end of it, the bot lane gold lead for aiming at least somewhat alleviates the lead that was built up by Kellen's level 1 roam, but still, when you have a Sejuani at it and you have this many good ultimates between the Yone ult, the Maokai ult, and the Varus ult for a Sylas coming off of a POG game, and you're getting the early lead into a Yone, you're going to be feeling real good.
Absolutely. Teleport still available for Showmaker here as well, so he's yet to go back. You can see the health bar kind of indicating that right now. Is the Unbound Soul from BDD will keep him relatively safe as this wave is going to push back. So Showmaker probably looking for that first back opportunity. The little wizard himself is also looking for that here, as Deft might go back for a recall now as well. Heads back towards his turret and is going to bounce his way away. So Canyon and Kellen, both of them.
Still no flash.
Yeah, wanting to punish.
Canyon has his.
Well, let's see what they can do. Chains are going to connect. Permafrost not quite landing there as BDD gets on in. Unbound Soul sort of helping here. As, all right, BDD keep himself alive.
Nicely done. Window not found here for D+, and as a result, BDD going to be able to get the 6 without getting hit again with an unfortunate gank. Deft, as a result of his early teleport, now able to get a base in. The most exciting, still sitting on a bunch of cookies and just a M-tone, but it's Ziggs, so he's fine. Yeah, just clearing the way.
And it's interesting, right? Because what Ziggs does to poke compositions is gives them scaling. He just does so much damage as the game goes on. As Canna, fighting against Kane, Canyon turns up and he's like, oh, I guess you're okay. And is just going to back away, looking for a potential dive opportunity as they do. Clear out this ward. Oh, not quite. Canyon's attack speed not quite high enough on the Sejuani, but he had his sweeper available. There it is. And he is going to be able to get rid of it in the end. Kind of with a fair bit of pressure. We'll see how many plates he's actually going to be able to claim this game. Currently, we're ticking towards 7 minutes, and this Drake is now looking to be an option for KT. Kellen moves over.
Best.
All right, Undertow gets Kellen out of there, but looks like KT should be able to grab this one. Canyon in the area, Deft with ult. Okay, Mega Inferno Bomb, an opportunity. Will he throw it in this Dragon Pit is the question, or will he look for the fight? As now Canyon moving over. It's a big ult from BDD. He grabs the Sejuani and she's just put down. Nothing that Canyon could do there at all. D plus Kia sort of just milling about a bit here.
Really well done there by BDD. Sets up that play. Canyon caught off guard, immediately gets CC chained as a high-speed train making its way back towards the top half. And D plus looking a little scatterbrained there. Do they want to go for it? Do they not? Eventually decides to try and contest the dragon after the setup from KT is already there, and Canyon die immediately. Not a lot to be done, some time wasted. And overall, KT looking really good here in this early game. Drake already going over and then trying to still contest here. Doesn't quite work out. Double man knock up into the immediate follow-up. Very well done.
Beautifully played. Is already here on the bottom side. Kellen is going to get snared. Wants to try and get out of there, but he's not going to be able to. Is aiming. Oh, the bouncing bomb. Not going to be enough there. Onto the Varus to try and answer. Deft has no mana now. And Lahens, if he gets another W, yeah, it's going to be very difficult for Deft to move. Aiming not really interested in getting any further forward, as the bouncing bombs will probably kill. As with the passive, not able to actually get the kill onto Lahens, as he had a potion ticking the entire time. And Deft has to flash.
And D plus kind of in shambles here, getting killed in the 2v2. Aiming, having yet another great game, is going for the unhit. Does have a double front line, so definitely the opportunity to get all those in. Although into D plus's comp with Ziggs and Jace, wonder to what extent he will be able to find a lot of application for that in late game fights. Oh, Deft!
Oh, the W empowered Q, and it does it! Aiming picks up the kills so easily, standing on a control ward there as well, and Deft is going to go down from off screen.
D plus just getting overwhelmed by KT as, oh, Kana might be in trouble here as well. Two-man goon squad. We've seen Lahens do this before, but no blast cone, unfortunately, and for Karma, a little bit harder to get over the wall.
Yeah, here's the Nature's Grasp. His Cuz going to flash towards it. All right, let's see whether Kana survives this one. The Q's going to come in. Lahens will join as, yeah, he tries to turn it around. It's not going to really do anything. They don't have a lot of damage, so it takes a while. But the Jace dies in the end. That is another kill. Showmaker throws down the ulti here. BDD gets out, but the Bone Skewer is going to pull him back again, but still, not enough damage to take down the Yone this time.
And BDD has been targeted relentlessly this game, and besides the level 1, has been completely fine. The cross-map plays work very well, and the gold lead that was once there for Kana now has been completely removed. As overall, KT looking really, really good. It's easy to forget that in the previous game, up until the mid-game, they were matching D+.
Oh, 100%.
Completely.
And it was their defensive play. It was their ability to
no
see what D plus Kia does and then react accordingly. They've done so yet again.
Look at the response.
Yeah, Aiming has Ghost available. The Canyon's down here.
We're still going to go through a bit.
Yeah, there he goes. Glacial Prison comes in. There's the ulti, actually. And Kellen is going to make sure that they grab it as... Oh, Chains of Corruption holds onto the Sejuani, and he gets one back. Now Lahen's moving down. Teleport going to be utilized to get him out of here. And yeah, it does do so, as the CC is not going to quite be enough. As now Keen turns up with 1 billion health and looks to eradicate Kana from the map. Sion seems to be doing just fine up here in the top lane, as Kana with no flash and is just going to be moved back towards his outer turret. This is a very happy Sion.
Also note that with the changes to Eclipse, there is no longer a Vamp Scepter in the build path, and the Omni-Vamp is gone as well. And as a result, champions like Jace, when they take trades like this, actually are in a much worse position than they were previously. Can't sustain back up nearly as easily because of Doran's Blade, so that's, you know, that's something.
There you go.
But overall, not looking too odd as the roam to mid from Keen here.
Yep, Showmaker does have an ultimate. He's going to use it real quick just to get back towards his turret.
Hey,
gives him the
unstoppable.
Yeah, it gives him the unstoppable. So that's why he didn't really need to use it for all that long. As now Canna is going to be gifted a bunch more gold as these plates will fall down. So Keen getting Arctic assaulted here. But B2D is going to follow up. Now Canna wants to be able to get this second last plate on this turret. There's the ulti, and I've seen this before. Canyon in a whole lot of trouble. Permafrost ain't going to get you out of this one. Even the minions are mad as Keen picks up the kill in the end. 6-2 is the kill score. KT relentless.
And D+ unable to get taken down on two sides of the map because while that the top play is happening and Canyon dies, simultaneously on the bottom half of the map, Aiming is still getting more and more gold. The threat of Cuz alone is enough. They're going to pick up a second Drake, and the gold scaling, sure, D+ still have a lot of tools there, but the early to mid game, KT is just outplaying them across the board. BDD is soaking pressure, Aiming and Lens are winning the 2v2, and Keen and Cuz are not bothered at all, and very rapidly scaling into insanely tanky front lines.
Oh yeah. Keen is just going to be massive this game. Canna is going to be tickling him as this game goes on.
Yeah, and for D+, they will of course have a Ziggs, which is okay at taking down tanks, but it's not amazing, and your only other option if Keen decides to build MR is a Jace, which not going to have the best of time as this. BDD's roams have really been, I think, a big reason, and he's had Canyon's number this entire game.
Yeah. Keen now as well, soaking a bunch of pressure. You can see a lot of friends.
We're gooning.
Up here, exactly right. This last plate will go down as Canna is going to push towards the turret. There's the W activation, and yeah, he'll manage to get that one. But the trade is for the mid lane outer, and that's a very valuable turret. This minion wave still here is Kellen over the wall, Bone Skewer, not going to do anything as the train has left the station. Choo-choo! Yeah, mind the gap. And Aiming now here in the bottom lane does have to deal with the Mega Inferno Bomb.
Ziggs, baby!
There we go. Can't take my turret. Not if there are no creeps. Beautifully done. Leandri's already complete here.
Oh, D+.
Okay. There's no more ultimate available. It's okay. We're going to knock him up. There's the Permafrost. The ulti is sort of a fadeaway as Lehens turns up. D+ Kia not going to bite off more than they can chew. And Aiming this time finds another minion wave, and Def doesn't have another ultimate. And so therefore, that tower should go down. Bouncing bomb avoided by BDD nicely. And so they're able to stave off the pressure once again.
With the amount of hard engage that's available for KT, it really is going to rely on how well Showmaker, Canyon, and Def can disengage his Lehens.
Here's a Nature's Wrath. Yeah, let's see whether Canyon survives this one. Winter's Wrath coming through, and this is a Sejuani that is very far behind. You can see 30 CS, which is a large amount of camps. And so KT, very happily able to wrestle control of this river, and will grab themselves the second Herald. They've grabbed 2 Drakes as well. The Soul going to be a Cloud, as 2,000 gold in the lead is Aiming. My goodness.
Yeah, and we saw last game that top lane leads.
Yeah.
Do they matter?
And also, if it's a Scion, like, does he care if he's behind in gold? No.
No. And that means that Volcana will still be able to do considerable amounts of damage to the squishier members. How many of those actually are there? Because there is Double Shield Bow, and there is Maokai, Scion, and Karma. So you lose a lot of the value that normally the Jace would provide you, and then everything's going to come down to your AP carries, which makes the itemization a lot easier for KT. And with a lead, that D+ composition doesn't really care as much, but without one, I think you lose a lot of your late game edge until you get to like the late game. You know, Ziggs is so fat to the point that nothing that happened before matters, but I don't think KT is going to let D+ get there. Cloud Drake, minute and a half, and looking at the spikes, I think KT is a lot stronger here. Wave clear is good, sure, but actually contesting for D+, I think, should be very tough.
Yeah, And D+ being able to fight in the neutral is going to be really important, right? Because they need to get that poke down. They need to make sure that KT can't just pull the trigger. But KT have so many options for that. They press R buttons on both Sion and Maokai, and they're just psyched about it as aiming's going to flash. Glacial Prison not going to quite connect, but getting the flash from the Varus, very important here.
Oh, and Ghost. That's costly.
Yeah. Cuz not going to take too much damage here from Deft. Does have Leandri's and Blasting One. Isn't really doing that much as Kellen down very, very low. Showmaker picks up a Chains of Corruption as Shirley going to dive towards this turret. Nature's Grasp comes out as Canyon. Going to get snared up. Deft not going to be though, as the Mega Inferno Bomb is going to be able to lock that one down. Flash from Cuz gets him out of the way, is now Keen going to get booped back by the charge. Explosive charge. I believe that's what it's called.
There is an obnoxious amount of
dot
canceling
as well, which is Tristana.
Yeah, there's an obnoxious amount of canceling for Keen because it's both Pike and there's Deft as well. You could even throw an ultimate, but if you're throwing an ultimate from Canyon into Sion, then KT's already won. You know, you don't mind that one bit.
Showmaker splitting here towards this top side, and DK, I guess, do have that 1-3-1 ability as well, with the fact that the Jace tears through turrets so quickly. Even if Keen gets to be too much for him to deal with, if Kana ever finds that moment in a side lane, then turrets just kind of fall over in front of him.
Yeah, a bigger problem is I don't know if Kana can match BDD, because both Showmaker and Kana should be decent into Keen up until the point where Keen is just going to Wave Flare and not really care anymore. But the Yone Showmaker, maybe, is ahead in terms of gold, so maybe he can find that 1v1, but for a Jace, I don't think he's going to have a really good time, especially not when BDD finishes his second item. Although that is still a fair amount away, I assume he's now going to go into IE, went for an early Zeal, just for the extra attack speed. And as we pointed out, kind of happened right in front of us, but the early pickup here of the soul point does mean that KT, maybe not getting the best soul, but if you look at their champions, I think still plenty of value to be found there.
100%.
And obviously you're happy.
Don't need to convince me of the value of a Cloud Soul. Also gets them towards an Elder Drake, even faster. Which is great, isn't it, KT fans? We're feeling real psyched about that.
Because they love the frill.
We'll try to keep that out of our minds. We'll just try not to think about it. As here towards this bottom side, Canyon's going to channel the back as aiming. And he's going to go for a bit of a journey. But still going to be able to grab that turret very comfortably. Showmaker returns the favor by pushing this wave in towards the inner. But D+ Gear trading down in this mid-game, absolutely.
And the one thing you need to avoid at all costs when you're KT is the same thing that happened in the last game, where one person dies, just saying hello, or one person dies, and you start a chain of trying to help the person that died last, and then dying yourself, because that's what ended the game last time around. That and a big, like, mega wombo between Showmaker, Deft, and Kalin are the main ways that D+ can get an immediate angle back into this game. Otherwise, you're really relying on, you know, Baron flips, Elder flips, things that KT, of all teams, should stay very far away from.
Yeah. Arm's length is not far enough. The Showmaker is going to have Rod of Ages tick up, but that only equalizes.
These long arms.
That's true. He does have long arms.
Does he have the longest arms in League?
No
Maybe
idea.
it's Zach?
Maybe. I don't know that, I mean, size in League of Legends is kind of relative, isn't it?
Yeah, because it probably would
like
be Aurelion Soul.
Yeah, or Malphite. It's like the size of a mountain.
But in League.
Yeah, in League, probably.
On our screen.
Yeah, I would say that Ivan's probably up there as far as arm length is concerned.
Thank you, Atlas.
Yeah, you're welcome. I think it was a pretty accurate assessment of the length of arms here in League of Legends.
So is that far away enough that KT needs to stay for Baron? One Ivan arm? Or still no?
No, there's no distance far enough when you're talking about KT and keeping their distance from a flip. That's why we see so many flips. Showmaker going to complete his Zhonya's. Going to be relatively tanky, going to be a little bit frustrating to deal with. A lead for Kana still exists there towards the top side, but you can see the Varus is the bigger problem. This time going the on-hit variety. We haven't seen it be all that valuable, and we'll see whether aiming's going to be able to get more out of it this time around. Gives you the ability to build the Wit's End. I really like that portion.
Yeah, Wit's End is amazing in this game. In terms of the value that you'll be able to get, as we already mentioned, the only 80 damage dealer is going to be Kana and Kalin, but isn't really something that you have to take into account too much when it comes to itemization. And the downside of this, of course, is that you are going to spike very hard, like he has right now on 2 items. And then you're going to spike okay when your Ginso's done, like right now, and then that's kind of it.
Yeah, it does get more difficult to...
Yeah, it doesn't really go beyond that free item spike. Of course, you'll still add more damage, but doesn't quite have the oomph of, say, an Infinity Edge finish or Rabadon's finish on an AP.
Yep, does have the Mikhail's backup here from
Lance is such a bro.
He is definitely a bro. Giving me Kyle vibes from yesterday. And with the Ghost, definitely going to be very happy about that. I think Mercurial Scimitar might be something worth looking at as well, just because you're relying on these auto attacks so much. You're going to need to keep yourself in the fight. As Q going to get charged here from Keen, looks for Showmaker, Chains of Corruption at the ready. Bouncing Bomb going to be avoided. This poke from D+ Kia, that is what you need to keep your eye on. Cannon not in the area.
He's a lot of gold.
Yeah,
they're looking for a big back here.
Okay, Callan looks for the Bone Skewer, doesn't get it. And there's the Cyrilda's already completed by Canna. The Bouncing Bombs need to land though. As the charge comes on in, Bone Skewer is going to miss as well. BDD looking for that flank angle.
Good dodges from KT here.
Absolutely. Keen is a brick wall, able to stand in front of them. And yeah, they can get hit by a minefield a little bit, but these Bouncing Bombs need to land. Mega Inferno Bomb, that comes through. That's got to land. Canna has to hit these Shock Blasts, and right now KT's health bars are pretty high.
Yeah, they're feeling fine. They're not bothered at all, and their hard engage is amazing.
Yeah, Canyon going to move forward. That's all right. Minefield, kind of annoying to deal with. As Aiming's going to move back towards this river. What is the answer? Kellen finds that flank angle, gets some vision down. BDD immediately moves over towards him, though. See whether Kellen can get out of there. Able to slink underwater and will be all right. As okay, Deft and Canna move on in. There is the Drake. Nature's Grasp comes down. That's going to be the Varus locking down that dragon as Kellen going to flash to get out of the way of BDD's ultimate. He's going to be able to create the distance, but Keen is tanking so beautifully. Chains of Corruption means that Canyon cannot follow up as Cuz has to flash to get over the wall, but they've locked down the Drake already. And D+ Gear just seem to not have an answer. Cuz getting taken down low now, though, as the train will come in. Doesn't get the value, but now KT are going to swoop in. Canna trying to get himself back. Canyon flashes away. Showmaker looks for Lehens on the flank, but it's Canna that's left to the Wolves. Showmaker gets over the wall. Lehens just flashes after him. I don't know about that one, buddy, but it's still gonna work out. Just maybe. Lehens is battling in the back of the pit. He finally goes down. And that was just crazy. It's 1-for-1 in the end, but the Drake goes to KT, and that is Cloud Soul.
By the end of it, even though it was a bit of a back and forth, is a win here for KT. They pick themselves up the Drake. It's 8 of 4 people who secures it, as must have been nicely timed there with Cuz. Kalin doing a really good job here of drawing attention to himself, but the problem is that he's drawing attention, but nothing is happening because they can't actually kill anyone. This is exactly the problem of D+ with how the early game is played out. KT has 2 unkillable characters, and eventually, sure, there'll be a point. I also don't think that Kana has a Cyrilda's here yet, so you don't have Cyrilda. Oh, he does. Just finished it before this then. But even then, that's worse, actually, with him having it done and not finding any damage there. Lehens gives you a freebie, which is nice of him, I guess. But overall, you get the soul, find yourself a considerable amount of value there. And up until we see, say, a death cap for Deft, I don't think that the KT frontline is going to care at all. And fights are going to look exactly the same as what we saw here.
The thing that's a little bit of a worry for KT fans
is that they're in a good position.
Well, is A, that they're in a good position, but also they're not in that good of a position. It's 2,000 gold, which isn't a large amount, as Keen's going to drive into the mid lane as Showmaker throws out BDD's ultimate. BDD doesn't really mind about it too much as now Showmaker running away of the Nature's Grasp. Does have his Zhonya's available. Mega Inferno Bomb comes in. The ultimate from Kellen's gonna miss, and BDD, he'll survive. Showmaker does the same thing as now Lahen's gonna have to run out of there. Keen getting taken down low. The Zombie Scion will not be here this time though, as he's going to live. Kingslayer from Showmaker keeps him up as well, but it's a triple kill for aiming on the backside of the fight. And KT get the moment this game.
And beautifully done there by KT. Looks a little iffy initially, but aiming, man, on this Varus, really making us appreciate the lethal tempo, the on-hit variety.
8-1 and 0.
Yeah, it's easy vote. Easy voting this time around. As for D+, they make it look close, but it's not that close. And the lead that you were hoping for KT to grow, we just now delivered.
Yeah.
And overall, this is a big moment of what ifs. What if Showmaker hits his ultimate here and BDD and Keen don't both sidestep? What if they have a little bit more damage?
What if
this ultimate actually hits?
What if
BDD
Kellen
dies?
actually kills BDD? Yeah, that's the big one.
That's the one that you're going to be looking out for. But even like, look how close it gets her. And like, Lahen's barely living. We're going to see Keen barely living. And this is payout for KT from the leads that they've been building all game.
God, this Varus. Ah, he does so much damage.
Yeah, his wits end is one. He really doesn't care.
Yeah, I don't know what a Ziggs is supposed to do when he's walking at you. He's now got a Bloodthirster as well. He's got a Potion of Wrath.
Oh, love the itemization choice here.
Yeah, that is
taking anything.
He's very scary, and yep. This is a ramp that could definitely shoot you somewhere nice. As KT move towards this inner turret, Showmaker has a Chains of Corruption. They may have one fight left in him, but the money not really there anymore. Down 5,000 gold. Soul not going to be there. Minute and a half on the Elder, but KT should be able to provide themselves with enough control of the area to avoid any sort of flip situation as D+ Kia lying in wait, looking for that opportunity.
I love her, like, just avoid the flip, KT.
That's all we need to focus on. That's all we need to focus on.
Well, it's true, though. If they don't flip, they should have a very, very strong grip on this game that's not going anywhere. Still have the Baron buff for a perfect amount of time. If you can get yourself an inhibitor, set that up, get that Elder, then continue shoving.
Yep, well, fine. The ulti going to be buffered beautifully by Keen. Avoids the Glacial Prison nicely. And now, Nature's Grasp is going to come through. Canyon will tank it for the rest of his team. If he gets knocked up, he's taking so much damage. Keen going to get pulled back as the Sejuani is able to get herself out of there, but now not going to be that front line that they need to stand behind. Inhibitor goes down first. KT can now back away.
That's one.
Yeah, BDD Unbound Soul, but we'll take a fair bit of poke off on the back end. There is the Bone Skewer onto the Cannon Minion. Not sure about that one. The turret falls down as now Nature's Grasp, picked up by Showmaker, is going to slow down Keen. He gets the Mikhails though, and that will get him out of there.
Oh, they've taken a lot of damage though. Don't forget, Elder is up.
Yeah, Mega Inferno Bomb coming in. Let's see whether D+ Kia can stop them from being able to reset. 17 seconds. If D+ Kia win this game, it'd be the most KT situation ever for KT. I don't think anything has been more KT than this.
They should be okay.
Oh no.
I think they're fine. Right?
I hope so.
No, they should be. Right? They retake control. There's an inhibitor down, so someone from D+ has to always respond.
I got very worried for a moment there. Very, very worried.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure any KT fan with you.
Yeah. Kellen tries to get out of here. D+ Kia are going to start this one off as, BDD is going to be able to lock down Kellen. The train will park itself over here towards D+ Kia as they're trying to flip for it. Let's see whether they can do enough damage to this Elder. BDD makes his way in, and it is a bloodbath. It is a disaster, and Cuz will pick up the Elder. This game is over. We are going to a game 3. KT come alive off the back of BDD's amazing performance in the early game defensively and aiming, shooting everyone in the head all game long.
Beautiful game by KT. D+ with a creative draft, unable to get anything out of the early games. A lot of plays not quite working out, and KT just say, we don't care. Keen and Cuz, a frontline masterclass and aiming, showcasing that if you give him the space, he can make magic happen. Nice game.
He certainly can. Really beautifully done. KT, also imagine how that smite would have felt from Cuz. That's catharsis right there. Feels absolutely fantastic. Completely unnecessary. They'd already won the fight before the Drake even went down, but still
doesn't matter.
Still feels good. He's the jungler. Do you know what happened? He smited the Elder, and he managed to pick it up. And KT will now bring us to a deciding game, and they have the momentum behind them as well. Isn't it great to see, like,
yes,
in the last game, BDD doing basically nothing, and then in this game, have so much pressure on him and still perform.
They do have momentum. They don't have side selection. And given how a lot of our games have played out, though, that will be...
Oh, that is a buzzkill, isn't it?
Well, am I wrong, though?
No, of course you're not wrong.
That's the problem with...
You're not wrong.
A lot of teams have shown considerable aptitude for being able to win on one side. The funny thing is that side does kind of shift depending on who is good at what champion.
Yeah.
But there's a reason why we've seen so many 2-1s in recent days, especially between teams that are matched. Regardless of the eventual outcome of this match, KT have a great draft, and the funniest part is this is not about them doing damage. This is about them taking no damage.
This damage graph is about as irrelevant as ever.
That's almost did more than aiming.
Yeah. Aiming, not going for the same build as last time around, so obviously not going to just be shooting off high-powered piercing arrows and just doing damage in the team fights. And we saw that was where things were pretty impressive. We are going to go to another break, though. Then it's going to be the space, and that deciding game number 3.
바로 하죠. 야, 너 비벼.
야, 쌈 보자.
나 세주 손으로 해야 돼.
쌈 보자.
야, 그냥 드래곤 계속 치면
들어가. 잡아.
들어가. 야, 세주.
잡아. 앞으로 가.
왔어. 스타일 높을.
잡았어. 게임 끝내자. 라인.
바텀으로 가자. 아, 전판 이렇게 됐어야 되는데. 미안하다, 얘들아.
한판 힘내보자.
Decent scatter is going to come through as now Dudu taking control of Cuz. He's very tanky, but Bulldog is keeping everybody else locked down. And yeah, Cuz is there to be tanky, but it just does not work out. And now Dudu can do what he wants. He finds the Q. The final chapter comes down, and this could be a penta. We've got a Quadra already, and there it is! Pentakill for Taeun! Because Bulldog's teleported in. He's finding free autos now, and he's shooting so fast with the rapid fire cannon. Enforced Alcove Gaming is just limping away from this fight. BDD is going to die as an afterthought as the reset comes through. Bulldog grabs the pickup. He's going to let his team take care of the rest of it as he's just jumping a billion times.
It's an official T1 Baron. A lot of damage will come through, but here comes a massive knock-up. The three of them just sitting against the wall. Owner will take the Baron down, but the rest of the team goes down and no cash-in. Duck Dom in a little bit of trouble. Zeka goes forward. He's going to get knocked up. There's that gnaw. It's going to help him. A massive knockup from Kingin, trying to zone them away, but everybody jumps in, and it's a steal from Flynn. They get the Elder, and we see Viper now.
Before he gets here, though, and the answer is no, as Pace gonna flash to get out of the way of the chains. The Emperor's Divide gonna be picked up. The Gnaw is not massive, but the Emperor's Divide is! And Closer will tear them all up! He's gonna bounce on top of the Renekton, goes golden beautifully, and Chovy is still alive. Can he get it done? Another Emperor's Divide!
That's where the fireworks are really going to be, is one more time.
Another one, and this time it's going to connect on to Peanut. As cease and desist comes in, but Bertle's still going to be able to grab that kill. That is real comfy.
It just isn't going to work.
Oh, Wallop, Gnar into the wall. Closer taking a lot of damage. Petrifying Gaze. And he escapes! Now pays off to the side, but he presents a huge target. But maybe he's exactly the target that Gen G wants, distracting the rest of Live Sandbox. There's the Prowler's Claw we were looking for, and the triple kill for Gen G. Gonna flash, as there's the final chapter. Morgan just pushes them away, tries to get them out of the pit, gets in there, Karras, he locks down the Elder, bro! They have the big buff, but the big damage belongs to Keen! And KT say we need no dragon! If you're in the death chamber, you still lose!
Hello and welcome back to the space. We are here after game number 2 that KT was able to snatch away from the side of DK, making this a series on our hands. What did you think about the draft to start this one off, Wolf?
Well, I wasn't honestly big sold on the Ziggs Pyke. I thought there's definitely some win conditions here. You can play weak side where Pyke's roaming around the map trying to make impact here in some of these tougher lane matchups. You know, especially with the Yone coming through, you're like, all right, I can relieve some of the pressure there. Put the Yone behind us, we did see very early on in the game. And then Ziggs has teleport, right? So he could just teleport back to lane, clear waves on non-stop, and hopefully prevent the Varus from getting too much plate gold and getting too far ahead. Because that is one of your weak points, obviously, in this draft is the Varus Karma can constantly push, especially when Pyke is not there. And when he is there, he does very little because he's a melee support here into this range poke and wave clear. If you could stave the pressure, if you could survive the early game, feel pretty good about your chances about getting this Ziggs scaled up and breaking through that Scion front line. But unfortunately for D plus Kia, the early game was anything but stable. They lost a ton of control of the map and made some over proactive plays that KT punished repeatedly, and then KT's lead ballooned. And then from that point on, it's so difficult to break back through the Scion front line.
Yeah, absolutely it was. The comp would have been okay if they were even or ahead, of course, but from behind did struggle a bit. And we can take a look at how KT got ahead in this one as we go into highlight number 1. And yeah, I mean, Infernal Drake was started, and you see that DK like, that's not allowed. We must fight this. And Honestly, it was just a lot of plays like this where they're just getting extremely aggressive and it backfires on them.
Yeah, backfire is I think the best word for this, right? Like this is a moment where you see an opportunity. Like I played Pyke, I think there's an opportunity to grab a kill here under the Varus. It's wrong, and then Def loses flash actually after that play trying to be aggressive, then it gets caught here by this Varus over the wall. And then this play is perhaps the most puzzling of all because you've already dropped the Herald here. You're trying to force this, and just like you already got your value, you already got your Jace ahead from this one, and then
wait, there's more.
Doubling down on this play topside here to try to get this Jace further ahead, like just no map vision, no reads here. In a lot of ways, I felt like D plus Kia were like, I'm the better team, I'm on autopilot, let's just play around where we can get some advantages on the map, especially topside, and this gave so much gold over to KT early.
Yeah, and KT played it really well. I mean, every single time there was an aggressive play, KT were right there. I think that Cuz's positioning in this game was fantastic. He was always on the top side, funnily enough, to just stave off the pressure, make sure that Jace didn't get too far ahead, which at the end of the game, I mean, kind of did insane damage, and he was actually in a pretty good spot, but it actually didn't matter when it came to the 5v5s, which we are going to get into highlight number 2 and kind of show off what happens when, you know, you get behind rather with this comp.
Trying to set up here as D plus for turret take, right? You're able to do it, you have the Ziggs here, you have a ton of damage, and then you get greedy going, all right, turret's down, we can make this play happen. They stolen Yone ultimate. Backfires big time, Showmaker is isolated, just barely gets caught by this root. And at the same time, Kellen is trying to go in for the execute punish here, and with the shield coming through, he actually just totally botches it. It doesn't actually hit there, he goes down. This huge overextension, like D plus Kia feeling the desperation here. With this comp, you have a Sylas who can steal a Yone ult. You have obviously the power of that Pyke execute, but their comp is still kind of somewhat poke based, right? You have a Jace, you have a Ziggs, but in this case their identity feels somewhat broken because they're trying to all in and dive with a comp that has so much backloaded damage.
Yeah, and then you're doing insane amounts of damage because they did have a lot of damage on DK's side, even though they were behind, they were doing so much to the Scion, and there's also a Maokai, so you're never quite able to hit the squishy backline ever, even when they do go that far deep into those team fights, so was a really rough time for the side of DK, and I think that KT, a lot of the fights seemed pretty wild. Like a lot of the team fighting that they go for is just kind of insane. Like even the Elder flip, you know, where DK were just on the pit and KT were just trying to wipe him out entirely. DK did go for blue.
Yeah,
so
I think that's pretty wise considering the value of the Maokai, the Ashe pick that has to be played around. There's just so many strong first picks right now on this patch and on the previous one, but we've kind of zeroed in a little bit right now with some of the 80 carries falling off, with Heimerdinger falling off. Some other things to mention, you asked for this stat earlier, we actually had almost 30,000 damage tanked by Scion, so 952 per minute in that game. Keen might get some POG votes, Rogue here, because he did so much for them and weak-sided on the top side so extremely well. Additionally, you and I wanted to talk a little bit about Def's build, because he went for the tier but didn't build it into Seraphs, had to go Void Staff second because of the Jack shows, so really slowing down his damage in this game where he was already so far behind, then went for the Oblivion Orb later on.
Yeah.
Just really kind of having pieces of a lot of items and just never really having that big poke impact with the Jace on the top side.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, especially if you're behind, I think this is something, you know, itemization is always a huge topic, especially for Korean League of Legends. I think that you absolutely need to try to make your build as efficient as possible, right? Not all these like side items. You're behind, you need as much gold as possible into as much raw damage as possible. Didn't quite see that, but either way, guys, let's take a look at the POG here for the side of KT for game number 2. It will be the aiming POG.
There was a lot of damage output here by aiming, and he had a massive lead. I will be a little bit sad if we don't get a split vote, though, because I think a lot of what he did was take the leads that were given to him. I mean, this is one of his most proactive plays, right? This is a huge play from him, and this kill here on the Deft is actually massive because it takes away a lot of his gold. And then this play where he actually trades back a kill with the Chains of Corruption onto Canyon is, you know, it's massive for him. That's his really only death of the game, but he still turns it into a proactive play. And then in these moments where he's set up by the Scion, just does a ton of damage, right? Like it's a boom boom damage vote, but I think without him and without the lead he had, some of these fights get a little bit weirder because he can't actually keep up with some of that damage coming through from Ziggs and Jace, but he just had so much agency in this game.
He absolutely did, as 9 out of 11, and you can see that one vote for Keen did come through as well as one vote in the mid lane for BDD.
BDD saved a lot of those topside plays, like a lot of those overextensions from Canyon and crew where they're trying to dive the Scion. Like BDD was always there, so really respect that vote a lot, actually.
Absolutely had a great game on the Yone even after getting dove, or ganked, I suppose, early on. But that's going to do it, guys, for this episode of The Space. Let's go back to the casters now for game number 3.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And yes, here we are for the decider between D+ Kia and KT. And I was accused of something, Chronicler, that was utilizing an E-word, or at least my tone being related to an E-word. And I just want to say, I'm feeling none of those things for KT at this point in time. It is going to be an even game 3.
That's still one, that's still an E-word. And secondly, I gotta say, Atlas, that's your job.
What?
To be, well, I'm not gonna say it, but to be enthusiastic.
That's an E-word.
Yeah,
so
that's your job.
It's Chronicler's fault. It's not mine. It's Chronicler's fault. Just need to make sure
I'm not
we got that one down on record.
Trying to save you here, bud.
I know, you just got to use it's avoiding the wordage that's the difficult part. I don't even know whether you're allowed to say E-word, because E-word, like you say, if hyphenated, is an E-word. So we're just ruined, basically. D+ Kia going to move over to the blue side. Blue side, 100% win rate thus far today. And so an advantage for them. But we've seen both sides be powerful. Here on this patch, it does feel like blue is definitely better. But we'll see what KT have cooked up for us.
I've seen the side selection priority really switch depending on how proficient people are on certain champions. And most notably, to me, the blue side ability to simultaneously secure a lot of the top tier champions that don't really have a direct counter, and red side, unless they can, you know, pick up a Sejuani Ashe 1-2, generally feeling like they need to kind of go for big swings to try and salvage the situation, like we saw D+ do in that previous game, and then it doesn't work. And then the overall outcome is unfortunate. Maokai B1 still available here if that is not taken away. Otherwise, early Caitlyn pickup seeming likely here for D+. Even with Deft not snowballing, they were able to very reliably play around it in team fights. That is really where you see the experience of the individual player come through as well.
So Varus is going to be banned away here. This is going to probably force a Caitlyn ban. I just don't think that there's anything that can lane against it that will be left available if they leave it up. They banned Lucian, but the Maokai then gets through. And I think leaving Caitlyn, Maokai, both of them available, is going to pose a very difficult question for D+ Kia. Now, that question is so easy.
I actually wouldn't have hated,
thank goodness,
if they left open both the Lucian, the Caitlyn, and the Maokai, because then you get 2 out of 3.
That's what I mean. Yeah. That's why seeing this Maokai ban is like, I'm kind of mind blown, because it does make your drafting a lot more difficult.
Well,
maybe the Maokai in the hands of Canyon is just too difficult to deal with.
Do they go Nami or Lucian first here? My opinion, Nami is always the correct call if you do want to go for the duo.
Or do they just Jhin?
Well, he should
try
definitely
to survive. I hope it's not alongside this.
Yeah, it's happening.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Well, hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened yet.
No better way, as we get again the arcane combo PogChamp. There's no better way to sap Atlas's enthusiastic attitude about anything. Okay, this is better.
This is much better. I like this a lot. Okay. I was a little bit worried for a moment, but then I remembered it's aiming, and he very much enjoys some Ezreal, and I also enjoy some Ezreal. So they're going to pick that one up, and they've formed the core of a very flexible composition here with the Sejuani, Karma, and Ezreal. A lot of things that you can do with this comp. Don't need to worry about peel or things like that. I'd like to see a lot of, dive and split push and stuff like that from KT's draft. We may get a chance to see that. Bottom lane, going to be really, really rough. Vi into Sejuani has also been difficult for the Sejuani, but otherwise I think they might be able to find some avenues in. Is K'Sante going to be banned away?
Big upside is that the lethality of the combo Lux and Caitlyn at least somewhat mitigated with the Arcane Shift, buys you a lot more space. For Karma, that's still not going to be the case, and the all-in overall from this jungle duo combined with the bot lane, or from the jungle combined with the bot lane duo rather, is still very tough to deal with. If anything lands ever, you are immediately going to be in very deep trouble, as Kassadin going to get taken away here to prevent an R5 Kassadin. The Rise, which to me signals that maybe KT wants to pick up an R4 Mage here and then give the counter pick over to Keen, which I wouldn't hate. I think Kana has been kind of there today, but Keen really has been looking like the better top laner, even in the match that they lost. But 100%. Top lane also doesn't really matter. Even in the previous game, where Keen played exceptional, he was but a small part of the puzzle.
I thought that his Sion play was actually fantastic, but Keen is going to lock in the Jax, and this could still be BDD's Twisted Fate. You know, you never know. We might be playing that 1-3-1. We might be splitting the map.
He's done it already, this split, and it works expertly.
Oh, this would be really fun. Less fun, but, you know, more standard. As the Nara is going to come in. Nah, Victor, is it happening?
Victor blind is a risk, but is it into BDD? It's going to be the Sylas instead.
I like it.
Ooh, I gotta say, now BDD can go into the Victor here if he wants to, even though Sylas, of course, out of lane is still going to have a big impact. Will at the very least be shoved in for most of it.
You pick up the Sylas, though, so that you don't give a Sylas to a team that is facing a Gnar. I think that's a little bit dangerous here, as BDD is going to lock it away again. The Yone in that mid lane. And now they do have that double melee alongside the Sejuani, but they have basically 0 magic damage. So a lot of armor is going to be built here by D+ Kia, and it does put a bit of a time limit on KT's composition.
It really does, but up until you reach that time limit, man, you got incredible 2v2 between the Sejuani with either of her mid or top laner. You have a ton of mobility in the fights. You have a very self-sufficient AD carry. On the flip side, when it comes to priority, Kana, Deft, and Kellen all should have the shove. And it will again free up Canyon. We saw in game number 1 that Canyon, with a lot of free space, can definitely get the better hand. But the over-aggression that was there in game number 2 for D+, if that comes to fruition here as well, and they make a couple of ill-advised plays that backfire, if any of Jax, Yone, snowball, the game becomes excruciatingly difficult.
Certainly does. We'll just have to see whether KT can get that together, because now the pressure is on them. The pressure is on them to make things happen in this game, and we've seen that that is not where they thrive. They thrive in answering their opposition and then playing accordingly, right? They often play to their opponent and what their opponent is trying to do. They have a good answer to it, and then they play from there. This time around, I think they're going to have to be on the front foot, and into this composition is going to be difficult but necessary based on how it is all put together. Deft on Caitlyn once again. We mentioned that this is a bit of a no-no. KT, they're not going to listen to us, as of course they know Deft fairly well. Played for their organization for quite some time. But certainly a lot of pressure now on KT. Let's see whether they can live up to it. We hop into the rift. All right, here we are, making our way down the lanes. It's already aiming going to take a bit of damage. I think he was forced to take E first as well, which doesn't feel great for grabbing lane control. But lane control, was it going to be a thing into Lux Caitlyn? Not entirely sure. Now, we were talking about the fact that this is an all AD composition. Yes, they will build all AD items, but there is magic damage that is going to be coming through from champions like the Ezreal and the Jax and things like that. Yeah, a little bit. Somewhat, well, kind of.
Depends. Maybe Keen will go into more of a hybrid build, pick up a Zhonya early on, which I would not mind. Also, Yone, of course, having a little bit of magic damage in his kit, but still the overwhelming amount of damage that will come through from KT can be mitigated by D+. Then again, looking at the builds, it's really just going to be Kana and Canyon. Showmaker can pick up a Zhonya's again, which will be nice. Mercs, Zhonya's, both very strong items into the KT comp. Just looking at the runes here. Again, the Aftershock to come through for Canyon. And no really big surprises outside of that. Bunch of Scorchers. It's a deft. Yeah.
They're going to be gathering the storms. You love to see it.
And I'm very excited to see what build Aiming goes for here. Because this patch has given rise to some other Ezreal builds. You can also go for Essence Reaver into Quick Blades. You can go still for the builds that we have seen for the longest time. Picking up the early Mana Mune as well. So excited to see what it'll actually end up being.
Yep, Deft gonna miss one CS, but they grab themselves level 2 and should retain control of this wave. Aiming just looking to pick up minions as they head towards the turret. And yeah, that loosened Singularity. A little bit frustrating here to deal with. I believe Aiming might have been tagged by a Q from Kellen as well. KT just playing back, trying to survive, doing the best that they can.
Yeah, especially with E first Ezreal, you're not doing anything. You're not touching that wave, unfortunately. Finally hit level 2.
There it is, finally a Q. Very nicely done, but I'm glad we mentioned that and caught it at the beginning of the game, because forcing the Arcane Shift really did make sure that DK had this lane exactly where they wanted it.
God. Yeah. Oh, love this from Keen.
Yeah, he's just going to dive onto Canyon, who does manage to get the blue buff, but at what cost, ladies and gentlemen? Keen not going to be flashing or anything like that. Vault Breaker is going to get Canyon out of there, and he's immediately going to go back.
Good use of the prio there by Keen. Very well aware that there isn't really a big way to counteract that, as Devi very reliant on autos, and Keen says, ha, I'm Jax. You're not going to auto me. And, ooh, trap being set up here.
Yeah.
Take it back, but
Ward goes in. Deft is going to be able to clear it out immediately. Still a bit of value, but not going to get caught out or anything like that. All right, Cuz slinking over. Showmaker pretty far up in this lane, gets knocked up as well. Kingslayer going to give him a bit of health back, as you can see Cuz lying in wait. Setting up the trap. Jonas Strong keeping us in the dark for the moment, as Showmaker not going to get knocked up by that one. And BDD going to get found out. So,
level down.
Yeah.
Ooh, skills used though.
All right, there's Vault Breaker actually landing onto Cuz. BDD and him actually do have a bit of control in this mid lane, but Canyon makes his way back over to his Raptors and will be able to pick that up at least. So no level 4 just yet, but still, at least able to take control of his own jungle.
Yeah, quite big, because Canyon, due to that invade from Keen, already on the back foot in terms of CS, was only able to pick up boots. Cuz is going to be able to double scuttle as well. His pathing, able to pick up his Raptors and then make his way over to his Krug. So overall, he's going to be feeling very, very good. The flip side for D+ is that with Cuz known, Deft and Kellen can do what Caitlyn and Lux love to do, which is just push.
Oh, the flash, the turnaround! Not going to work out, but he does go flash for flash with the Gnar. Nicely played there from Keen. Scared me. It looked like he was turning.
Kana too.
Yeah, he definitely flashed his way out of that one. Okay, we'll see whether there's going to be any attention towards his top side now that there's no flashes. There's not going to be. That's funny.
I appreciate your commitment.
Yeah,
Joe.
Yeah, it was I almost said it earnestly, and then I remembered where I was. Yeah.
No. It happens to the best of us. We have been spending a lot of time on good old Summoner's Rift.
Oh, BDD wants that cannon. He's not going to get it. As he clears out the wave, and the Unbound Soul, remember, he has to come back to that. So let's see whether he will survive, as the ulti not going to be invested. BDD still had his. As now, no flashes for the shenanigans, but still, Grass Proc going to be picked up by Canna. Sorry, that was a fleet footwork, never mind.
Little spooky there, as Canyon, a little early on the Q wind up there. BDD runs out the clock, is completely fine. And as a result, especially with him being 6 and having his ultimate available, no worries at all.
Oh, the stun still comes in. That's the first blood solo kill for Keen, just to finish off how well he's been playing this whole day.
Split second mortar for Kana, and he might get Mega Gnar. but he didn't get a split second. Very well done by Keen Urt single-handedly, and that is crucially after a TP, with the top lane wave being in a miserable state. So D+ now bleeding gold on the top half of the map, and seemingly due to Deft really needing a back, unable to contest his early dragon. KT is looking good, Atlas.
KT getting off to a decent start here in this game. We'll see whether they continue to play well. Keen, definitely doing good things. Forcing Canner out.
Misses the boomerang. And that empower.
Bonk.
야, 탑 잡았어.
Nicer.
Top kill.
I'm glad that we heard the rest of his teammates as well, because Keen's reaction, not often, the most animated, but I'm very glad that we did hear at least what Lehens was yelling at him.
So this will again be... Well, Lehens is always yelling.
He's always yelling.
I love Lehens. He's just always shouting. It's great.
I think if we ever get like player reactions from KT, it should all just be Lehens reactions.
It's just always Lehens.
Yeah, they're just the best.
This will, again, give us an answer to the question, what matters more? Is it a top lane lead, or is it a bot lane lead? Yeah.
Well, what about when the top lane lead is double that of the bottom lane?
Well, but you have to add both of them together, and then it's only like 100 gold.
Ooh.
Because Lux,
Yeah, true.
in this case, might go for a bit more of an aggressive build. We'll see whether that actually remains or is the case. But Kellen, at least in runes, going a little bit more aggro. We have seen the Guardian Lux, which was not as bad as Aftershock Lux, which I'm sure everyone remembers and is happy is gone.
Yeah, I'm pretty psyched that one doesn't exist anymore. Is Canyon moving on over?
Is here, and don't forget, with that ultimate, unimaginable CC chain, but there is cleanse available for aiming, so as long as Lehens stay safe, they should be feeling pretty good. Cuz heading towards mid.
See whether he can find BDD here this time around. Hijack available. And grab himself an ult from BDD to allow him that extra dash range.
Ooh, ooh.
Not sure if Cuz was spotted there or not.
But look,
now
Yomi's coming.
Slowed down exactly. 3v3 here on this bottom side. Flash to get him out of the way. Is Def not going to be hit by that one as Kellen finds a nice light binding. I don't know whether he'll survive though. He does! As the ult from BDD brings him under the turret, and that is going to security. Goes back to the Unbound Soul. And TK, they're not able to lock it down. Def, oh, he's not able to find Lehens in the end, and that's 2 kills now for KT.
And it's the map lane from KT that D+ is unable to match. BDD finds the big roam. And now as a result, Canyon also sitting in that brush for quite a long amount of time. KT, regardless, I'm not sure whether they were 100% aware, but it doesn't matter because BDD was also coming over. This type of team coordination is proving very tough for D+ to deal with. They are 1 kick goal behind. Could still be doable, but with how KT has been playing right now, they look like the much better team. Very cohesive, playing well around the timers.
Stop it. That's okay.
I'm gonna get a hefty amount of criticism if I just say Damwon can, or D+ rather, can keep coming back in this game. Okay, I have to be honest. And right now, KT's looking real good.
They are.
Kellen
fantastic.
Goes down in the end here. The CC chain not enough. Aftershock really paying dividends there for Cuz. BDD with a beautiful roam. Finds himself the kill on Deft with no summoners, unable to actually get the exit kill.
Yeah.
On Lehens.
The good old mantra tether going to stop things from being fun. As Canyon does have a control ward in this pit. Quite a few members of KT in this area as Showmaker. Let's see what he can hijack here.
Clipping.
Does have the opportunity to do so. Canyon looking to clear out a bit of shellfish here as Lehens finds himself off to the side and is in trouble. As Final Spark comes in, that is another Mantra Tether, gives him a whole bunch of health back, and that is all just a bait, ladies and gentlemen. BDD grabs the kill onto Canyon. He had no way out. True Shot Barrage, fade away from the bottom lane. That is going to soften up D+ here some more. And now we are moving to 1.5k gold lead. 11 minutes in this game, Herald in the hands of KT as well as the Drake. I don't want to, overstate it or anything, but so far KT on track for a perfect game.
Okay, now you're jinxing it. So they know Lehens.
I'm just looking at
his
the
own
top of the
vision,
screen.
and unfortunately, you do not have the damage. They try to take down a Karma has been playing a decent game, is behind, has enough levels to just survive through that, while the Def squad is on its way. And it doesn't work. You give over another free kill.
Oh, man.
And it's rapidly collapsing here for D+, because, yeah, Deft has a lead, and we mean about it. But if that is the only lead that you have, and you have a Jax and a Yone and a Sejuani diving on top of you, then that isn't going to matter at all.
Certainly not. It's not looking very important right now. BDD is the one that actually locks down the dragon. Jumps around that pit quite a lot. Okay, here's a big ulti. It's exchanged for one from BDD, but I think Showmakers was slightly better. They do manage to take down Canyon, though, and Showmakers flashing away cuz he's so low, but it's a double kill for BDD in the end. Their wallets are pretty powerful, as now Kellen's going to get baited in to try and get a kill on a Sejuani, and it does not work out. 4-0-1 for BDD on this Yone.
Oh, Deft.
See what he can do here. Not quite able to go 1 versus 2. That's all right. Can he find the headshot? The answer is no. Point blank range on that true shot barrage, and that will secure it as a big old charge. KT are just clobbering D+ here in this game.
I'm sorry for what I'm about to say, but that might be it.
Is it ever?
This is the LCK. We're not watching challengers.
No. Okay. So it should be it.
It should be it, because
this game
let's take a look.
Should be pretty easy to win for KT from here.
Yes, because what we have is a monstrously fat Yone, a Caitlyn that wasn't able to get the kill, and D+, frankly, looking kind of tilted. This is the second time that they throw everything into trying to kill an Aftershock Sejuani. This is, again, Aftershock Sejuani. Deft isn't there. And right now, KT get leads in all the lanes that matter. The one lead that you do have for D+, if Deft gets, a double here, then maybe he doesn't. He doesn't even trade evenly. He just dies.
No. And wrapping around as well as Deft just underneath his turret right now. Kellen trying to put out fires where he can. But it's kind of caught in no man's land at this point in time. This turret very, very low, so BDD is going to finish it off.
Atlas?
Yes?
I think it's happening. I think KT are going to do it.
I think that it is likely that KT can move towards a victory in this game.
It's a 5.5k gold lead.
It's possible. Certainly is possible.
5.5k.
I have no idea how many chickens there are.
They have great scaling. They have good team fighting as well. Ezreal's fed.
He is.
Yone is fed.
Yeah.
The comeback mechanics.
I think things are going very well for KT.
The comeback mechanics.
They are going
for KT. Or for D+ rather, are not great. Because all they can do is kind of just run in head first. Because Caitlyn is not going to be a big factor in this game until very later, which we should never reach. So, can you? How do you feel?
Well, I mean, I'm just commentating a game of KT versus D+ Kira at this point in time. KT are winning.
Yeah.
They're ahead. And we'll just see whether D+ Kira can get an objective this game, or a kill, or anything like that.
There's bounties on the map, Atlas.
That is true.
I want you to acknowledge this game state.
There is the comeback mechanics.
Come on, Atlas.
Talking about the comeback mechanics were indeed.
You know what I want to hear.
It's the bounties on the turrets.
Atlas.
No, I'm not doing it. You know that I'm just never gonna do it. I'm not that guy. That guy on the internet told me that I was that guy. I'm not that guy. Not gonna be that guy. And not this game. Not ever. As Deft will push up this lane. They do have a lot of control vision here towards this bottom side, D+ Kia, to try and protect their win condition. Their win condition is under a lot of pressure at this point in time. As BDD will now catch the wave.
I was trying to find a different approach. Maybe if I can catch you off guard. How about, a game of the game where you have to guess the word?
Hangman?
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, could do that.
We could do that. I think we'd require to be on screen. We have a picture of
I can grab a piece of
us
paper.
playing Hangman.
I have a great board.
It's like radio Hangman. It has been done on an LCK broadcast before.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Yeah, good big shout outs to Monty and Doa. Famously stuck in a pause for about 1 million years, started playing Hangman. Okay, KT in the enemy jungle.
Haven't even touched upon this, but it's good soul as well.
It is.
Yeah, that is a hex stack which will give considerable amounts of value to Keen, BDD, and aiming. And even, you know, Cuz being able to proc his own permafrost fast, so that's nice, I guess.
There you go.
I'm really
a lot of value.
There,
KT in a fantastic position to win this game.
Yeah.
This will be a game difficult to lose.
It is.
For KT at this point in time. They are going to collect themselves Soul Point as the first Hex Tech Drake of the game. Absolutely nothing the D+ Gear can do about it. And just to be a little bit serious for a moment, we've seen this from KT already this season, these kind of games. And we know that they're capable of it. And these are the types of games that really break our hearts, because when they don't do this, we get more sad because this is possible.
We get the getting 0-2 by Kwangdong.
Yeah. Yeah, that is sort of what ensues after this sort of happens.
Would it not be the most KT thing to win this with a 2-0, and then, I don't know when they play Nongshim, but get 2-0 by Nongshim and the boys.
Oh yeah, Dundun, the Dundun factor.
Right?
Like Keen, like easily dispatches so many top lanes, but when he comes across Dundun, he's like, I just don't understand him. I just don't get it.
I think that's only, I think that will be round robin 2. Let me quickly take a gander here at the schedule. Yeah, they already beat Nongshim.
Wow.
So I guess they're just in a great position.
Nongshim are scaling, you know. So they're a more difficult opponent now.
No, I mean KT's in a great position.
Oh yeah, no, KT are in pretty good position. Yeah, like we said, so it's looking pretty KT favored at this point in time. You never really know. You never really know.
Normally, when a game is like this in the LCK, we say,
oh yeah, we're talking about what's for dinner, you know? Like, it's not really...
what games we've been playing.
Yeah. Kellen, maybe taking a bit of damage here. Does have to flash. Cuz going to return the favor with that one. Glacial Prison comes in, but there's a couple of those on this Rift. And that is a Deadlux. Another Rift Herald is going to come down as Baron hasn't even spawned yet. Minby going to grab all of that local gold. And yeah, I mean... It's really sinking slowly towards the bottom of the drain here for D+ Gear.
I think we're past the drain. I think we're in the sewers, Atlas.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Is this like it's an episode of Ninja Turtles?
Yeah, or Ratatouille. You know, any of your preferred sewer-based titles.
Sewer-based titles.
Yeah, there's a bunch of them. I don't know why there's that many.
Spider-Man.
The Spider-Man. Yeah, that's what the crocodile.
Yeah.
Guy.
Well, we've got a teleport.
Hold up!
D+ Gear. Let's see what Kana can be able to do here. Does have Mega Gnar available. He's walking. He's found a Karma. They're going to get their first kill of the series and then flash away. No perfect game for UKT as the ultimate from Showmaker looks a little silly as BDD snaps back to his Unbound Soul. Lehens, 100% of the deaths for KT right now.
I don't think that's enough.
Really disappointing performance here for Lehens. So much more done by him than the rest of his teammates.
It's a toughie, Atlas. What do you do here? You're 6 levels down. And BDD isn't even necessary to kill. It's just cuz.
Yeah.
This is what we call in the business a desperation.
It's just like, I need to kill someone.
We got Karma, guys.
We got the Karma shut down.
We got her.
Oh no. It is a desperate situation here for D+ Gear. 20 minutes and a 7,000 plus gold lead. Infinity Edge done for BDD. Oh man.
That's going to be Nash.
It's still looking very positive
Nash,
for KT.
And after Nash, they will get the Soul. And then they can either end the game or they can wait. And I know we joke about Elder Flips, but there is no way that there will be an Elder Flip this game. Based on how far ahead KT is right now, D+ should never be able to walk up.
Showmaker also going to get knocked up. There's a permafrost. It's going to interrupt his dash, and he's not getting out of this one. Goodbye. BDD picks up his 5th kill of the game. 5-0-2. Man, can you write down the mid POG for me?
I was going to. I think his runs were absolutely pivotal. That, you heard that? What? You heard what you just did?
What did I say?
You just assumed that KT was going to win this game.
No. I think
yes,
Showmaker, I think if Showmaker comes back into this game, it's going to be really important.
Might get Lahens again.
Yeah, Lahens straight feeding at this point in time is Keen looking to try and turn it. Kellen taking a lot of damage. Flash out, and Canyon not going to be able to follow him. And there's the Baron going over to KT. Oh,
And if I see any of you joking about Lahens is doing his job, okay? He's giving his life.
Yeah. I hope you guys understand that I'm being 100% sarcastic.
No, Atlas. I know you are. I'm talking to...
Yeah, me too. I'm just trying to make sure that everyone knows that. Because actually that distraction to make sure the Baron went over to them. Absolutely beautifully done. And KT going to now be able to use that to grab themselves Hextech Soul for Yone, Ezreal, and Jax. My goodness, that is just too much good soulness. That's all right.
Nothing short of a miracle will do it here.
Can it hit Meganar is going to be the question. He did lose half of his health bar as now KT just pressuring them out of this position. Standing behind the pit. There is a Hex Gate, so flank opportunities. Theoretically possible as Lahens down to 50%. The Drake in a similar state right now. Kind of can't really fight the Jax. Does hit Meganar. The rest of KT going to back away. Going to respect Canna for now.
Yeah, just wait it out.
Yeah. Shove
and then go back. It's even if you lose this Drake, it doesn't matter. As long as you don't give up all the bounties, you'll be completely fine.
Oh, I don't know about that. Don't know about that. It's still anyone's game. As Glacier Prison comes in, we're going to try and steal it. Doesn't work. As Lahens dies again.
It just keeps happening.
Yeah.
But every time Lahens dies, good things happen.
Exactly. No, it's how it's supposed to go. Is now Showmaker trying to run out of there. This Glacial Prison missing is actually kind of fine. Slows everyone down, keeps them in position so that King can get these autos off. He manages to lock down the Silas there, and now he's leaping forward. Cuz also going to be able to find the flash Arctic Assault. True Shot Barrage does so much work from aiming in the backline as Canyon is going to go down. Canna tries his best to stave them off, and he's going to be able to do so for now, but DK are in shambles. And KT are going to push to try and take some more of these turrets.
And with that Hextech Soul, feels like all the opportunities for D+, as little as there were still here in the observable universe, now there's even less. With this Soul, it becomes very hard because both the poke of the Ezreal becomes a lot more obnoxious in the neutral, and additionally, Keen and BDD also now are probably able to just 1v2 everyone.
Yeah.
So
I don't know whether... Yeah, maybe they can 1v3. I think you need 4.
I can only imagine what is going to happen as KT actually push down the Nexus, Atlas.
Well, I mean, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, okay? It's a 10,000 gold. KT have 10,000 more gold than D+ gear, and this puts them in a good position in this game. But we don't want to, you know...
Come on, Atlas!
Yeah, so it's not over until the fat lady sings, what they say. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Hextech Soul's pretty strong, though.
Because just with the W, like, it takes like 20% of Showmaker and Kellen's health.
Yeah. This is a slaughter. It really is KT playing pretty well.
They really are, and at this point, all they need to do is to make sure that they don't make any game-losing plays with the lead that they found for themselves. So even there, going for that Drake doesn't really have any inherent risk, because either you can hard force a fight if D+ do overextend to try and get it, which they didn't. As
alrighty, BDD is going to get taken down. Game-losing play, probably not, but good play for D+ Key to extend this game, definitely. Shut down gold.
Okay, even if Deft gets the 4 items, I don't see it.
It's not over till it's over.
Already committed to the bid as... Yeah, this is actually a big pitfall, which is thinking you can do anything. when you're this far ahead, which generally is the case when it...
I just warned
Now we
him.
know as well. It's
1 versus 4. He
1 versus 3, you're okay.
Yeah.
1 versus 4, oh, Nor?
Yeah.
I know, you should have said that. That's
Oh, no.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm not Australian. Can't make that rhyme.
You can do it.
I need you.
I got your back.
Pick it up,
Don't worry.
Atlas.
If I need some Dutch accent rhyming, I'll give you a call. A strobe raffle or something like that. It's okay.
Pronunciation.
There we
Appreciate
go.
that.
I just say different words to what the words actually are. Because a strobe, you know, that thing a light does when it turns off and on really fast, and a raffle, that thing where you can win a meat platter.
I love that that's how you remember it.
Yeah, strobe raffle.
You know what we call that? You know, in Dutch, to like a what is it, mnemonic device?
Oh,
So I
yeah.
kind of remember. It's called literally a donkey bridge.
Donkey
It's called a donkey bridge. Actually,
For some
if
reason,
you want to be
it makes
accurate,
sense in my brain.
If you want to be accurate, it's small donkey bridge.
A small donkey bridge.
Yeah.
Like it's a small bridge that could fit about a donkey.
Yeah,
Or is it a bridge for small donkeys?
I am not aware.
But I guess both of them kind of mean
Both
the
of
same
them would
thing.
work,
Yeah.
yeah.
Column A, column B.
Okay,
This,
so
this game is still in a
if
great
they-
position for KT.
if they go in 1 by 1 into depth,
Yeah.
they can lose.
Yeah.
If they flip Elder and they give it to D+, and then 2 people also stand still and do nothing, they can also lose.
What if they all went for a reset and thought that the Elder was not coming up yet, and the Elder comes up and D+
Also
here in the
possible, yes.
pit? That might be a possibility as well. They're looking for a Baron here, though. That's probably, yeah, it's pretty close to dead right now. Final Spark is going to give them the information. Are we flipping for this one? As Canyon gets into the pit, and they immediately turn on him. He gets himself out of there, though. There is the Baron going over to KT, and now it is team fighting time. Showmaker goes golden right in the middle of the pit. Canna is there sort of celebrating, but only finds Zanar under one person, but they will be out. No, they won't. Cuz survives, and the Caitlyn goes down, and now the slaughter begins. Kellen goes on a journey to try and finish off the battle.
It's
with
happening!
Cuz. And Cuz says, you're welcome. I guess I'll be the one to send you home. And KT are teleporting to the bottom lane. They will win it. Well, they will take this inhibitor down.
Come on, Atlas! Do it! We're all waiting for
This
it!
Nexus turret is going to go down next. The second Nexus turret is already being hit by aiming, and I think they're going to kill the Nexus Chronicler. They're going to win the game, and KT will take the series. Dominant Game 3 victory. We never doubted them.
Clean 2-1. Nothing to see here. As KT gets a very important win, equalizing their score with D+ Kia, and man, that was anything in that final game.
That was a very tolerable performance from KT. Like, extraordinarily satisfactory. That's what I thought.
One might even say above par.
I would say so, yeah. I think that if KT keeps playing like this, good results could definitely happen afterwards, if that was the case. Wow. Impressive.
KT fans, eating well tonight. Still, we should temper our expectations. We should not get ahead of ourselves. KT had a good day. They got an important win.
They did.
And that's all we can say. And we joke a lot around, as their next matchup, actually super exciting, will be against Gen G, who
You used the word. You used the actual word. Just want to say, you used the word. The word did happen. It was used.
Well, now we know who to blame.
Don't use that word.
When they
Don't
don't
use
win.
that word around here.
Gen G.
That is, I held it for the whole game, Chronicler.
Oh, ruined.
But
But the game's already done, so then it doesn't work anymore, right?
That's true. That's true.
okay.
Even here, I having a bit of a giggle at that one. And yeah, Keen fans are going to be very happy this evening. I think Keen performed extraordinarily well. And yes, you know, you can say what you want about the other side of that matchup, but I really think that Keen has become He's going back. He's going back to his incredible form from the early Afrika days where we were like, oh, get Keen a team. Well, this was the team that he got, and it should be good. And as we can see, it is sometimes. And we need to turn that sometimes into most of the time, and then from the most of the time into the well-oiled machine that just does that all the time. And when we get that, that's when we're psyched out of our minds.
And there's, well, that got dangerously close, but I can't really judge you anymore as I have
I'm getting creative
made some mistakes.
with it.
Made some mistakes. You have a lot of experience casting KT. To me, this is the story of most notably the two solo laners on KT. It is the story of Keen, a player who even last year didn't really showcase any of the glimpses of greatness that we were used to seeing from him so consistently when he was on a very middling Guangdong year after year after year. And BDD, who had the worst split of his life on an extremely depressing Nongshim that was suffering from many a issue that has also led even like to very lasting impact. Dread and Ghost currently both teamless. And you gotta imagine if that Nongshim has a better roster, then that might be very different. And for those two players to have a resurgence the way that they have, even in the matches that we lose and we joke around a lot, regardless of where KT end up, moments like this we didn't see from BDD all last year.
No.
We didn't really see a lot of them from Keen either.
I mean, not like this, not that particular moment.
우리 버스 하나네. 버스 할게, 버스 할게.
Well, that, okay, that's the one back.
Yeah.
But
But
outside of that, BDD to me, like his roams, his early game, again him absorbing pressure, all expertly done.
Yeah, and also playing the Yone, you know, one of these champions that can be flashy, can be playmaking. It's not one of his default trying to control the mid lane as best he can champions. It's a I want to get things done champion. And when BDD's playing those, you know you're feeling really good. As KT had way more money than D plus Kia in this fight, but they also played it very, very well, even though that was true. And so just wiped them, didn't suffer a death. And let's have a look at this post-game graph. Def's still doing a fair bit of damage, but you can see aiming, having the Ezreal response, working out very, very well. And honestly, this snowball just picked up everything.
Also starting to see that the Sylas is struggling a little bit more and more. Pick that we have often regarded as almost uncounterable. The Yone actually working out quite well.
Yeah, absolutely
really nice
fantastic.
Done by KT here.
Really, really great play, but we need to see more of it from KT moving into the future. Of course, their match against Gen.G is going to be a very, very difficult one. But, ladies and gentlemen, to break down that series and that relatively adequate KT win, we are going to throw it over to the space with Valdez and Wolf.
Thank you, casters, for the great cast in that series. Yes, KT with the, extremely decent win here tonight. The 2-1 was just adequate. We enjoyed the victory, but we will not be overstating that. Very good stuff from KT, though, as they do take the 2-1. A big stomp in that game 3, Wolf.
Let's take a look at the draft because one pick does stand out here, not in terms of what it means for the draft in particular, but the player who played the Yone, again, R5 here, locked in for BDD into the Sylas once more. He was the huge impact maker everywhere on the map, just like Game 2. His skirmish power was so good. And what we learned from KT in this series is they are amazing at fighting skirmishes and punishing overextensions. Their identity, I guess, has become a punish team, right? One thing also to point out here in this draft is the Jax pick that came up here too, because I think KT were expecting perhaps D+. We're going to try to run Camille here and try to run all over this Ezreal and constantly get on top of the backline. The Jax pick was a really good way to deter that. And then Kana ends up playing the Gnar here. It's his counter pick, but it was pretty absent, right? He had a really rough time with the spacing in lane, got solo killed, and Keen just runs away with the top side of the map. The bottom side, where all the skirmishes are happening, is where Showmaker is behind the curve and where BDD is making all the impacts, just like Game 2. And BDD on a bit of a tear with this Yone pick. Doesn't matter about the compositions, he's just finding value all over the map.
Yeah, it turns out, BD's slowly getting better, Keen's slowly getting better, the team as a whole are fighting better. Like, some of it is still a bit messy in my mind, but it's still a win over DK, so you gotta at least celebrate that. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, which, again, it's gonna be similar to what we had for Game 2. It's just a lot of early game wins to the side of KT.
Yeah, not everything hits here, but a flash is forced, and they're able to grab a kill. And this is just, once again, really clean from BDD. He comes down here and helps finish this off with his ultimate over the wall. There's no way a Showmaker can follow him down here. because they'll end up losing the 1v1 on the way down. Then you see just once again some overextending here on the side of D plus Kia. You lost control of the Drake, but what are you trying to accomplish here? Once again, Sejuani with Aftershock, very difficult to kill, and the skirmishing power of Yone this early in the game is so high that when you price yourself into these fights because you're just so desperate to get something back, you wonder what you're doing. And Deft has had a whole season of playing strong side AD carry. It's been most of the Lucian, now he's getting so much Caitlyn. And it feels like D+ don't know what to do when they fall behind after giving him these strong picks, and then they're like, we gotta fight, we gotta get ahead, we gotta keep forcing. And every time they walk into that brick wall that is KT, they just get more and more far behind.
Yeah, I mean, certainly focusing the Sejuani not to play with Aftershock, as you mentioned. I think that KT did a great job of just setting all the fights up on their terms. They got the early lead, and then they were able to kind of bait DK into more of the fights that were on their terms, KT's terms, that is. Let's take a look at highlight number 2 as well, which was just this fight towards the end of the game, just to showcase how far ahead KT was.
I mean, yeah, this is just a fight we chose to show you guys how desperate this situation is for D+ Kia. He goes in, he goes out. You know, desperation is real. Good hold here on the Baron from KT to make sure that it's not a 50-50, and they have great turn here. Look at the Ezreal ult layered over Cuz sitting in his prison. And even with this really nice attempt here from Kanda to turn this fight with a Narbar, they just don't have the damage at this point. Aiming is just free-firing in the backline. And you know, I kind of wanted to get this highlight just because I was like, we got to show some of the masterclass here of KT in the team fights with the leads they have, because we kind of cut that out of the last 2 games. We focused mostly on the early game. And yeah, desperation is real here for D+ throughout the entire mid to late, and they couldn't find anything.
Yeah, and this is where you kind of get that snowball rolling as a team, where you're beginning to have a little bit of success, right? KTR, you know, big win over DK tonight. BDD 5-1 on the Yone, so he's got this great Yone pick. He's also got his Azir, which is very obvious. It seems like this meta is quite good for this player. So now that you've got a stable mid laner and you have a top laner that's going well, and aiming is doing pretty well on some of his picks. They have some unique picks with the Ezreal, very often getting picked for that team. Seems like they have kind of a recipe for success now.
So much of Damwon, or rather D+ Kia this season, was about snowballing and then getting those tempo advantages. Everyone remembers that Live Sandbox series, right? But there were many other opportunities for D+ to showcase, and they did how dominant they are when they have a lead. But I think in their last few series, they haven't been able to get that massive lead and then turn it into a victory early. And when they have to play from even or slightly behind, the team looks completely lost. I think they got very exposed in this series here against KT Rolster.
Yeah, it does seem to be a bit of an issue for them. We will have to watch that with close eyes for the next couple of games. Let's take a look at the predictions here, because we wanted to highlight that nobody on our side voted for KT, which should pop up here in just a moment.
Yeah.
Yep, we all went for D+, which I think on paper, Wolf, is the prediction everybody would. This is a big upset.
This is a big upset. Now on the Korean side, though, something you and I noticed when we were casting yesterday, I turned around, I was like, who did the Koreans predict? Pony, in particular, actually didn't have faith. And I wouldn't say he predicted KT here. I think he predicted the decline of D+ Kia. And, you know, a risky vote here for Pony. But when I saw that vote, I thought, risky choice, you know, pretty crazy to think that D+ could lose to KT after that really one-sided defeat to Kwangdong Freaks for KT. But I think Pony here just kind of honing in on some of the problems of D+ Kia and just not wanting to trust them, and he's rewarded in his prediction today.
Yeah, a lot of the times, you know, for predictions, it's not just about which team is best, but which team will have the advantage in the head-to-head matchup. And I think that he had a great read on KT's ability to poke at some of the weaknesses of DK. But either way, guys, let's take a look at the POG here for game number 3, as this one should be pretty interesting. It will be Keen on the Jax.
Really interesting to see Keen pick this one up. Getting that solo kill top side, though, really weakened a lot of the win conditions on the side of D+, and Kanda just messing up the spacing. No doubt that will be the beginning of the highlight reel we're about to watch. As, yeah, no Meganar here, just sees the window, perfectly done, stops the hop. And then so many of these team fights, he actually zoned very well. I personally give the edge to BDD, because I think the skirmishing he did in the early game was really what defined a lot of the weaknesses for this Caitlyn pick that once again had a lead in lane, but couldn't actually do anything after that. So, you know, I think we will see a split vote here, but Keen played the Jax very well. He picked it blind into the Gnar, still doesn't get punished, right? Predicting potentially that Camille pick I was talking about. They trust him with the pick, and he delivers.
He absolutely does, and that's what you need. I think he delivered, BDD delivered, and even Cuz as well from the jungle. I think he also delivered. He might be a guy that I was considering. But let's see what the picks were. And yep, all three of these guys do get highlighted in the picks. Not a big surprise here.
I'm loving some of the vote diversity we're seeing today. I think a lot of these players who don't seem to be the obvious picks also getting highlighted here as well. I think Keen, kind of the secret sleeper POG in this one, even though Yone, the more obvious pick.
Yeah.
I like that.
And you'll notice it's a bit more KR focus, right? The two KR casts going for it. One of the Korean observers, or the analysts rather, and then of course two from the media who are watching the Korean broadcast. So you could see like maybe they were really highlighting like all that Keen was doing so much for the team, and he really did do a great job for the team. So I'm glad that we do kind of get that focus. This is not like a media kick W angle.
No, definitely not. No, definitely not. But yeah, you could feel the influence of. We're watching the English broadcast, right? Korean commentators focus on the Korean broadcast. Two different ideas, I think, and where we think the focal point is, but both votes represented.
Yeah. And it looks like we are just about ready to hop into that interview, so we can throw it over to Ji-sun for the translation and hear from a couple of members on the side of KT Rolster.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Aiming and Keen for the POG interview. Congratulations, guys. This was a very huge victory over D+ Kia, and this is your first winning streak for the Spring Split. I'm so glad that we took down the strong team in the D+ Kia, and also we got the winning streak. It feels amazing. Recently, we were doing a lot of win-loss kind of a trend on the side of KT Rolster, but I'm so glad this time around we were able to get 2 wins in a row. Aiming, tell us about your ceremony. This is a famous dance move by a rapper in Korea, Minoi. Looking forward to seeing a lot more ceremonies from Aiming in the future. Game number 1 was not easy. Keen, what did you focus on heading into game 2? Well, I think we actually had leads early on in game number 1, but we made too many mistakes in fights. So we wanted to have better conversation and communication throughout the games in game 2 and 3. And we were able to see better kind of teamwork in the follow-up games as well. I think you guys mainly focused on the bottom lane. Why was that? There were a lot of ban cards, targeting the bottom lane. So we thought Varus will be definitely the S tier champion with all the champions removed. And I was really curious to find out what kind of pick they're gonna play into Varus, and I was so surprised to see they're going for the non-AD carry meta. Yeah, Ziggs Spike was a bit of a surprise. Did you see that coming? Not at all. So we were like, yeah, let's, deal with it really well. And after game 2, in the Korean side of the analyst desk, we were really surprised to find out you guys were so good at actually countering the early setups of Pyke, even though he started off with a kill on the mid lane. I mean, level 1 gank from Pyke. It was all predicted by Lehans. Lehans called it out, but BDD died. So I was like, what? But still, we were able to win bottom lane. So I think BDD did a great job. And then with the attack speed Varus, we were able to see some powerful damage coming out from the AD carry. And a lot of people actually praise that you kind of match really well with the attack speed champions. I mean, that's the charming point of AD carries, right? Marksmen. So I like this meta right now. And then also we had a very reliable friend on the top lane, Sion, in game 2. I mean, Keen, you're so good at both duelist and also a tank champion. So could you tell us about Sion pick in that game? So looking at our comp, we kind of figured if I play tank champion, we'll be having a perfect comp. And we obviously have Amy who can do a lot of damage, so we decided to make a beefy front line for my teammates. And then you won POG on Jax in game 3. Well, Jax was not having a great time in the LCK though. He's not having a highest win rate, but you were able to win the lane and also exert a lot of pressure in team fights as well. Tell us about the Jax Nor matchup. Well, I have some secrets about Jaxor matchup, but I'm not gonna let you guys know. I won because I know the secrets. We're really curious to find out the key in that matchup, but we'll find out later maybe. And Aiming, you played Ezreal Karma into Caitlyn Lux. How was it? It's more about the mechanics. It's not about the matchup. And in game number 1, I actually took E. So it was not easy, but I was able to, hold on very well, and my teammates were helping me out, so it was decent. It was not too bad. Well, it's about the mechanics, but at the same time, I was pretty confident in Ezreal, and also Lee Hans was also feeling good about Karma, so we just wanted to go with our confidence. Prior to this series, KT, yeah, just like you said, you guys are like having this trend of winning a match and then losing a match. And now you finally got a winning streak, and we are having a lot of talks about the high highs of the KT roster, but also the very low lows of KT. What do you think about that? I personally think that it's not a good style of a team. I want to become more solid as a team. I hope we can make a lot of comeback wins. And that's my goal. What about you, Keen? Some people kind of criticize on the fact that KT is having too many inconsistency. I think we play worse in game number 1 for sure compared to game 2 and 3. So as long as we can focus better in the first game, we will be able to get rid of those bad jinx. And KT Roaster was able to show the peak performance up against D plus Kia, and your next opponent will be Genji. Genji, I think currently is on the first place, as far as I know, but Lee Hans, he knows all about Genji, and he said, I promise I'm gonna, bring you guys to the victory in the Genji series, so I'm just gonna get carried. What about you, Keen? Yeah, Lee Hans, he's been saying this a lot. He's gonna, I'm winning Genji 100%, so I'm also gonna do my best in that series and make sure to win that match. And this will be the end of the interview from Keen, Aiming from KT Roaster, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-san, as always, for that awesome translation. As we're going to take a look at the standings now and see what happened now that KT got the win and DK took the loss. Well, DK are still one step ahead.
Yeah, KT not winning this 2-0 means that they are just one game score below Damwon, or rather D plus K. I don't know why I'm doing that again today. I'm going back in time. What's really interesting, though, is that the Genji versus KT matchup, we were kind of saying it was going to be a good one because historically those two teams go to 3. It's kind of a superstitious feeling that that's going to be a good series. But now, actually, with KT performing well in that interview, where they're like, Lehens has some secrets, maybe that series ends up being really cool. We'll get more information about Genji in this next one, though.
Well, will we, Wolf? That is really the question.
I'm trying to hype it up, Valdez.
Can Nongshim do anything to this Genji roster that looks incredibly strong right now? We'll have to see, guys. We'll see you in about a half hour for the next matchup. Don't go anywhere.
Challengers roster from last year moving into the LCK. Quantum Breaks as well, they've taken on CV Max.
Sinton, he did get below half health, and that's it. He gets a double knockup, massive play, jumping a billion times. God, I love this. 2-0 for Quantum Breaks.
아 요즘 왜 이렇게 손목이 아프지? 직업병인가? 아무 붕대나 감아야겠다. 손목이 아파? 아니 나는 요즘 집중을 하다 보니까 목이 돼버렸어. 목 좀 많이 차나오지 않았니? 목이 람머스가 됐습니다. 저한테 근데 한 방에 치료할 방법이 있습니다. 네? 그런 게 있다고? 잠시만요. 인간지대의 끝이 노래했다. 아이 뭐해! 아 저라고 와! 저 새끼 뭐하는 거야! 내 목 펴졌는데 좀 괜찮아진 것 같기도 하고. 페린턴 이거 효과가 있구나. 이거 나쁘지 않은데? 그래도 두 분은 약과입니다. 저는 하도 오래 앉아있었더니 전립선이 그만. 페린턴 나도 겪어봐서 알아. 그 느낌 뭔지 안다고 지금. 벌써부터 그러면 어떡해. 괜찮아 운동하면 돼. 운동을 극복하자. 스쿼트 하자 스쿼트.
내가 필요한가? 커지게 해주면 되는 거야? 커져라! 그게!
오늘의 주제는 프로게이머의 건강 이대로는 괜찮은가인데 우리들뿐 아니라 장시간 게임하시는 분들 되게 많잖아. 게이머들의 건강 이미 좋지 않아. 기울어져 있어. 지금 우리도 봐봐. 책상 위치가 높아. 네, 좀 낮춰주세요. 아니요. 낮추면 저희가 불편해져요. 올려주시죠. 네, 제가 희생할게요. 네, 4명이 희생할게요. 뭔 3명이야? 아니, 하고 나가는 너랑 또 차이 있어. 무슨 소리야? 아니, 우리 다 신발 벗고 신발 벗고?
나는 우리 프로게이머 할 때 어디가 제일 아팠냐면 나 목이 진짜 아팠어. 이 거북목 현상이 점점 심해져가지고.
나도 선수 때 생각을 해보면 허리가 진짜 많이 아팠던 것 같아. 허리 진짜 많이 아프고 우리 같은 경우도 그랬고 현직 선수들도 최근에 데프트 선수가 우승을 했었잖아. 데프트 선수 같은 경우도 계속 아팠던 게 허리가 아팠다는 얘기. 허리 있어.
나도 처음에는 몰랐어. 근데 형이었나? 찬영이었나? 막 손목이 아프다는 사람들이 좀 있었거든.
그치.
나는 프로가 끝나갈 때쯤에 손목이 되게 아픈 거야. 이게 운동선수들 같은 경우도 우리 일반인보다 건강이 훨씬 안 좋다고 하잖아. 뭐 연골이나 이런 게 다 마모가 돼서.
맞아.
그래서 막 건강에 좋은 건 다 했거든. 막 한의원도 가고 뭐 경험고도 보고 공진단, 유기농 블루베리 콜리고 그리고 막 불로초 별의별 거 내가 돈으로 먹을 수 있는 거 다 먹었어. 안 되더라고.
운동할 생각은
약에 의해서
음식 먹는 것 때문에 살찌는 것도 하나의 문제라고 생각하거든.
그치.
이게 연습하고 뭐 이런 것도 이제 밤늦게까지 하다 보면 야식을 먹는 경우가 되게 많아. 내가 프로게이머 처음 시작할 때가 58kg였거든. 끝날 때쯤 78이 되어 있더라고.
20kg가 떠오르면 둘 다인 것 같아. 둘 다. 정말 극단적으로 말라지거나 극단적으로 찌고 난 두 가지 경우 다 봤어.
여러분 얘기 들어보니까 게이머들의 건강이 되게 안 좋은 것 같아요. 혹시 그 팀 차원에서 그 게이머들 건강을 좀 돌봐주는 이런 게 있나요?
저희 때는 없었죠.
저희 때는 뭐 스타트업이었기 때문에
각자 알아서 저희는 다 사비로 했어요. 근데 신생 때 킥복싱 호산이랑 다닌다고.
맞아. 그 좋은 곳에서 살면서 토마토 김밥 먹고 하면서.
근데 요즘은 소속팀이 DRX 있다 보니까 물어봤는데 타옥에 자체적으로 헬스장이 있는 경우가 굉장히 많고 그리고 뭐 안마 의자나 안마기 뭐 이런 것도 다 구비되어 있고 체력적으로 뭐 이런 것 좀 봐주긴 한다고 하더라고요. 근데 그것도 강제할 수는 없어서 그런 걸 권유한다 딱 요 정도 느낌인 것 같아요.
저는 이제 미국도 가보고 중국도 가보고 이제 중국도 없었고요. 미국은 팀 차원에서 이 헬스 비용을 좀 지불을 하면서 좀 데리고 다녀주는 경우가 있었고 이제 다원에 있을 때는 대표님께서 다 같이 뭐 필라테스나 요가를 해보겠냐고 제안을 좀 했는데 선수들이 그런 걸 별로 안 좋아하긴 해요. 귀찮으니까 이게 아까 말한 것처럼 당나귀를 강가에 데리고 갈 수는 있어도 물을 마시게 할 수는 없잖아요. 물을 안 마시는데 머리를 쳐박을 수는 없잖아요. 당나귀의 머리를
구체적인 이런 건강은 다양한 방법으로 해결을 하고 있다. 이제 게이머들 정신 건강은 어떻게 생각하세요?
정신 건강은 모두가 필요할 것이다. 리그에 뛰는 선수들이면 이제 커뮤니티나 이런 데서도 이제 자신들의 이야기가 많이 나오잖아요. 근데 좋은 이야기가 있을 때는 기분이 좋지만 안 좋은 얘기가 있을 때는 또 기분이 엄청나게 나빠진단 말이죠. 근데 선수들이 커뮤니티를 안 보냐라고 물으면 무조건 봅니다. 왜냐? 도파민이 노출되거든.
쾌락 버튼.
쾌락 버튼. 오늘 얼마나 촬영하는 이야기가 있나 한번 보러 가볼까? 기분 좋음도 느낄 수 있지만 패배를 했을 때 아니면 팀 분위기가 안 좋을 때는 그만큼 기쁨이 있으면 나락도 있다.
팀 저도 본인이 잘했으면 검색했지. 단체 생활이잖아 결국에는. 게임하다가 트러블도 좀 일어나고 그러다 보면 스트레스가 계속 쌓이잖아. 나는 옛날에 잠꼬대로 챙공 이런 적도 있었어. 잠꼬대로.
그거 근데 좀 레전드이긴 했어요.
챙공에 대한 압박감이 너무 많아. 그 당시에 또 클태명이 쉐를 또 너무 야무지게 잘해가지고
제가 자다 들었어요.
이 형은 도대체 스트레스를 얼마나 받는 걸까? 근데 요새는 힘들면 정신과를 보내주나?
패배를 겪고 막 이런 게 이어지면 질수록 정신건강이 진짜 많이 피폐해져서 심리 상담을 받으러 굉장히 많이 가요. 저도 갔었었고
나도 좀 심리 상담을 한번 받아봤어.
프로게이머 세계가 냉정해서 그런 것 같아. 사실 이게
맞아.
키우는 곳이 아니라 그냥 계속 증명해야 되는 자리니까.
그렇지. 다들 건강 때문에 뭐 힘들어하고 있을 거 아니에요. 후배들한테 여러분들 한마디씩 좀 따뜻하게 해주시면 어떨지.
후배들아 몸 아끼렴. 앞으로 남은 수천 수만 판 생각해.
나이 들기 전에 최대한 바짝 열심히 해야 돼.
건강을 챙기라는 게 아니라 열심히 하라고.
근데 피디님 저도 똑같이 말하고 싶은 게 할 수 있을 때 바짝 벌어.
다들 너무 돈만 보고 있어.
아니 근데 이건 진짜 은퇴하고 싶은 마음이 들더라도 실력이 유지된다면 끝까지 남아.
맞아.
끝까지 룰판에 남아.
그래, 잘릴 때까지 버텨야 되는 거야. 잘릴 때까지. 그러려면 체력이 돼야 되니까 필라테스나 유산소라도 진짜 하면서 책도 좀 읽고 몸을 정돈할 필요가 있다.
오케이.
힘들면 DM하고 상담해 줄 테니까.
근데 나도 최근에 걱정을 하고 있는 게 있는데 태신상이 됐잖아.
그치.
근데 한평생을 게임을 했다는 건데 전자파가 남자의 건강에 안 좋다 이런 얘기가 많잖아.
아무튼 성기능에 대해서 물어보는 거야.
그러니까 이제
건강.
까봤더니 없더라.
근데 나는 아닌 것 같아. 나는 건강해.
웃겨.
나 아침에 건대하고.
이거 중요하긴 해. 아침에 건대하냐 안 하냐.
아니,
굉장히 중요해, 굉장히.
그거랑 아무 상관이 없다니까. 이제 그 형이 말한 건 발사대 역할인 거고.
끼어있다!
전자 아이들이 이제 전자판 맞고 이렇게 픽 쓰러져 있을 수도 있다고.
근데 나는 소름이 돋은 게 형우가 이 얘기를 할 때 표정이 너무 밝아. 자기는 건강하다고 그냥 괜찮아? 이미 나는 강하거든. 내가 표정이 진짜 너무 밝았어.
자, 여러분들이 이 주제에 대해서 이렇게 열을 올리실 줄 알고 거물급 게스트를 초대했습니다.
거물이요?
거물이요? 얼마나 거물을?
자, 선생님 들어와 주세요. 자, 선생님 들어와 주세요.
진짜 거물입니다. 박 형님 여기를.
각종 유튜브에도 많이 출연하시고.
형이 진짜 저는 닥터 정울주 비뇨학과 대표원장 곽추영 홍서입니다. 반갑습니다. 근데 이 복장이랑 뭐예요 이게?
컨셉이
닭통?
제가 교수입니다.
교수?
아니 제일 많아요.
누가 게임 제일 잘하는 건가? 진짜로.
일단 티어 수로 정해지긴 했어요.
저는 솔직히 말하면 롤은 잘 몰라 근데 롤을 옛날 해보려고 하니까 하지 말라고 그 부모들 많이 소화된다면
그럼 여기서 남성성이 좀 강해 보이는 사람이 혹시 있나요?
저희 넷 중에 원탑.
누가 제일 좋아 보이냐? 근데 이거는 여러 가지를 봐야 되거든 진짜로.
볼 수 있는
뭐 필요한가요?
기준이 뭐죠?
아니 그냥 이 과상도 좀 보고 이렇게
과상.
내가 얘기를 하면서 얼굴 자꾸 보고 있었잖아 이런 식으로 딱 받고 했는데 이 과추 얘기를 할 때 이제 자기도 모르게 그러니까 약간 이게 좀 이렇게 의기소침하다든가
훔쳐오드는 사람.
그렇지. 그게 내가 방금 전에도 과추 이야기 딱 그 순위를 정한다 했을 때 한 명이 이상한 행동을 했었거든. 카메라가 만나는
원산을 바라보는 잡았다 이거. 그래.
찰나에 맞추기 딱 했을 때 순간 딱 이렇게 머무난 사람이 있었거든.
아니 도대체
아니 나중에 진짜 PD님 확인해보세요. 왜 그러냐면 아까 자기가 맞추기를 하면서 뭐 물어봤죠 이렇게. 이 친구 갑자기 이러더라고 이렇게. 상백이 한다고.
이건 좀
그래서 이러면 내가 탈락시키는 거지 마음속에서.
일단 빠져있어.
아닌데.
어른들 얘기하는데 기지 말고. 내가 방송에서 얘기 많이 했잖아. 손 앞에 봐봐요 손이 이렇게.
손이요?
아 잠깐 이 친구 손가락 되게 길다.
뭐야?
이거 봐봐. 지금 여기 보면 3명은 이 검지가 약지보다 짧단 말이야. 이 친구도 검지가 약지보다 짧잖아. 이 친구도 짧고 이 친구도 짧지. 이 친구 봐봐.
저도 검지가 약점으로 짧으면 돼요.
맞아라 약간
약을 바로
누웠잖아 이거 쉬웠지.
자 여기서 밑에 베스트는 누굽니까?
베스트는 내가 딱 생각했을 때 이 친구가 제일 좋을 것
이거 아닌데요?
아니 내가 말했잖아. 이거는 내가 그냥 과상이랑 여러 가지 그냥
실제랑 다를 수 있죠.
누가 안 봐도
아니 형 화내지 마. 거기 차이가 있는데 왜 자꾸 화를 내는 거야?
혹시 이 남성성과 관련해서 질문이 하나가 있는데 옛날부터 한 몇십 년 전부터 이 전자파는 남자의 정자에 영향을 준다 이런 얘기가 많았었잖아요.
많았었고
이게 실제로 되는 건지가 너무 궁금합니다.
자기네가 뭐 전자파가 영향 준다 생각해요? 아니면 그냥 관계없다 생각해요?
저는 선풍기급 미신이 아닐까.
선풍기도 미신이지. 선풍기 틀고 죽는다라는 게잖아요.
네. 그리고 저희 게이머 세대도 이제 결혼도 하고 다 2세를 막 만들고 있는 거 보면은 문제가 없는 게 아닐까?
자기가 말하는 것 중에 가장 큰 함정이 있는 거지 지금. 모순이잖아 모순. 나쁘다고 완전히 정자라든가 이게 기능이 없어지는 게 아니잖아 이게. 셧다운 되는 게 아니잖아. 그치? 근데 우리 정자라는 게 우리 정상 수치라는 게 있잖아 이게. 옛날보다는 계속 떨어지고 있어 이게. 환경 호르몬, 스트레스, 전자파가 어디 있었어 옛날에.
이건 찬반에 논란이 없는데 무조건 안 좋다라는 거예요?
근데 안 좋긴 안 좋아. 근데 우리 그렇게 생각하면 돼. 그러니까 안 좋으니까 뭐 휴대폰도 못 쓰고 게임도 못 하고 하나 그렇게 못 살잖아 당연히. 막말로 뭐 전자레인지 돌려도 막 그 전자파가 나오는 건데 미세먼지가 몸에 좋아 나빠 이렇게.
나쁘죠.
나쁘지만 육안으로 잘 이렇게 안 될 때는 돌아다니잖아. 그렇지만 팩트는 그런 미세먼지 마시면 안 좋은 거잖아요. 그런 개념이야 이렇게. 나도 그렇게 말하면서 휴대폰 보니까 휴대폰 넣고 있는데 또 이렇게. 나는 좀 죽여야 돼 전자파를 해가지고. 죽여야 돼. 근데 휴대폰 2개 넣고 다니잖아요.
저 궁금한 게
네네.
PC의 위치를 책상 위에 놓는 거랑 바닥에 놓는 거랑 차이가 좀 있을까요?
위에 나오면 머리가 나빠질 거 그렇게 앞에 설명하고 있는데 아니 그 나 전자파 영향 안 받을 거야 하면서 막 다락 같은 거 올려놓고 있으면 참 이상해 보이지. 이게 대답이야 대답.
프로게이머들은 어쨌든 꽤나 오랜 시간 동안 이 의자에 앉아있잖아요.
네.
건강적으로 좀 문제가 되는지.
어디 건강?
이 남자의 건강이겠죠?
이거 지금 얘기하는데 왜 부끄러워가지고 근데.
자신이 없어. 자신이 없어.
당연히 안 좋지 당연히.
그냥.
앉아있는 게 왜 안 좋냐면 원칙적으로 왜 안 좋냐면 전립선이라는 게 이렇게 방광하고 마취가 있으면 그 중간에 반톨만한 크기로 있는 게 전립선이거든. 그게 위에서 창자가 막 누를 거고 뒤에서는 이렇게 방광이 짜부라뜨리고 그다음 또 밑에서 마저 오래 눌려가지고 있으면 이게 전립선은 거의 뭐 자기들 이제 게임 하나 건데.
네 많이 하죠. 많이 하죠.
아까 물러났다면 뒷방 뭐
가족도 드시는 분들 계속 두고 계시잖아요. 사골공원에서 저희도 이게 게이머가 좀 게임을 하다 보면 밤낮이 굉장히 자주 바뀌거든요.
낮과 밤이 통째로 바뀌어 살아간다. 그러면 일단은 우리 몸의 리듬도 깨지는 거고 알게 모르게 자기 정서적으로 우울해지는 거야.
만약에 밤낮이 바뀌어 있어도 그 바뀐 거를 규칙적으로 하면
그렇지. 근데 자기가 지금 게임 생활한 지 몇 년 됐어요 지금?
이제
10년 됐다
10년 됐죠.
그러면 게임 생활 안 한 게 몇 년째였으면 태어날 때부터 지금까지 낮과 밤이 정상적인 게 더 길었을 거 아니야.
그렇죠. 그건
아직 낮과 밤이 바뀐 거를 못 바꾸잖아. 아직 못 이기고 있잖아. 우리가 그 외국 가가지고 시차만 약간 틀려줘도 그렇게 힘든데 그거는 몸이라는 게 되게 스트레스 받는 거예요.
선수들이나 뭐 방송하는 분들이나 남성 건강에 지금 좋지 않은 환경에 노출돼 있는데 이런 분들을 위해서 뭔가 간단하게 남성 건강을 지키기 위해서 할 수 있는 게 있을까요?
케겔이 되죠, 케겔. 한 5초 정도 이렇게 항문을 쫙 조이고.
지금 걸렸나? 하는 법을 한번 알려주시면.
아니 그러니까 배에 힘을 주지 말고 똥을 끈다 생각으로 이렇게 5초 동안 쫙 조이고 5초 동안 쫙 풀고 이런 걸 하면 왜 좋냐면 남자는 전립선 있잖아. 그럼 그 근처에도 혈류가 잘 돌거든.
하시면 그럼 하루에 몇 세트 정도?
이거 10번씩 해봐봐. 그것도 힘들어.
엄청 힘든데요?
힘들죠.
해볼까요? 다 같이?
하고 있어요. 나도 아까 얘기할 때부터 하고 있어.
근데 이렇게 막 얘기하고 있는데 알고 보면 밑에서 케겔 운동하고 있는 거야. 이게 어이없다.
얘기하면서 케겔하고 이렇게 노래 하나 부르면 해봐봐. 이게 케겔이 되는지 해봐봐. 아무거나.
오해 물러배
봐봐 이 목소리 바뀌잖아.
경지에 오는 거면.
봐봐 말 안 하고 게임을 하면 집중한다 해보세요. 게임 많이 하고.
게임 중간에.
근데 이게 케겔하고 두 개가 되느냐 잘 안 돼. 또
롤 잠깐 죽었을 때.
해석하면 돼.
닉네임 바꾸지 않으면 케겔로.
호동이
괜찮아요 케겔.
케겔 선수도 죽었습니다. 케겔 선수 지금 뭐 하나요? 케겔하고 있어요. 자 오늘 게이머의 건강 그 중에서 가장 중요한 성 건강에 대해서 다뤄봤는데요. 선생님 오늘 나와주신 소감 한마디.
되게 젊을 때 하는 게임이잖아요. 근데 너무 앉아만 있으니까 중간중간에 한 1시간, 2시간 만에 일어나가지고 이 정도 일어나가지고 좀 스트레칭 정도만 해도 이렇게 쫙 풀어주잖아요. 이렇게. 그 정도만 해도 괜찮거든. 60, 70대 20년 동안 잘 써먹으려고 지금 성을 준비하는 게 아니잖아 이게.
네네.
제일 많이 쓸 때가 이제 20대, 30대, 40대 요때죠 요때.
그렇죠.
그때 잘 지켜줘야지. 나중에 지나고 난 다음에 뻘짓하면 안 되지.
근데 이거 진짜 중요한 말이네요.
네.
선수들도 모두 귀를 쫑긋. 이 방송 나가는 직후 바로 그냥 다 같이 케겔 운동하죠.
자, 오늘 선생님 나와주셔서 정말 감사드립니다. 자기들아 다음에도 또 다뤄졌으면 하는 주제들 있으면 댓글 좀 달아줘. 협박 나가스 다음 주에 만나요. 안녕. 선수들이 우리 되게 샤라웃 해줬잖아.
맞지. 아, 그 맛이 역시 멋있더라.
나는 근데 아쉬운 게 왜 코스프레 그걸 안 해주는지.
선수분들 샤라웃 해줘서 정말 고맙고요. 우리 다 같이 건강한 쇼맨십 문화 만들어서 다 같이 노력하도록 합시다. 감사합니다.
근우는 뭐 그냥 아무거나 해라. 모든 것도 근우가 다 이겨 지금. 훨씬 잘해.
근우야 그때 솔킬 한번 보여줘야 돼. 뭔 느낌인지 알지?
인정. 나 솔킬 갖고 올게 이거.
나이스! 나 근데 이번 용 싸움 하고 싶긴 해.
싸우면 우리가 좋을 것 같은데?
이긴다. 나가는 중 앞으로 들른다.
여기 태.
앞으로 가자.
나 살았어.
천천히 해봐.
나 용납할게. 딸 데려갈게. 그냥 쌈 봐줘. 잭스 가줘.
천천히 해봐.
볼만해. 와줄래? 가봐. 사이 노플이야. 끝내야 돼. 되냐? 짧아.
소리.
까비, 저거 죽이면.
천천히 마시 받아도 돼.
봐보자. 사이. 오케이. 사이 몰랑. 제리 노플. 갈게 이거.
맞아.
계속 가.
나 이거 공 빠졌어. 얘네 들어올 수 있다.
제리
생각하면 돼.
노플이야. 천천히. 괜찮아. 이거 봐줘.
진공 송송기.
쭉 가. 야, 끝낼각 나오니? 끝낼각은 안 나오고 그냥 어깨니까 깨져. 끝낼각 나와. 30초야.
흥분하지 말고 천천히. 얘들아 약속 하나 하자. 터치자.
약속
약속 하나 해.
어떻게 할까?
죽여줘.
어떻게 해줄까? 이렇게 해줄까? 나이스.
나이스!
좋았다. 다행이다.
유성이 형 그거야. 아니 뒤가 안 걸렸어.
아 진짜 다행이다. 아우 떨려.
그래서 심호흡해. 심호흡.
긴장하지 말라 해도 긴장을 할 수밖에 없어요. 해도 안 돼.
심호흡 5번 해.
인생은 직진이다. 야 상대 긴장 더 많이 했어. 하지만 내가 더 많이 함. 내가 긴장 더 많이 했다.
괜찮아. 우리 한 판 질 때 됐어. 한 판 지고.
아니 왜 질 생각만 해? 역경 진짜.
오케이. 중공만 한번 간다.
중공만 스택 벌써 쓴다고? 중요한 날 해야지. 아 스프링 4경기만 쓴다고?
아껴놓은 그러면.
어때?
강 나온다.
나 볼수 있고 여기 나를? 내가
나를 있다. 정면 나를
나를 붙어.
정면
잡았어. 달려. 바로 넣을래. 바로. 고고고. 쳤어. 할만할 때 이번은. 너 그때?
칠게. 안 됐어. 됐다.
뒤에 탔어. 나 뺏어버렸는데 뭐냐? 뭐야 이거? 나이스. 잘 왔다. 그거 하기로 했어?
그냥 그냥 해보는 거지.
해보는 거지 뭐.
이러면은 아까 말했던 거 그대로긴 하다 1번 강.
와우. 칼리로 라인전 터트릴라 하네. 준비됐지? 몰라요. 버스 태워줘 제우스.
피만 뽑을게.
잡아봐. 힐 빠졌다. 이거 계속 해볼게.
그거 봤다.
아 헤리스.
잠깐 빨리 될것 같아. 나이스.
와.
까비.
나이스. 아 이렇게 마다 했어야 되는데.
나 이번에 보따리 한번 갈 수 있어.
그분 볼게.
야, 타기만 해봐. 다 잡았어. 그브룰 높여. 타기만 해봐. 다 잡았어.
나안 죽을 것 같아.
사단이 나올 만해.
나 죽겠다. 다 높을.
룰루는 내가 때려볼게.
나이스.
룰루 높을. 2초 잡았어. 잡나? 잡았어.
나이스.
나이스.
나 하나 6.
나도 하나 6. 너가 한 번만 해줄래?
나 그냥 맞으면서 할게. 제리 볼게.
룰루는 잡았어. 못 잡았다.
나 형 잊을 수 있어.
나이스.
나이스.
아 이거 다 잡네.
아이고야. 맞기 전에 치고 걸어야지. 우리가 급한 듯?
피 까이기 전에 그냥 걸어야 돼. 1500 찢어볼게. 민영. 현준아. 1500.
오른 고맙어. 오른 고맙어.
용모가 지금
오른부터.
제리 1번 볼만한데? 제리 들어가자. 바꿔. 나이스.
나이스. 준비 잘했어. 나이스.
잘했다. 이게 되네.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2023. The giant zoom in on the Chovy face, and this is the end phase. Man, that was a great fan intro that we had there for this this match that could be quick, But we'll see whether the Nongshim boys have it in them to take another game from one of our vying for the top spot teams.
Will be toughy, because I don't think that a team with Pace is going to underestimate Nongshim quite the same way
No.
T1 maybe did. As, of course, Pace being called up from challengers, as has been the whole Nongshim roster. There, Nongshim were not even necessarily the top dogs, but they were one of the better teams, whereas Pace's team really fell or stood by whether Pace had a good day. He's now gone. They no longer are having any good days, unfortunately, as we both know.
Yeah.
But that, to me, sends a clear signal that Gen G not going to underestimate Nongshim the way that T1 did.
No, absolutely not. As we can see here in the standings, Gen G with a 2-0 will be able to move up to equal first alongside T1. Nongshim desperately wanting to break away from the one-win club. They would move ahead of DRX with any sort of victory, but will still stay one win away from Bro. They're locked in to 7th place. Of course, you mentioned, Paze and his history with Nongshim. It's not great. It's if you just count Paze versus Vital, the matchup is 3-1 in favor of good old Vital. But I think the rest of the map may play a part here. As let's get into our points of the match. As Gen G going for the 6 win streak versus Nongshim with spicy power, as we saw against T1, and also a very depressing Yuumi and Wukong moment, and 22-1. Yeah, the last time Nongshim, and this is game score. This is like 22-1 in games. This dates back to when Nongshim first debuted as Team Dynamics, all the way back in the day. The only game that they ever won against Gen G was in 2021 Spring, round 1.
And that's when Peanut was on that team. When it was the Peanut and Dokdam and Gorilla and Richline.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Which
now Peanut has changed sides.
He has, Atlas. Says Doran, the man Noguri approved of, is back. Doran has had some Doran moments, but overall has been a very, very reliable top laner, particularly outside of lane in team fights, has been doing an expert job versus old reliable Dundun. He might not always make the best plays, but we love him nonetheless.
Absolutely. I think Dundun is, I'm just hoping that he's capturing the hearts of LCK fans, much like he captured ours. From Academy to LCK, this is exactly what we were talking about to begin things here. How will Week 3's best performance nominee in Paze perform against Vital in Week 4? And yeah, the Korean desk did nominate Paze as the best performer of Week 3, which is pretty huge considering the amount of experience this guy has had on stage, which is not very much.
And what's truly interesting is that Paze also, when he played against Vital, this was in spring, wasn't nearly as good as he would become throughout summer as he was developing further and further. And Vital in summer wasn't there. It was Jiwoo because Vital was loaned out to the LGL, where he, of course, made finals and did a stellar job. And that is really cool, because it means that this is the first time we're going to see these players perform against one another in quite a while. Now, it's not a 1v1, which for Vital, unfortunately, not looking too hot there.
Yeah, for Paze though, he's going to be feeling pretty good, having the Gen G Championship 2022 topside alongside him, as well as Delight, who he knows very, very well. Gen G, welcome to LoL Park here. We'll see how they're going to do their first game of Week 4 here in the LCK. It was a relatively rocky start, but I feel like I like going back to the Arnold quote where he's like, we were expecting to need a lot more time before we started getting the W's. But he's pretty happy that it started earlier than expected.
Also, to me, a lot of our image and how we perceive this Gen G was heavily colored by how much they got clapped by T1.
Yeah.
But as the weeks have passed, both Paze has become not nearly as nervous as he clearly was in that match.
Yep.
And to me, the win in particular against T+ was what really set them apart. And maybe they do belong together with T1. And that rematch in round 2, that's going to be amazing. But that's not what we're looking at today. Look at these giggles. Look at these smiles. You might have not remembered this, but we do. After they lost against T1, you know who was smiling?
It was Nongshim. Nongshim was psyched about it.
Man, we won a game.
And Irian, their coach, afterwards in the coach interview is just like, oh yeah, but it was a good loss though, guys.
It was a really good loss.
We had a great loss. We learned a lot.
We got to showcase some stuff.
Yeah, yeah. And if the Yuumi had have attached, we probably could have won, you know? They like to focus on the positives, and so do we. As Nongshim will take their seats. Our featured matchup is going to be between Sylvie and Peanut, and that is a matchup that I think most people are going to be looking out for, because Peanut, he hasn't been on the Sejuani duty as much as our other junglers have. In fact, hasn't played one game of the champion. Sylvie as well likes to keep it a little bit more aggressive as far as his jungle picks. So some slight similarities there, you could say, with how they want to run the Rift, getting a lot of things done in the early stages of the game. As here it is, like we were talking about, Sylvie, a little bit wider when it comes to the champion pool. We hated the Viego, just not a huge fan of that pick at the moment. But Peanut, 4-1 on both Vi and the Wukong. He's keeping it small, not stressing that champion pool out too much.
Doesn't need to, hasn't really been pushed. We all know that Peanut has the ability to play some more cheeky picks, and wanted to highlight there as well that kill participation also very clearly shows that if Sylvie's not having a good game, which he has, he's kind of the player like win more, and when he doesn't do well, he really gets taken down repeatedly and repeatedly, because he is the main guy of his team. He's the front guy, he's the one that goes in. Yeah. Although we might see that shift a little bit now that the meta has, of course, no longer any Yuumi in it, but regardless, you gotta imagine that the takeaway for Nongshim today is if we can get a game, that's amazing. If we can get a good showing, that's in of itself a big win for Gen G. Very different, a 2-0 here would keep them in the running for that first place. So for them, it is all business.
All the games matter here for Gen G. They need to make sure that they keep alongside T1, keep pressuring them to perform better and better, because T1 have been dropping the odd game here or there, and that means that game score starts to go down despite whether you win the matches or not. So Gen G going to need to get there, as there's the end pays sign yet again.
I also have a really, I don't know, I think I told you already, the pace, him talking about Peanut.
Yeah.
We're going to save that one for a lost day, but it's an adorable story that you're all going to want to hear.
It's very, very cute.
As
Nofe? What are we doing here? Interesting.
I wish I spoke.
Oh, Nofe's on the desk today.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just losing my mind. I'm like, I'm pretty sure Nofe doesn't play anymore. I'm pretty sure he's a member of the LCK broadcast team.
He is.
And he is, and that's why he's on the sign. Apparently, Nofe is his best Lee Sin, which is very cool.
Aww. As overall, for Nongshim, the main goal is to get a good yawn in. You need all that air, as much as you can get.
Absolutely.
We do see that Gen G, pretty relaxed. The expectation for them is to be able to get in a comfortable spot here, maybe grab yourself a nice draft, and then run over with your surplus of experience and supposed laning prowess. But do keep in mind, Nongshim not to be underestimated. They might be one of our worst LCK teams, but they are still an LCK team, and we have seen teams fall if they show a little too many moments of weakness, as again the AD carry pool is going to get pinched. As long as Ashe is not in the game, I will be happy.
Yep.
That's all I ask for.
Ashe, Caitlyn. Ban those two, and you're feeling pretty good. Maokai, second ban. Lucian still being prioritized, despite being slightly tapped on this patch.
Yeah.
Still pretty good. Just throwing cullings into people. We saw Live Sandbox benefiting from that one quite a bit. Is Jhin going to be banned by Gen G? An interesting ban.
To me, signals that they want to prioritize the Caitlyn pickup.
Yep.
And we have varying opinions about whether or not that's going to be the case. That's going to be an Ashe first pick then.
Wow. Yeah. I guess you can.
Well,
some roads lead to Ashe first pick.
Well, it's tough because with the Varus, Jhin, and Lucian gone, if Gen G first pick Caitlyn, you're also in deep trouble.
Yeah. Yeah.
So there's not a lot of great outcomes here. I actually quite like the Gen G draft. Now, what direction they will go in, we don't know. Might just say, hey, throw a curveball, do what we saw earlier today, and pick up an early top half in the rotation. Sejuani would make sense here in terms of priority, but you know that Peanut's not going to take it, so you can also use this to secure something else that you want to get early on. Ryze comes to mind. Obviously not Kassadin, because Kassadin we don't blind, that's not allowed.
Fiesta has done it before, but we'll see. Sejuani, is going to be the consideration. Of course, Sedge is something that Peanut has picked up also in the past, just not so much this season. So going to still priority pick that one. And denying Ashe Sedge, I think, makes a bit of sense in my mind.
Yeah, don't really have a lot of options in that regard. Although the crazy thing is, I don't even know if Genji would pick it. Just considering how little Peanut has played it, but it is a combo that you shouldn't take a risk, because if they do, then you just lose the game. So
yeah,
I definitely like to pick up the Cassante though. Very interesting, because we have seen a growing number of Cassante counters. The Jax is the one that is most obvious, but isn't actually that Jax favored. First few levels are good, and then after that it becomes a little bit tough.
The T1 lane.
Okay, is going to be the Sivir instead.
Oh, the Quick Blade Sivir.
Oh yeah, I love that build a lot. Big fan, really feels nice. As now for Nongshim can do one of two things, can either pick up a nice melee solo laner. Sylas comes to mind.
Yeah, I think AP Alistar for mid lane sounds like a great idea.
but Peter actually is a good Alistar, and
okay, Vital.
That hover, kind of cool, because it is of course one of the traditional Sivir counters.
Oh yeah, true. Headbutt both, very difficult to
and maybe you just get a free ban. And maybe they don't ban it, and otherwise you can save your counter pick for Fiesta and just R4 an Alistar here. And your laning phase isn't going to be fun because you're playing into Ashe, so that's going to be very miserable. But if you somehow get out of lane...
Yeah, I think it sounds unplayable to me, but we'll see whether they do go for it.
There is... What is it?
I mean, maybe the game is just unplayable from this point, but we'll see. We'll see what Nongshim are going to be able to cook up for us, as we will indeed let them. The Kassadin going to be taken away here. Fiesta does have a propensity to head towards the Kassadin. Is somewhat void inclined. So not going to happen this time around. Nongshim, what are we banning here? There's Sylas, Akali, Azir, things like that. Probably going to be the consideration on their side of things, wanting to clear up that mid lane. There is the Sylas.
So you have two options as Nongshim. You either R for Azir, or you accept that Genji is going to play another Wukong Azir comp. I don't know how many they've played, but in my mind it's a lot. I feel like it's the most played by far. Akali also taken away. Really, to me, feels like kind of a dare. Hey, if you do pick up a support here, we're going to...
We'll pick Azir.
We're going to lock in Azir. It is happening, and kind of pushes Nongshim in a corner. With the cam on Peter, though,
yeah,
kind of expecting there to be a support pickup here.
I hope that it's range. Oh my goodness, Peter's doing it! The cow! It's
new champion.
Yeah,
new champion.
So I want to get excited about the cow, right?
This is one of the counters. Didn't get to mention it because sidetracked, but very good into Cassante. As an incredible matchup, skills well.
And Chovy back on Azir duty, but it is pretty strong pick at this point in the draft. Man, I want to get excited about the cow, but I just feel like Aphelios Alistar is not the answer to Ashe Sivir.
Yes, Fiesta.
Oh my goodness.
He's giggling.
Do you know what I don't like? Ability power. That's why I'm a Nongshim fan.
Who cares about ability power? You're only playing full AD into Wukong. Doesn't get a ton of free armor, right?
No,
guys,
not at all.
It's fine. You have Yone. Yone deals magic damage.
Yeah, he deals magic damage. It's fine. No, but he doesn't build ability power. And ability power is what we don't like. Magic damage, totally okay with magic damage. Just don't like ability power.
Maybe this is the birth of Nashor's Aphelios. No, I'm kidding. That's not a thing.
Yeah, you build that. Yeah, it's Lichbane first. Got to make sure you get the Lichbane first for the procs.
So, the Nongshim draft. In terms of priority, it's a disaster, but if they can weather the storm early on, if they can get some skirmishes, catch Genji off guard, and maybe get an early team fight or two, it can work. I don't think they're in a great spot here, because literally you are gonna get shoved in. Look at this. Yep. Dun. Top of the top. I agree. Nongshim fans really spiritually very closely related to Brionne fans.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we basically have two Brions.
Yeah.
And I think that is just fantastic. That's just double the love. Double fantastic stuff. very, very, very happy about it. As Doran fan here. I'm really hoping that Peter just doesn't lane in the bottom lane. He just goes into mid or something like that and just starts bopping people around.
He needs to hit level 2, but as we point out, the problem is you're gonna not have prio on the bottom half of the map. You're not gonna have prio in mid of any form, really, and then at least until 6. You know, Yone at that point can do a little bit more, but that's gonna be tough. Top side also countered, so good luck, Nongshim.
Oh, let's see how it goes. We hop onto the Rift for game 1. Man, that is a gorgeous Yone skin. I'm a huge fan of that one. The Moo Cow, Peter, choosing the correct skin, at least, even if this may not necessarily be the greatest of champion choices for lane priority in the bottom lane. God, it is the best. Can he play? I just want him to play the cowbell. I just really want the cowbell so bad.
Oh, he didn't?
He hasn't played it yet.
This is why top lane is the best lane, even though it doesn't matter. I love Dundun so much. I'm so glad Doran is handshaking.
Dundun's the best. He's the best.
So as I was saying, we do see Pace going for Doran's Blade here. Also as Ghost and Flash show, yeah, they're gonna invade. Little do they know that Nongshim, after actually mentioned in the interview, after getting bopped by Keria, they were like, we were a little surprised by the power of level 1 Ashe.
They haven't been scrimming T1. Genji, I think, may have been scrimming T1 a little bit more, and I think they knew the power of the Ashe.
On how they come out of lane, ooh, look. Yeah, I love this. Little fake out there.
Ooh, cute.
Although we do see the pings. Yeah. And there is also a ward on Raptors. So, yeah, so what you see right here is why Ashe support isn't fair and why it's not fun to play Alistar. Now, you see the health bar?
I mean, it's fun to play Alistar, just not right now.
Well, if Ashe is banned, maybe.
Yeah. And, I mean, the real question is he allowed to actually play Alistar at this point?
Well, not on this level.
Not yet, no.
But maybe eventually. And we joke, but post 6 there is actually a considerable amount of power, as it was Lahens that played it last, as Vital, oh, wait, hold up.
He's just going to try and shoot Peanut a few times. Gromp is going to go over.
They know,
yeah.
So get some...
Severum healing.
I'm a bit confused why Sylvie is only level 2. Wonder if he left up the one, probably just the one Krug. And will be able to still go for the top half of the map and won't be that far behind. But vertical jungling, when this is your position for your bot lane, is not a good time.
No, it's a suboptimal outcome of the early game.
It is. We knew that this was going to happen. So did Nongshim. And they are just hanging on. And if they can hang on, then maybe they can team fight.
It's a huge win.
Well, if they get there.
Yeah.
Which they shouldn't really.
Yeah, it should
But
be...
if they do...
Yeah. Right?
Yeah. No, look at that. It's Sejuani, it's Yone, it's Alistar, it's Dundun. You know, the amount of CC that you have.
And also, us Nongshim fans, we don't like ability power, and there's not going to be very much ability power. It's going to be great. We're going to have a great time as the game goes on. Just feeling really fantastic about it. Look at how much ability power there is on Genji. Gwen.
Way too much.
And Azir.
They have a spread of damage. Oh, that.
Wow. You really, like, have they never played any game where you really need to focus on one carry, you know? You can't just jack of all trades.
Nongshim get it. If they get Vital and or Fiesta to free items, they're gaming.
Think of the Black Cleaver value. It's absurd. That's how you're supposed to play.
For who?
I don't know.
Who's building a... Okay, you can build Black Cleaver.
Kasante. You know, Kasante, because he needs the extra mobility, because he's not very mobile. And
oh, yeah.
Yeah. And you know, it scales great off his
how it
that benefits purely from defensive statistics. So Black Cleaver, a really great item to build.
it's not a super fun matchup, as the resistances that Dundon is going to build up are going to help him a little bit, but obviously the core issue is that even if you do get those resistances, Gwen doesn't really care as much. Yeah, it's not fun. It's a bad time. Dundon going in.
It depends whose perspective you're...
Well, if you're a Gen G fan, you're having a great time.
Yeah. If you're Doran, you're having an even better fan.
Oh, look at him.
Better time.
Pulling the wave.
He is. These minions
well,
may kill him.
Yeah, Doran knows that Sylvie's in the top half of the map, so he just needs to respect.
Yep, and Dundon going to be able to pull the wave away from the turret, which is precisely what he was doing.
Back.
Ooh, Doran, bit cheeky. Be able to get the crash regardless.
Oh my god. Negatron cloak first.
Man wants to stay out of the rain. You got to respect it. As Doran
will
back
rain cloak, it's an anti-magic cloak. They're completely different things.
Are you saying that rain isn't magic?
No.
Oh.
It's science.
I always thought it was magic.
That's a different coding, Atlas.
Oh, well. I
assume so. I've never seen
If it starts raining and you're wearing a Negatron cloak, maybe it'll have, you know, the ability to also prevent the rain.
Well, if it's a very well-prepared mage.
True.
Because even a Negatron cloak would have been made by a mage, right? Because you can't dispel magic.
And I'm sure, like, while you're at it, you may as well make it waterproof.
Or, yeah. Well, I mean, while you're crafting this amazing cloak.
Yeah. He may have, like, Dundon probably had a word with Boris, and he's like, dude, like,
that
starts raining.
Cloak.
Can I please have one that also...
It's Dundon, though, so I would also not be shocked if it's just like, that looks cool. I like the look of that cloak.
Yeah.
I want to walk with confidence.
Vital, by the way, has a CS advantage. Feeling good. Big stack wave, so that's short-lived, but still. And Peter pretty comfortably has made it to at least level 4. Feeling psyched
Only 2 more
that.
levels and he's a champion, Atlas.
Absolutely. Or in Marta's case, he's a champion at level 2. You just walk to some other lane.
Who's Marta?
Marta is is the world's MVP of 2014.
Yeah, that's what I was getting. I, of course, know who Marta is, but many people in our audience might not.
I mean, that's true, but I'm sure a lot of people do remember, because he sort of shaped. He was the first one to make support sexy. I think that's a Papa quote.
It sounds like a Papa quote.
Because that's sort of what he did. You know, he played a bunch of Thresh, but also played a heck of a lot of Janna. Was real great at that. Was making big plays on a champion that people didn't necessarily feel was one that you could make big plays on. So, really did change the face of support. I mean, I disagree. I think it was better. But Ingo Sylvie finds a Glacial Prison here onto Chovy. The ult comes through, and that's first blood for Nongshim.
Double emote!
Oh!
We got the white flag!
Boom!
We got a Poro! And that was just as he was spotted as well.
Man, I hope Gen G can win a game. I mean, we know that Nongshim are like super good.
Wait. Well, he has W, so he's fine.
He is.
Or he should be. But what if he isn't?
Dun. Cyclone going to come through here. Unbound Soul means Fiesta is
huge.
short-lived on that one. But they get, big cooldown. Peter is walking so fast. Sorry, wait, how to... Clopping? How to...
I have no idea. I can't help
Can a cow gallop?
Literally, as Peanut comes into the Wraith camp, Sylvie heads over. So completely miss each other. Very unfortunate flash there by Chovy as well. After the fact, means that he won't have that available for any playmaking. And crucially, kills also goes over to Fiesta as Pays is going to dodge. And there is now pressure on the Nongshim bot lane to get anything done, because right now there isn't really a response happening, and they are a member down. And we do get the rotation up from Peter, but I feel like it's too late. Although Sylvie, seemingly, disagrees with me and doesn't care.
Well, Dundon, he might care, as he's just going to ult Doran away. Let's see whether this Cassante moment can actually happen. He manages to get the Q, but Doran just slips into the brush, and Delight will take him down. But Peanut's going to be traded. Nongshim, they'll take that. And Dundon's untiltable, so he obviously doesn't mind. All right, still kind of doing okay for Nongshim.
Kill went over to Ashe as well, so it doesn't hurt Dundon as much as it could. If Doran gets that kill, really accelerates the Gwen to a point that you're very, very uncomfortable.
Arrow will connect onto Vital. He has no cleanse, and the turret's hitting him. Had he just put down a turret and it hit Pays?
It did.
Is that the timing that Delight just hit? What?
Yeah.
I mean, that's luck, but I mean, that is very, very unfortunate for Vital.
It really is, as Dundun here drawing the attention of two. Do see Delight going over for the flash. If he gets this kill here, if Doran doesn't find those needles, it would be a really big disaster, because then I don't even know if Delight kills him. Crucially, the smite does not go the way of Sylvie, as...
Obviously, oh my...
Yep.
And so Pays walks into it so that it hit...
Yeah.
지렸지? 이거야?
It's a happy Delight.
As we learn another lesson in maybe take cleanse.
Oh, yeah.
Although in this game, I gotta say, it does feel a lot worse to take cleanse because it actually is just the Ashe.
Oh, that was beautiful by Fiesta. Buffering the ult. I don't know whether it really matters that much because now he's a lot more susceptible to the Emperor's Divide. Still looks cool.
He's Flash. He should be okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, as mentioned, you kind of feel like you have to take cleanse, but especially in a lane where you have an Alistar and you would really like to all-in these two, because if you don't all-in, you're losing. And if you do all-in, you can actually find some playmaking, right? And actually win that. The amount of upfront burst that Aphelios with the right setup has is really good. But because you don't have cleanse, any arrow is going to just kill you. And Vital will, of course, go Guild Force, which will help a little bit, but the early Lucidity Boots and Kindle Gem from Delight mean that, again, arrows up already. This is level 1 of the ultimate. It's only going to get worse from here.
Yeah. Delight will be able to press R a whole bunch of times this game. Peanut, moving on over towards this Drake that was the first one taken by Nongshim. This one in 10 seconds time likely to be picked up by Gen G, as they do have some vision in the area. Nongshim as well still have some stray wards. We might have ourselves a team fight.
That's not horrible. The downside is that Case does have his Kraken Slayer, so he needs to die, and he does have Flash Ghost, and is also Sivir. So
yeah,
it's a tough ask, but shouldn't be impossible. As
all right, Needlework coming out here as Dundun is unstoppable for a moment, but he's gonna have to try and get his way out as he pulls him underneath the turret. The Gwen was immune for a moment, but he's going all out. He's going all in. He gets the knockback. Peanut will turn up, and Dundun's gonna get denied. Oh, he does it! He does it! He turns it around. Oh, reliable. He's never let us down.
Oh, reliable with the Cassante outplay. While they get the Drake on the other end of the map, and now Pays and Delight are gonna have to get zoned off because they can't walk up. Peanuts on top side.
Yeah. Fiesta also looking for a bit of damage onto Chovy, but he is gonna shift some sands, grabs a shield, and he'll be absolutely fine. With Doran dead though, it means he misses out on all of this plate gold. All the money will now go to Peanut. Arrow is going to connect onto Vital once again. He doesn't have a turret up, so at least there's that, as now he's going to press the Q button and run away. On the hunt has been popped here as Vital's in trouble, as the Ricochet's not quite doing that much, but does have the ultimate. So the Moonlight Vigil helps get a bit of healing with the Severum, so he'll be all right. Oh, Ashe Arrow is halfway off cooldown.
Yeah, I was worried for a second.
I wouldn't back on that ward.
Oh, Delight maybe? Cheeky volley? Well, he is at risk of getting all in, so I don't think he wants to take that. But more importantly, Pays doesn't fall behind. He's going to pick himself up another plate and is still in a great spot in this game. But this is, if you're a Nongshim fan, exactly what you want to see, right? They're fine.
Okay. Fiesta's just having a good time.
Well, he got a plate.
Yeah.
Which is nice. Also, do note Chovy going for the new Oblivion Orb. Which
Arrow's off cooldown. Arrow should be used. Arrow.
I thought there was going to be an arrow. I was going to talk about how Morelos is good again.
Oh yeah, you can talk about that if you want.
It's got his armor pen, right?
Yeah, it did.
It's got armor pen. It's not as bad anymore. No. But, you know, that's good to know.
Yeah. Delight.
Yeah. Where's that arrow?
I want that arrow.
Thrown off.
Yeah, it's supposed to come out now.
Well, it's on cooldown. Or off cooldown.
Yeah. On or off.
That's your point.
Yeah. The on button is ready to be pressed for the arrow. And it has been used on cooldown, off cooldown. Oh man, now I'm just
now you're. I'm taking you with me.
Yeah, you really have. Happy Bee there from Dundun, just having a great time. I love this player.
I'm so happy he's in the LCK. Haven't seen him look incredibly consistent on anything but Cassante, but it doesn't matter. That's not what it's about.
Yeah. As Peter is going to turn up, just headbutts the cannon away to try and give that to his AD carry.
Wait, we have to know. Does Vital get it?
Yeah, I don't know. We're going to have a bit of a zoom in here as Dundun doesn't care about no cannons. Doran, I believe, was the one that missed it. Feels bad. Looks for the Q, doesn't get it. Snip, snip. Doran taking a bit of damage. Gets the Conqueror, though.
As Ultimate as well. And once Riftmaker comes through, this matchup really changes because Riftmaker is a little unfair of an item as, oh no, Sylvie just used his Q, but they don't know. They don't know this is happening and they feel that. Oh, that's so funny.
Wow. Okay.
That is so funny. They have no idea. Okay, now they know.
Now they know. Peter's going to move in. Headbutt pole. He's ready.
Trophy isn't here. They can't contest. Well, he's going to get first turbot, so I don't know if they don't really need to contest.
No, Q not going to connect there by Dundun. They will just secure themselves this second Herald. Shirley goes down. Peanut moving forward as Warrior Trickster. But if Genji are able to get first turret, then they're very happy with the trade.
Yeah, they will. As overall, Nongshim got the objective. I also have confirmation from production that Vital did indeed get the cannon. So,
okay, good.
Good job, Peter. I know. I was worried as well.
Yep. Very glad. So, Peter, excellent play. We've already seen the benefit of Alistair. I mean, outside of already getting an assist in this game. So, having a pretty good time so far. As Arrow, not going to connect onto Dundun here. Didn't quite have as many dashes as they thought. As the ult comes through, he's going to single out Doran and then just wander away. Jobs are good. And the Ghost was invested, but that is a small price to pay for getting away with your life.
And right now, we do see the mid shove coming through as Vital is very far up here. We do have Peanut in the general vicinity. Also do note that the soul point is possible for Nongshim. There are 2k gold behind, and Doran is going to get another turret. And this is really where we start to see some of the issues for Nongshim, which is actually getting objectives while not giving up too much, because they've done a lot of grouping, but that has also come at the cost of a lot of plates, which leads them with a current free 2k gold with the turret just picked up deficit. But they have set a trap. The trap is not successful and will be abandoned.
Yeah, they've set a trap. The trap is now gone. They disengage Arrow. Will not connect. Teleport is going to come forward here. I
think he's fine.
He is Yone. Does have ways of getting out of this one. He's going to buffer the ulti, but only going to pull Peanut a little while away as Sylvie finds himself an ult, but not enough to get the stun. And that is Doran locking down the kill.
I take it back. He was not fine.
He was not fine.
No, now we know.
Unless he's okay with being dead, in which case he's fine.
Overestimated Yone. Maybe if he ults earlier there and then doesn't get the like blocked, right? Because if you Yone ult as soon as you hit your target, you kind of stop.
Yep.
But maybe Peanut would have flashed for it and then the result would have been the same. So unfortunately, that means no soul point going over. Genji picked that one up and Nongshim oh no, Vital.
Oh dear.
Okay.
Doran is just going to stay here, tanking the turret to make sure that it goes down, and it will. Delay going to finish that one off. Dundun split pushing here towards the top side, as Cloud Drake will be secured by Genji. So they deny the soul point, and they have the opportunity to stack up 4 of the best dragons in the universe. Arrow will connect. The counter press Zaba. So you might have been worried about Vital not having cleanse. Peter does.
Yeah. But the light is about, now it's 3/4 left of his ultimate, and for Peter it's a lot longer as, he's backing besides the brush next to a ping. So if you ult early here, then Peanut at the very least is going to have to flash, but instead Fiesta waits and as a result doesn't get nearly as far. And the reinforcements are coming. However, looking at who the reinforcements are, if you do actually fight there, you might still be in trouble because you're going to be down a member nonetheless. But then maybe Dundun can teleport in and the fight can go completely different. Not going to be the case, as right now we do see Nongshim falling behind, pick themselves up 2 Drakes, still have a Herald in the pocket as well, but that's going to have to help them out substantially. So now they're building towards his second item.
Yeah.
Same for Fiesta, they have a good 2-item spike if they can hit it.
We'll see if they can, because this is the problem, right? Is that Nongshim 3,000 gold behind, and it felt like they were doing things fine, you know, throughout the majority of this game. But as you can see, it's just been slowly but surely getting further and further Gen G's way. See whether they can continue on that foot, or whether Nongshim can find themselves the team fight to get them back into control. Peanut poking his head in, and Shirley making her way up the mid lane. It's time. Is it time for a team fight?
Still a really good team fight. We have to be respected.
Yeah?
Being down gold.
Peanut looking for the flank. Delight trying to get him out of there as Fiesta walks forward, but gets the ult out from Doran, actually. That's big news, but Sylvie now doesn't have his as the arrow not going to connect. Delight actually has had great aim this game, but that one not going to find the target as Arctic Assault was available. And Nongshim going to set up once again. Peter has his ult back up again.
This is peak Challengers gameplay, by the way. Side lanes are not real.
No, no, no.
If you don't acknowledge them, they don't exist, Atlas.
Exactly. Yes, is going to dive forward. There's some knockups. Peanut is taking all of the damage and doesn't seem too worried about it. And remember, there's a Gwen in a side lane as Dundun doesn't find the Q, and now Delight and Pays are chasing them down. They're in the middle of the lane now, though, as Vital looks for it. Doesn't quite get there as Fiesta gets pushed under the turret. Oh, no, but he does make it out alive. I thought there was a turret shot following him there, but it's not going to work. Meanwhile, I mean, this is happening, right? I feel like Jonas Strong did him dirty there for a moment.
So this is perfect, because this is actually how you beat. You don't stand.
Oh, no. His cleanse was on cooldown.
Well, he had flash. So this is how you beat challenger teams. You don't stand for the nonsense. You're not. You don't get sucked into the 5v5 shenanigans. You don't commit. You don't give them the opportunity to try and hand stiff. Just play sides. Because even though Nongshim somehow won challenger finals playing sides, they have no idea. They don't know. And they're just going to group and try to 5v5 you.
Well, the Baron is going to go over to Gen G. Can they stand their ground and win themselves a fight as Dundun is going to pull Peanut away, but I don't know whether Gen G really minds about that. Peter's going to get taken down first. There are a couple of kills, though. Pace is already dead as Peanut trying to get out of there. Delight is the only one he can move back to is now Chovy. He's presented himself as a target. Can they lock him down? That's the question. An arrow is going to land as Dundun is just massive.
Vital's on the way.
Sylvie, he's in the Thunderdome. There's the Cyclone. That's going to take down Bristle and Sejuani. And Gen G, despite the fact that they lost Doran and Pace, they're going to walk away with the Baron on 3.
Yeah, they're not really going to care as... Oh, I know we don't like Ashe votes, but
I mean,
I'm kind of feeling it. As, unfortunately, you need to flash that. It feels bad, but you don't have a choice. And then this is surprisingly close, mainly due to the fact that the members of Gen G already are fairly low, especially considering there is no Helios in this fight. Yeah. So they are lacking some crucial damage, but we do start to see the issues of not having damage when Chovy just kites them. And I'm just loving how Gen G is like continuously like walking close to fight range, but not actually, and then whenever Nongshim try to fight, like, no.
LCK 맛있는데 이번 판?
Taking it easy.
0-1번.
Oh, Delight. Seems to be having a very good time so far this game.
But you almost have double IE, which should help.
You're telling me it could be worse.
Oh, wait, they don't know about Peter. He doesn't know.
All right, the cow is lurking. Gets the flash out of Chovy. You'll take that. Arrow will connect.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to get this. The next wave is very far away. And it's going to shove mid.
That's a lot of people. Dundun's done the most damage in the game. It's Cassante. Let that sink in for a moment. I don't know what it necessarily means.
It doesn't mean that much in the game. But it's a cool fact.
It is a cool fact. It's a fun fact.
Every Nongshim game is fun, Atlas. That's the beauty of it.
I know. I'm actually having a very good time.
I know. It's really enjoyable.
All right. 6,000 gold the lead for Gen G. They are just... This is a very elementary Gen G game.
Hey, look at that.
Yeah.
Built Black Cleaver. He listened to you.
There we go. I mean, I was talking about Nongshim's relatively lacking in AP composition, but they don't really have anyone that can build one.
So we have, again, learned the lesson, ban Ashe, but, oh, look at that.
There we go.
There's 2 of them now.
There's the spike.
It's
That
double,
is second item IE as
double
well.
spike.
Second item IE for Aphelios.
Is that enough?
He's ticking the boxes.
I'm gonna say no, not even remotely. But this is the theoretical win condition. They got there.
Arrow is just going to decorate Rune Terror. Not finding the mark. Nongshim saved their inner turret. Could be worse. As Wolf Renee said for a lot of one of our most recent broadcasts.
This is good. This is good. This is what you do. Just park someone in side lane. Because Dunan does not win anymore, if you might be wondering. That Nagatron cloak is nice, but...
Hey, it's a force of nature now.
What if he has the gank?
Well, he doesn't.
Gwen's immune, so it can't really engage on it. Unless you get a flank.
Okay. Pays is theoretically a full item ahead of Vital.
Theoretically?
Yeah, well, I mean, there is the fact that
what do
the
you-
boots aren't upgraded and the items aren't necessarily as expensive and things like that. Some technicalities.
I guess. I appreciate you
Yeah,
being this
it's not
optimistic.
full Infinity Edge gold ahead, you know? But it is ahead by a lot, like 2,000 gold.
Yeah.
Which is large. But
It is a large amount.
It's a 7,000 gold lead, like 6,500 gold lead, so could be worse. That could have been entirely on Pays, as Peanut is just bullying Sylvie out of his own jungle here as they set up for vision around this next Baron. It's going to be alive in a minute and a half. In a turret, looking to be the juicy target, as it is the last one remaining of the inners. 5 turrets, so Genji closing in, and this is where Ashe becomes even more obnoxious, which is when she can just walk around. Doesn't have an Underglaive, which is actually pretty important, as Sylvie is going to gather the arrow, but Arctic Assault gets himself a little bit further away. That is going to be all right. Warrior Trickster from Peanut. Troll Ward going down, but I don't know how long that's going to last, as Nongshim have to back away.
More and more objectives are falling, and short of Genji running into a multi-man Alistair wombo with some Yone in there, maybe some Dundun knockups, Vital with an ult on top. Outside of that,
no,
not happening. And you never do that because you never actually have to fight.
The one way that Nongshim win is Peter. Peter finds the angle. He shows us the way of the cow. That is how it works.
He's level 9.
He is. That means that his ultimate is available.
Yeah, the level doesn't matter that much, but the overall game state is... Peanut's I don't want to know what his forward percentage is. He just...
All of it.
He's just in the enemy jungle.
Yeah.
You can't... Engaging on Genji actually is very tough. We haven't really talked about this yet, but what you're looking for here is a Hail Mary engage. And then you have Ashe, which Ashe is great. Ashe is a good target.
A fair bit of kite back, isn't there?
Well, yeah, there's Ashe, and then there is a Sivir with Flash. Peanut has a lot of tools as well.
Yeah.
And as a result, they can't really fight here. They need turrets.
Also, he's level 15.
Yeah. So, well, this is why you can't engage on Peanut.
Hebat Pulverize does come in as the arrow will connect onto Fiesta. He does go back to his Unbound Soul as Genji are teleporting in. They want the team fight. There's the flash out. Peter, my goodness, he took a little bit of poke damage and goes down to half health. As they don't manage to get any kills.
That's not a little bit of poke damage.
Bit of poke damage, just a little bit of poke
damage. If it goes down to half health, it's a lot, Atlas.
Down to half health.
Come on.
Doesn't have a lot of health.
No, it doesn't.
As Peanut's looking for the flank angle, they were considering going for a Baron, but maybe they weren't interested in the Baron.
If
they could go for a team
don't fight.
Peanut takes another little bit of poke damage, and he goes down to a quarter of his health bar. As now we're looking to chase this one in. All right, now's your opportunity. It's massive, but the wallets, oh my god, it's a slaughter. As Vital finds a Moonlight Vigil into the backline, but will it mean anything at all is the question. He gets snipped up. What? Doran just denied him entirely. Dundun's running away. He's going to be able to get to the base, but I think this one's done. No Baron necessary.
Oh, if Vital was there for the start of that fight, maybe he could have been enough.
I think he was, but then I blinked and he disappeared, Chronicler.
He was a little disjointed. That's okay. Genji, perfect game plan against the challenger team. Don't give in to your worst instincts.
Like Peanut just did. Peanut is leading by example here. As Doran's extraordinarily low, they're just gonna, they're gonna put this one down. It is done. Genji 1-0 up over Nongshim here, and all business from draft to gameplay. They played the map better, and they managed to win. But
all
Nongshim,
business. All business.
It was all
you
business.
sold at level 1.
I did. It was all business. It was all business. That's the business that they're in. Like level 1, you spam emotes, and then you do the laning phase. That's the business of top lane these days.
We're having some fun with it because the reason why we can't really discuss the game is because in the position that Genji was in, they should never lose.
No.
Because they had a really good draft that was able to consistently find advantages in lane like they should. A couple of nice moments, individual plays from Nongshim, but we also see why challenger teams have a hard time actually winning, and that's because the one strat above allows the challengers, which you now know as well, is group as 5 and fight better. And Nongshim, they were the kings of that, but that doesn't work against an LCK team.
Oh, Genji had 3 carries.
They don't
Nongshim had 1, and it was dun-dun. Absolute monster. Who gets POG this game?
I can't
Is
believe...
it Delight?
I'm a dirty Ash voter.
He's a dirty Ash voter. Oh, no. If Chovy gets robbed because of your dirty Ash voting, I will be very, very upset.
Chovy died! He died with Flash Up Atlas!
I would have voted for Delight too, 100%. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space are going to break down that game, and we'll go into the next one. We'll see you there.
나 안 죽을 것 같아.
요네.
아니 좋아.
요네 기절. 산테.
너 안 죽을 듯? 나도 안 죽을 듯? 너 봐줄 수 있나?
산테 슬로우 중.
그 애는 못 빠졌다.
살아봐.
나이스.
슬로우 중. W 돈다.
끝내자.
애쉬 지렸는데 이번 판.
바텀으로 들어가자.
에이 미드라인도 들어와. 조심해. 스킬 돈다. 미드로 갈까?
미드로 가자. 미드로 한 라인으로 하면 될 듯. 그냥 어디로 해도 끝날 듯. 미드로 가자. 패스한테 노공이야. 알리 노프리가 와도. 여기 아래 타워 먼저 얘들아.
유치아도 빠졌어.
타워 치자. 타워 쳐. 아 죽었다.
타워를 못 근데 이거
아 이거 딜러 없어. 그냥 끝났어. 무조건 끝났어. 타워 치면 끝났어. 아 끝났어.
나이스.
Decent scatter is going to come through as now Dudu taking control of Cuz. He's very tanky, but Bulldog is keeping everybody else locked down. And yeah, Cuz is there to be tanky, but it just does not work out. And now Dudu can do what he wants. He finds the Q. The final chapter comes down, and this could be a penta. We've got a Quadra already, and there it is! Pentakill for Taeun! as Bulldog's teleported in. He's finding free autos now, and he's shooting so fast with the rapid fire cannon. Enforced Alcove Gaming is just limping away from this fight. BDD is going to die as an afterthought as the reset comes through. Bulldog grabs the pickup. He's going to let his team take care of the rest of it as he's just jumping a billion times.
It's an official T1 Baron. A lot of damage will come through, but here comes a massive knock-up. The three of them just sitting against the wall. Owner will take the Baron down, but the rest of the team goes down and no cash-in. Duck Dom in a little bit of trouble. Zeka goes forward. He's going to get knocked up. There's that gnaw. It's going to help him. A massive knock-up from Kingin, trying to zone the boy, but everybody jumps in, and it's a steal from Flynn. They get the Elder, and we see Viper now.
Before he gets here, though, and the answer is no as Pace gonna flash to get out of the way of the chains. The Emperor's Divide gonna be picked up. The Gnaw is not massive, but the Emperor's Divide is! And Closer will tear them all up! He's gonna bounce on top of the Renekton, goes golden beautifully, and Chovy is still alive. Can he get it done? Another Emperor's Divide!
That's where the fireworks are really going to be, is one more time.
Another one! And this time it's going to connect on to Peanut. As cease and desist comes in, but Bertle's still going to be able to grab that kill. That is real comfy.
Just isn't going to work.
Oh, Wallop, Nara into the wall. Closer taking a lot of damage. Petrifying Gaze. And he escapes! Now pays off to the side, but he presents a huge target. But maybe he's exactly the target that Gen G wants, distracting the rest of Live Sandbox. There's the Prowler's Claw we were looking for, and the triple kill for Gen G. Gonna flash, as there's the final chapter. Morgan just pushes them away, tries to get them out of the pit, gets in there, Harris, he locks down the Elder, bro! They have the big buff, but the big damage belongs to Keen! And KT say we need no dragon! If you're in the death chamber, you still lose!
Welcome back, guys. We are here on the space. I'm Valdez, with me is Wolf, and you know, guys, a lot of our teams have been having trouble with a certain word problem that we have been giving to them a lot of times, and it feels like Nongshim had a little bit of trouble with it. So Wolf's going to help us out and fill out the problem for us.
There's been an ancient text that Atlas and Chronicler discovered a while ago. They've shown it a lot on stream, but I bought the vowel. And I think I solved it.
You figured it out.
And a lot of teams have been able to figure this out this week, and it's starting to drive me crazy a little bit. Let's take a look at this draft, where you do see a lot of bans here on 80 carries. You see the Varus and the Jhin bans here, so the Ashe answers are removed, but you don't want to give Caitlyn. Chronicler pointed this out. You know, it's a really tough call if you're Nongshim here. Do you actually let them have Caitlyn? If you do, I think there are some better answers, right? You could try to play something like weak side Ziggs, weak side Ezreal, right? You can go teleport and just sit under the turret and try to scale up. The answer that they opted into in this draft was it wasn't good.
Dated.
It's dated. The old school counter, we talked about this a lot last year to the Sivir, the Alistar pick here where you could stop the spell shield, isn't going to work when you could ever get close to the Sivir ever. The Aphelios very low range in this composition too, and it's just going to get abused in lane over and over and over again. I thought this was pretty weak drafting from Nongshim, and straight up, like, you could see on the players' faces when they went into the game, like, Peter looked terrified. He was being told to play a melee support in this game. Like, you could see it on his face. He was like, they're telling me I have to play Alistar, like, into this Ashe comp. I can't do it. And I thought it was just honestly a disappointing draft from Nongshim. I think that if you're going to allow this Ashe through like this, you have to have better answers. And the Ashe dominated the game. Don't know what to tell you guys, except that this is going to be a delight highlight reel.
Yeah, Ashe now on a 7-game winning streak, 13-7, and a lot of our good teams are playing it. A lot of our teams in general are playing it, and it keeps on winning and dominating. Let's take a look at our first highlight reel, which is very topical.
This is so sad, by the way. Like, great play from Delight, totally non-committal. And just take a turret shot here from that Aphelios turret to aggro the turret, and that's a kill. Long range stun. How about this one? Oh no, isolated here under turret. That's a kill.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna see in the mid lane a little bit of action there in terms of the Ashe. Look at how impressive this is, by the way. Beyond the arrow, the slows, the damage, 2v3 doesn't matter. By the way,
Alistar just running away.
Oh, yeah. Forces him to stop his back. Does it catch him? Does he die? No. But did it stop his back and now he dies as a result? Yes. This is an oppressive pick. You can't even be in sides when you're behind in this game. There's no escape from Delight. Oh, I can reveal you and then shoot this.
He's clearing a ward. They know where he is. He reveals, and he's shooting a minion. Like, everything is very obvious. It doesn't matter. It's still very difficult for them to dodge it. So just wanted to point out, what Ashe can do, especially from ahead. Gen.G were very far ahead. Did they need the Ashe in that position to win? No, but just shows just how incredibly oppressive it can be and how much power it has.
So many of those early fights too went back and forth. We didn't see the gank onto Chovy. The 1v1s with the top laners didn't actually trading some kills back, like picking up some gold. If there's no Ashe in this game and it's a more measured bottom 2v2, maybe there's a way where you come back in this game, or at least bring us to a game where it's a little bit more even. But even from slightly behind, like, the Ashe just has so much value. There's no flank angles. There's no way to get around the vision. There's no way to get around this long range engage. So, even though there was some bright points for Nongshim in this game, and Peter is a good Alistar player, it's just not relevant in this meta, it didn't matter ultimately at the end of the day.
Yeah, they also vertical jungled, which they were able to set up because of level 1, so they just get peanut on the bottom side, so your Aphelios Alistar can't do anything from there, of course, because he has no jungle help. Let's take a look at highlight number 2, which was kind of just one of the fights here at the end, which we will highlight that Peanut gets a massive knock-up in this one. He gets like 4 people in the back line, even though they all lined up for Yone in the choke.
Yeah, so Yone ult here is, we want to get this one because it's like, okay, this is the best fight you're ever going to get, and then Chovy says no, pushing him back in, and also everyone's trapped under Wukong. Peanut had 2 Wukong ultimates in this game that were just so incredibly high value because this comp is so low range and so all in on engages here for the side of Nongshim that Wukong is just always going to be amazing. The one that we didn't highlight here was I looked at Valdez and was like, is that the most Cyclone value in the history of League of Legends? It's not, but it felt like it was, right? Like, he did so much this game. I think he's definitely going to pick up some stray POG votes because he shaped the early game too on the other side of the map, right? So
he absolutely did, and yeah, it was pretty crazy, especially because they went for the Aphelios as well. We talked about this, but Aphelios used to be very good into like dive comps, but they were going into Azir, Ashe, and Sivir, and yes, we did have like the Wukong and stuff, but still not able to get any value. Even when they were just going straight forward at the Aphelios, did not matter. So Nongshim, I think they took a risk, did not pay off. Gen.G were able to win that early game, and that was kind of the game.
Yeah, I mean, the early IE build, like, this makes Aphelios stronger, right? It can build IE second, which we did see, right? It's 13.1B, like, all right, we're getting the IE out. Freak, thank you for that one, but it doesn't matter ultimately when in order to get into position to hit autos outside of your ult, you're walking into a Gwen, a Wukong, etc., Chovy's ult range. Like, the Aphelios had issues in lane, but it had even bigger issues on the map.
Absolutely, and guys, Nongshim did select blue, so maybe they can kind of do what we saw from our first series where they kind of just go ahead and try to ban out like Caitlyn, Ashe, and then try to get like a Maokai or something. And I believe we also do have the POG ready, so we can take a look at who does pick it up for this one. I think we should have a pretty good idea that, yes, the Ashe Delight here will get it.
Yep, he's like doing the Ashe pose as well, it almost feels like, with this finger gun here. Not quite, but you know, the gesture is similar, right, with the champion behind him. Well, I'll admit it, I was a dirty Ashe voter too. I voted for Delight here. I thought Peanut, I really wanted to give it to Peanut because he made such a big impact on the map, and so many of those team fights were won by him, but at the end of the day, the lead that Gen.G had going into the mid game was because of this Ashe pick. Like moments like this where, like, should this even be allowed? Like, it's just not even fair. Like,
well, if they
the counterplay. Where's the counterplay?
I mean, the thing is that Ashe oftentimes gets a lot of votes if it wins because everybody can see. It's very apparent to everybody what she provides to the team.
The impact is massive,
right? So, let's take a look at the votes here. We did have one vote for mid, which a true trophy voter.
True trophy voter.
He knows what's up, right? The only correct vote out of all of 11 of you guys. But either way, we are done here on the space. Let's throw it back to the casters for game number 2.
I heard what you did there, Valdez. All a lulven. Chovy not robbed in one of the cases. Media really...
Media's the only one that we can trust, clearly.
The only one that we can trust. And only one of the media as well. Only a third that we can trust of the media. But still, only that 1/3.
Can't even trust me. I was an Ashe voter. I'm part of the problem, Atlas.
Yeah. Or are you part of the solution? We'll see whether or not Chovy is going to be playing Ashe in the next game. Because that's when we know that he'll be able to pick up POG. Everyone's always just Ashe biased and they're away from the correct vote that is Chovy for POG. I think that Peanut probably should have got a couple of votes because he did play fantastically well. I would agree. But a lot of it comes down to, you know, the Ashe being a thing that was in the game. And let's just hope that we're going to have a game that's Asheless this time around.
We'll see whether Gen.G is able to find the ban Ashe button, and my guess would be that they do. The power level of champions like Elise and Caitlyn, while high, is a lot more dependent on execution.
Yeah.
And we have seen Nongshim in particular.
Whoa!
Hey, they freed themselves from the shackles.
Do you know what had to happen?
Archer.
Wolf just needed to fill out the problem. This was the issue because we never put the vowels in. They all thought it was Bonosh. I don't even know what that means, but maybe that's what they thought it was. The vowel was O.
A bun, like a bun? Bun.
Bun-oosh. Yeah, something like that. Well, the Ashe is going to be banned. The Caitlyn going to be banned as well. Gen.G getting rid of the Cassante. And these are the 380 carry bans that we really like to see. Because now, things are a little bit more interesting.
But no, we're talking about the Cassante ban. Dindin earning the blind respect of his opponents.
I mean, he's been getting Cassante bans all
season. He has been. Yeah.
All season long. I think if I go in and have a look at how often things are banned against them, I think it's up there.
So this is a Nami first pick. Ooh, this is what it's feeling like with that Lulu ban.
Lulu ban will get a Lucian ban in response, I assume.
Lucian ban? Should be a Lucian ban. But then they get Maokai.
Ooh, questions.
Yep, that's a Maokai B1. Surely here.
But Elise is available.
Also true.
So now we run into some issues. But Maokai, yeah.
For Gen.G, there is now, funnily enough, plenty of 80 carries to pick because the field has been opened. We have now a lot less pressure to immediately go. Normally, we would be seeing Sejuani here, but Sejuani has not been valued by Gen.G nearly as high as okay pace.
All right,
okay.
Pace.
Well, last game was relatively slow-paced from Gen.G. This one, not so much. Draven picked up blind here. Additionally, we see the Elise come through, so regardless of what Gen.G will have here, it'll be aggressive.
Yeah. Is this another crazy pick from Peter angle? See where they do decide to go is okay.
Fido, I don't know about that one.
Well, he is going to do it. And Peter, you can see, wondering wondering what the choice is.
Yeah, Yuumi is no longer a champion, which is unfortunate.
Jace support, that's the way. I reckon that's a good choice.
Carry Dindin. Coming in hot first team. I really like the Jace Mao combination. I also think Maokai is actually really strong into Draven because it locks him down, and Draven does not enjoy being stationary because he dies very, very quickly once that does happen. But now for Gen G, do you go for a support pick here, or do you try and match the top lane? Otherwise, Nongshim has the opportunity to ban out some of the more obnoxious Jace picks.
Is it Rakan time? Oh, all right. Tristana.
This is blind Tristana from Chovy?
Could be.
Oh, maybe we just draw for free prio lanes and then we just win with Elise. I don't hate that.
Maybe because I assume, like all of the mid laners here in the LCK, Chovy has been practicing a lot of Tristana in solo queue, and the majority of them are playing it into anything at this point in time. And maybe Chovy's just realized that there's like only a couple of matchups that he doesn't really like, and actually this champion's amazing.
Wouldn't be the first time.
That might be the way that Chovy feels about this. He thought about, he felt the same way about stacking rejuve beads on Vi at the beginning of, what, 2020 or something like that. There's been a few times. So we'll see how this one's going to go, or whether it is even going to go into the mid lane. This could be the classic support Tristana from Delight, but probably not. That doesn't sound very good.
If it is actually support Tristana with Halo Blades, I will lose my mind.
I don't have very much mind left to lose, so I think I'm ready to carry the broadcast after that.
It's just your default state. You don't have to self-burn like that, Atlas.
Oh, no, it's how life has gone. By the way, today in Challenger, Goody for Live Sandbox managed to get a quadra-kill on mid lane Tristana, but I assume it wasn't blind pick mid lane Tristana, as Camille is going to be locked in for Doran.
Just diving. As the Nautilus, extremely obvious here with Renata ban.
Oh.
Wait, so do it.
Dun-dun?
Do it. Because then we have Jace into Tristana, which is exciting. This is the most Dun-dun champion I can possibly imagine.
No, Axis, bro. Oh, no.
I also don't like that.
Oh, that's worse.
I don't know if it's worse, but it's definitely not great, as Nautilus is going to be the pickup here, or I would be shocked with the Renata already taken away. And if it ends up being Draven Tristana bot, yeah, just don't be in lane level 2.
Nita's going to put up the door.
So, also okay, I really love the Braum. Do think that into the aggression that Gen G is going to show, the Braum is a fine pick, but the downside is that depending on what the shenanigans are that Gen G are going to throw here at you, at the very least, between the Leona and the Maokai, you have a ton of reliable CC. And I love Draven, that's very tough, but this is, you're calling for the Delight special.
That's what makes this from Peter so good, though, because they knew that Delight is a fantastic Rakan player. He was known for it. This was a pretty obvious pick. We were talking about it before we got to the second round of bans, and already Peter's locked away the Leona that has a very good time into it. So I really like that, switching away from the Braum, which thematically works out with the composition, just to make sure that they can get the leg up over the surprise R5 pick that was coming through from Gen G. Really nicely done from Peter. I like that.
The downside for Nongshim is that their comp might have looked really good if you take, different time periods of metas at one point. But I'm afraid that it will not be a good time, and that, like in game number 1, they're going to get shoved in every lane, or maybe top pre-6 at the very least. There'll be some pressure for Dun there, and they will get blown up and lose very, very quickly.
Ooh, we're stroking our moustache. Okay, that's interesting. Don't give up. Slam dunk manager's quote?
Question mark?
Question mark. Not sure. Anyway.
Maybe the desk can enlighten us.
I think.
With that particular reference.
Yeah.
Look, I love the person not in the middle of the frame, having the best time.
Yeah.
Well, the fan sign holder, little frazzled as...
I'd be a little frazzled after this if I was
If you can skip the first 11 levels and do no rush 20 and 2 items, love the Nongshim comp.
Heck yeah, well, I also like Gen G's comp in that position as well. Let's see whether we do that as we hop onto the Rift. Okay, here we are, everyone, onto the Rift for game number 2. We have Delight's Rakan. Very excited to see it. We have some engaged support action on both sides of the Rift, which is pretty cool. Of course, Rakan can be used for engaged, much more squishy than that of a Leona. Pays has also gone for that ability called Cleanse, which we like.
Good choice. You're gonna need it this game.
I think that will
if you are ever on even footing and you have to fight, but you... Yeah, you really shouldn't be. You're gonna have so much pressure in almost every lane, and you have an Elise, which is arguably the best single champion to kind of cash in on pressure.
Oh, Chovy going to just jump on top of Fiesta. That's a phenomenal Scat of the Week, but now Fiesta has Scat of the Week level 1.
Chovy also has jump.
That's true, but he probably wanted to jump on the wave.
You know, the E helps, allows you to get level 2 faster.
True. Chovy also most notably has Firefighter Tristana, the best Tristana skin you can possibly have. I know she's got a lot, and a lot of them are really good, but it is still my favorite.
Also lethal tempo, as opposed to what we saw from Bulldog, which was the PTA.
Ah, yeah, true.
Instead going to go for a bit more ramp up and extra attack range. And today in Challengers we saw Sandbox Guti also pick up the Tristana in blind. And then Hanwha Live Roamer also picked Syndra against him, and then Guti got a Quadra.
Right.
So it didn't work.
The counter pick was not super good.
Also Syndra's on a 9-game lose streak.
Yeah, Syndra has not felt very good.
So overall, there are some things working against the Nongshim victory here, but they're not going to let that stop them at all, Atlas.
No, it doesn't. I'm not. I'm not even going to let it into my mind that there might be a chance that Nongshim could lose this game. Just not going to let myself think about it.
Is Dundun ready for the Spider? Because this is highly unusual. This is a top lane gank.
Yeah. Well, Hookshot is going to come forward. Tactical Sweep comes in. Let's see whether Dundun can make this one work. He's going to look for the all-in. He boops Peanut away. All right, he's on the wrong side of this one. Avoids the cocoon. All right, all right. Doran taking a lot of damage. He has to get out of there. The Q from Peanut. Oh, he's still going to be able to emote before this one happens. I love that. You love to see it, but he's still dead. That's First Blood. Holds on to the flash.
Peanut and Doran, they both had flash that whole time. They just didn't want to.
Yeah. Another Cocoon's going to miss there from Peanut. Still getting his eye at the beginning of this one. As Fiesta will be pushed out of lane. Chovy at level 4, continuing to push. And I feel like Tristana is a very Chovy champion as he buffers the W very nicely. Because Tristana just farms extremely well. And that feels very Chovy to me. Destroy minion waves, leave lane. And he can use what is his new thing, which is getting out of lane, doing a bit of roaming, helping his team. Quite effectively. As let's see this one more time.
Unfortunately, with the shield, Doran more than enough help to stay alive here. Dundun very quickly running out of mana. And I want to again reiterate that, you know, nice sidestep, stays alive for a long time here, but he doesn't have mana, and they both have flash. So there is no point here where there is any illusion of Dundun never getting out. And everyone knows that.
Yeah. Dundun especially knew that, I think.
Oh, he
was
did.
just taking them on a bit of a ride,
yeah,
making them earn it.
Even if Sylvie is there, you're not going to win from that position because you might get killed on Doran, but then Peanut will 100% win the early game against Maokai. It's PTA at least as well, which we haven't really touched upon, but scales not as well. So if Genji fall behind, then the AP damage from Peanut will be a little bit less than if he went electrocute. But I'm not too worried about that happening personally.
No, I don't know whether that is
I think he'll snowball just fine.
Yeah. May not be a conversation that we'll need to have. Does have Sork Shoes now completed. Find a little bit as far as farm is concerned, and Sylvie will have a lot of utility as this game goes on.
I like your optimism.
Yeah?
He will.
I'm stating a fact of what would happen.
Peanut still has flash. Did not go for the lane gank.
That's alright, we could have a 3v3. Could be on our hands. Peanut making his way in. Not wasting any time, as there's the grand entrance. Not going to find Vital, but he's got to grab at him. Let's see whether Sylvie can get in here in time. Peter going down low. He tanked so well as into the air goes Peanut, and that is a cash in very early here for Pays. And, you know, it didn't work, but it, like, almost did for Nongshim, right?
Bit of a champ gap there, unfortunately, as that is already an early cash-in. 300 gold for Pays.
So that's 2 kills.
Yeah.
It's pretty cool.
So the problem there is that even if they throw everything, all their burst into a Eclipsed up Leona on Glacial Augment, it doesn't matter because it's Draven and Elise. Like, they don't hit the grand entrance. They throw all their initial burst into a Leona, and then Sylvie shows up and he just dies.
Yeah.
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 It's very unfortunate. It's a bad time.
It's a good sidestep from Vital.
It's a nice sidestep, and again, so much damage. And you feel like you should be able to do this as a result, but then look at Pace's autos and Peanut's autos, and just everything involved is just a bad time.
Yeah.
And this is why Blind Draven, completely fine.
It is.
Oh, Sylvie. Man with a dream. Doran does have his ultimate available. No shield, though. That's big.
All right, tactical sweep comes in. He's got a speck of mana left remaining, but
Reinforcements
only
are coming.
200 health. All right, Peanut. He's booking it. He's trying to get there. That's an amazing buffer. And Doran, he wants back in. Cocoon going to miss onto Peter. But Peanut knows that he's not going to be able to defend as they don't manage to take a plate. They are going to back away as in goes Chovy, just diving on top of Fiesta. Explosive charge. We'll do a little bit of damage with a couple of autos buffing it up. And look at this. Look at how happy Chovy is.
Yeah, the bad
all
news
these minions
is
so
that
quickly.
Peter went top. They didn't get anything. And Vital is now alone against Draven.
Focusing on
and
the
Rakan.
negatives.
I'm not. I would like to comment. I'm still trying to talk about the video game. If you want to go away from the video game.
No, I'm talking about the video game. I'm just saying that you know, that was a negative for Nongshim. You know, I think it was a great run. Imagine if Peter hadn't have been spotted on his way up there. I think maybe he even saved Dundun by being up there.
The unfortunate reality of this game is that Nongshim is never going to win, so they have to take risks. And if your risks don't pay off because your opponents know that you have to kind of cheese them and respect it, then it looks silly.
Well, we'll see how it is going to unfold. 8 minutes into the game. Haven't had too much happen yet to really push the game one way or the other, outside of the fact that Draven already cashed in pre-7 minutes. Fiesta's laning relatively well. Chovy clearing up waves. Rift Herald up and available. Drake also up and available. No one interested in taking a lone Chemtech Drake. Just a bit sad.
Doesn't matter. Just need to stall the game out. If you are a fan of Nongshim, you just want to see them do nothing.
Peanut.
Hang tight.
Ooh.
Well, that's gameplay.
No, not about that.
Can't play the game. Have to wait. And then you probably are still...
Well, here we
hold
go.
up.
There's the Zenith Blade. Let's see whether Pays can survive this one. He's running for the hills. Nature's Grasp doesn't quite land, and that is the first kill for Nongshim. You were saying?
Ooh, they get a kill. Goes to Sylvie, which not ideal, but we'll take it. Chovy's here as well. Drake? Perchance, Atlas?
Yeah, stack them up. Play for that late game soul win condition. My goodness. They're beginning to believe, as Morpheus would say. As Doran fighting Dundun. Doesn't find the hookshot. Doesn't really even find the tactical sweep. That's fine.
Need we remind you that this Nongshim beats T1, which I still don't know how that happened. Oh!
Zenith Blade's going to miss, and that is Repel to avoid the twisted advance flash out from Peanut. There's the grand entrance. Delight tries to get out of there as the gameplay button was pressed, but oh, Vital, he will be able to pick that one up. Rocket jump for Chovy over the wall, but now he's not in auto attack range. He flashes, the Buster Shot's going to pick it up. He's got another W, and so we'll get out of there. But the Draven is dead. I repeat, the Draven is dead.
That's a double for Vital. Meanwhile, in top lane, King Dundun, all reliable, sees there's no jungler, and he's like, this is free. This is no problem at all, Atlas.
That was the gameplay that you said we weren't going to see. Keep that up. We need to talk about there being no gameplay necessary. No, because as soon as that was said, there was gameplay and it was exciting. Zara, and I'm allowed to say that word now as well, which really does feel like a weight has been lifted. Delight coming on over, clearing out some vision. As Chovy has Berserker's Greaves, Hayes heading towards his Essence Reaver side of number 1.
I do genuinely believe that the composition of Nongshim is so straightforward that overall they can win if we do opt into these early 5v5s.
Vital picked the Flash as well?
Yeah. The kid's really good on the Aphelios. You know, we didn't really get to see it last game, but it was his most comfortable champion by a long shot. And here we see Genji's kind of going in one by one, right? Like Peanut is flashing out while Chovy's going in. Delight doesn't have his ultimate yet. And this is exactly the type of shenanigans I talked about in the last game.
You're not supposed to do that. As, yeah, a lot of damage. Green and white guns, pretty good. The good old Calibrum Crescendum combo. Pretty good. Not a condo. He's not buying an apartment.
Emilio seems like the type of guy who would have a nice decorated apartment.
He would probably decorate his apartment either white and red or white and green, I reckon. Sylvie might be dead, as the grand entrance does come through, but isn't going to quite be enough there. And Pay's optimistic on the Whirling Death. Sylvie's sticking around, and Dundun is very scary. Still, Gromp going to be secured by the Spider Lady. Peanut is going to discover that. Okay.
No Drake. 12 minutes in.
No one wants this.
Drake sucks,
Drake, man. Yeah, they really don't want it. They're like, no, you take it. Oh, I don't want to waste my time. As at least Nongshim went for it. You know, they started hitting it. They just went for the team fight afterwards, and you can't really blame them. It was pretty exciting. Doran looking for a back timer. He will go home as Vital clears out that wave. I think it might be a Hex Drinker angle for Chovy this game. Dealing with the gameplay button from Syndra can be quite frustrating.
Feels bad though, delaying your spike. I agree that I don't mind the item pickup, but there's not that much AP damage against Sylvie's poke. It's going to be okay, but not amazing. And as much as we joke around, if you don't fall behind substantially, like the Nongshim comp is really good.
Yeah.
Like really, really, really good. Because the Genji comp does have amazing dive, it has an incredible amount of damage, but it's also really squishy, barring, you know, Camille in like late stages.
Cocoon's going to land. Vital. Got a lot of CC and AoE with his guns right now.
And there is a lot of AoE lockdown available between Leona, Syndra, and Maokai. So, comp plays itself. Chovy's roaming down. You see that he gets spotted here.
Distracted by a ward. Respected as Shock Blast will connect. Dundun doesn't miss those. As there's the flash from Peter, all right. Solar Flare not really going to connect as he takes a fair bit of damage, but now the Moonlight Vigil comes in. Pays nowhere to go. He picks up the kill first. Oh, he cashes in as they go 1-for-1. But now, Doran, okay, Dundun, it's up there towards the top side. Not sure what happened there. I'm sure we'll get a replay. Too much action in this game as Chovy is going to stack up that explosive charge, and they will be able to get a few plates here with the help of Shelly. Fiesta able to take her down in the end. So
I thought you were referring to the game, but yes, Fiesta able to hold on.
Well, I mean,
in the mid lane.
Yeah,
can be both. As you point out, getting that kill absolutely huge because means that the stacks not going to go forgotten, not going to disappear as man.
Peter is
Peter on engaged champions.
Yeah,
what a beast. Unfortunately, does decide to walk in there and then does go down. So substantial amount of extra gold as.
Oh, I think Dundun may have. Oh no, never mind. Doran just saw the angle.
Yeah, this is the unfortunate reality of the Camille matchup. Once she has Sunderer and his post 6. Nice emote from Dundun. Not going to get better in terms of side laning, unfortunately. The Camille has the space and the time. You are not in a happy space. Not in a happy place at all.
Dundun discontinued having a good time.
He
having
always
a good
does.
time, and then he discontinued having a good time.
Yeah, for his standards, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he's probably still having relatively a good time.
He's Dundun.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
Yeah, but like a better time than most, but still.
Still not great.
Not great.
I'd say subpar.
Yeah.
Personally.
Yeah. Below average experience of Dundun on the Rift in this particular game, as Doran has now crested the level 11 mark. And Vital gonna miss the Q here. Sylvie and Peter have turned up as Chovy's down here as well. This turret, not long for the world though. Now gonna have to back away.
So we have on one hand what is about to be a monstrously fed Aphelios with a considerable amount of peel between Fiesta and Sylvie. Peter can help, but obviously more engage oriented. Versus Rakan, Elise. Well. Hold that thought.
The light is going to dive on top of Dundun.
TP!
Yeah, okay, Whirling Death, fair bit of damage. Not enough, though, as Fiesta presses some gameplay towards Delight. There's the Nature's Grasp as Delight, just barely out of range. Oh, the knockback's so good! Denying Doran's exit from the fight. And Peanut just walks towards a sapling, isn't able to help out whatsoever. Pays not able to take this turret also as Vital will turn up. 5-5 the kill score. It is neck and neck here between Nongshim and Genji in game number 2.
In terms of kills, yes. In terms of overall gold, I don't know how good the situation is
neck
going
and
to
neck.
be.
28k versus 21k at 16.5 minutes? Nah.
Well, they just got a turret.
Doesn't even matter.
So it's 2k now.
I was talking about back then when I was saying neck and neck.
When you started your
Then it was neck and neck back then.
So how does it work with the math? What counts? Like when you start your sentence and when you finish it?
Whatever benefits me the most, I think, is the answer to that.
So overall, composition here for Nongshim looking pretty good. If you can get to Shadow Flame and Fiesta and Vital can pick up an IE.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
Neck and neck.
I don't know how well Vital's, or I do know Vital's going to have to position extremely well, again, against the amount of dives, because Genji can just kind of jump on him collectively, but there is Maokai Syndra, and that alone, when executed well, should be very tough to actually play out. As I'm going to take another look at this. It is a little disjointed here on the engage from Doran. I don't think he actually ends up getting the stun, and as a result, won't have enough damage available. The reinforcements are coming in. Fortunately, Delight is able to get out here.
I think Doran thought he could avoid getting snared by the Nature's Grasp as well with his Hextech ultimatum, but wasn't quite able to do so. That's fine.
Chovy is chovying hard.
He is definitely doing some chovying.
He has one kill, and he's just been doing.
See, look
he's just playing PvE.
Yeah, and that's this.
Oh my
he's
God.
on a champion that is probably like the best in the game at PvE.
He is a speedrunner.
Yeah,
we finally get it.
All turrets, 80%.
World's first 200%. Or 200 CS run.
Yeah. He's getting there.
Oh my God,
Although
he's so fast.
He's wasting some time here. Hopefully he's the one that locks down the Drake. No, it's going to be Peanut. Very unfortunate. Needs 4 CS to try and get to that mark. As it is going to be Cloud Soul once again. You love to see it. Rift getting real cloudy here.
This is still playable for Nongshim. I can't believe it.
Oh, 100%. They've got Maokai. He loves doing it. They're going to take down 2 turrets as well as now Nongshim. They do find pace. It's a lot of damage as now Doran's going to find his way in, but the tactical sweep goes absolutely nowhere and Genji have to back away. Have to respect to the gigantic power of Nongshim at this point in the game.
Good flash there from Fiesta. If he gets hard engaged on by Doran, might be in trouble. Chovy sees some friends, but is Tristana with ultimate flash and Rakan in tow as well, so not going to be too bothered by any of this.
Yeah, I think he was looking for a Rift Scuttler. Does not find it.
Yeah, he still hasn't hit that 200 mark, Atlas. We are getting dangerously close to sub 10 CS per minute.
I know.
Well, he's not. He still has like 40 seconds to get 4 creeps.
I think he should be all right.
No, there he's running towards the point.
Yeah, he'll be okay.
Don't you worry.
Heading towards that bottom side. Pays needs to get a bit himself. There's now Dundun flashing immediately, but there's the flash grand entrance. It's a really dead Dundun. Oh, there does have to be a jump used. So there's that. As the smite will go in favor of Fiesta, and by smite I mean kill of the No, it wasn't in favor of Fiesta. Why did I think that Fiesta got the blue buff? That's what it looked like to me.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, look who has most damage though. He died 3 times, but look at the stats.
He's a monster.
He is a monster.
Absolute
That's
beast.
what he does. He's so reliable.
In fact, top 4 damage dealers, entirety of them.
Yeah, but they're still 4k gold behind. Yes! Yes! Do it, Nongshim! I don't think it's gonna work.
I mean, they have 3rd highest Baron power play on average.
It's literally 20 minutes though that Genji is
Red-white? Red-white?
Genji isn't ready. Now they know.
I mean, that is a lot of damage.
Oh, it's a flip. It's a flip. We're flipping!
Oh, we're flipping. Peanut should be able to make his way, and he doesn't waste any time. He flashes, but they managed to secure the Baron. Peanut's dead as well. Vital is massive. Look at the chakrams. There's a billion of them. And there's no Peanut, there's no Baron. Nongshim. Oh my goodness. They're in control.
That's the Challenger special, baby. Woo! Nongshim getting a Baron out of nowhere. Have the 3rd highest average Baron power play in the league. And we're going back to
this. But 2 people presented themselves as a target towards the bottom side. Dundun knew this. He decided to waste their time for a little bit longer whilst instructing the rest of his team to head towards the Baron.
This was actually Dundun's call. You guys might not...
Yeah. Upon heading towards the Baron, they were told that Peanut isn't going to be able to outsmite Sylvie, so he smites it away. Dundun is then going to here be on the top side of the map, baiting the entire team in. Chovy explodes from the unleashed power. It was Dundun's idea all along. Doran's going to get interrupted, but will make his way out because Dundun, he is benevolent.
He
and he
knows
just wants
everything,
the turret.
Atlas. They're even in gold. Their comp is insane if you can just straight... Oh. Scary. If you can straight up 5v5,
so
it's gonna
come back.
It's coming back. Oh no. Okay, he's fine.
He's fine.
Healed off. Yeah. And we have a Fat Aphelios. And if you do get to this point, I think the Nongshim comp is like highly favored.
Solar Flare, massive value. Delight not going to be out of Battle Dance, but does get the next one off, and that'll be all right. Genji live. Okay, Peanut here in the mid lane is going to grab this turret.
If Nongshim take wins over both T1 and Genji, I'm going to lose it, Atlas.
Well, I mean, we're getting...
It might be happening.
This game, as I have said before, is neck and neck.
He's just chilling by himself, and that's what Genji think. As unfortunately does get completely kaboomed, but so does Chovy with Fiesta showing up with the TP. And then, yeah, Doran is able to get out here, does have to invest his flash, which is a lot of aggressive power gone. Sylvie just walks back in turret range just because he can.
Maokai's really
powerful. Oh my god, Peter! He just doesn't stop!
No, he doesn't. That is the hook shot in order to get Doran out of there. Oh, Zenith Blade was close. Dundun doesn't miss those, and he didn't.
So, the game is definitely not over. Not even remotely, because Genji, again, recognized we're not going to win the 5v5, but we do push very well. So just never 5v5, because it's Cloud Dragon. Nongshim is 4 dragons away from an Elder. So
yeah, only 4 Drakes away.
We don't have to fight them. I don't look.
Yeah,
look
that's
what
so
doing.
much better than 5 Drakes away. As Doran gonna buff with the hook shot.
Yes, Camille, he's fine here. Easy, just PvE.
Yeah, the split push.
Oh no, not again.
Is a real worry.
Didn't know. Oh, he knows. He has a suspicion. All reliable, feeling it in his waters.
And they're not going to waste their time. Dundun just going to flip on top of those minions, take them out. So, first Drake for Nongshim on the table here.
Oh my god.
As Dundun's rotating, and Genji are just going to take an inhibitor. As Chovy grabs the wave.
Yeah, but they're backing. They can just hold. They don't have Baron buff. That was taken.
Yeah, but Chovy, how long does it take him to take down this turret is the question. As explosive charge, not going to get stacked up. So Peter, looking menacing, are going to get him out of the way. And Nongshim, they take the first Cloud Drake, the most valuable objective yet to be taken on the map. Belongs now to Nongshim. And Pace, looking to complete his 3rd item relatively soon. Item parity with Vital, the extra money that you get by just being Draven seems to be helping out for now, as Chovy didn't go for the Hex Drinker. He has got a QSS.
I actually love the QSS. It's a very smart buy here. Into the amount of CC that's available. Really going to help out. The problem, of course, is that regardless of overall game state still being salvageable for Gen G is that it becomes way harder to play as soon as Vital hits that 3-item power spike. The 2-item spike is already a lot stronger, but they can just go for Baron again. And I don't know how much there is that Gen G can really do against it. Unless they have really good side lane setup, and I want to remind everyone that side lanes in Challenger don't exist, so I don't even know if Nongshim are actually going to set up their side lanes when they go for Baron, or just run towards it with 5 people and see what happens.
And honestly, side lanes are kind of important in this game, given the fact that Gen G's composition will kind of revolve around 1-3.
Yeah, you can see it's really nice as well, like how much traps there's.
Speaking of traps, Coon's going to be flashed. I don't know whether that's going to be enough to save him as there's Hextech Ultimatum. Dundan's going to go for the fight. Double teleports coming in here as Doran does manage to take down the top laner. Unleash power, not enough to take down Peanut.
Reinforcements!
That looked really cool, but I don't know whether Peter even wanted to go in.
Oh my god, Vital!
On that one. He misses! Oh no, the Moonlight Vigil just barely. The Spiderling gets murdered as Chovy flashes away. Can he keep himself alive is the question as Doran goes in. I don't know about that, but Delight is flanking. He's moving on in. The control wards are going down. The Baron, a thought in the back of everyone's mind as it's spawning in 36 seconds. Nongshim going to be able to go back to base, but they're out of a Dundan.
Ooh, by the end of it though, with the teleport being forced, that might end up being somewhat favorable for Nongshim. A really nice attempt here from Gen G to take down Dundan, and very successful, obviously, as yeah, he gets out of the way here, right? Yeah, look, to the Zenith Blade with the Chovy ultimate, and then if Vital hits this, he dies. Like that sidestep from actually, like that was
pixels.
Really well done. That's not Vital missing.
If that was a dredge line, that would have hit. If that was like a 4th shot from a curtain call, 100% that would have hit. That was nuts. Really well done by Peter, because if he dies there, they can probably kill it. And Peter Parker might be on the side of Nongshim, but man, Peanut with some real spidey sense there. And are we gonna? No, we're not gonna. I was about to say we're not gonna engage on Maokai. But importantly here is that Chovy doesn't have his TP now, so you can't park Chovy in the side lane and just automatically win. I can still try to do the same with Doran, but Doran I do think is a little bit slower, which is insane to say because it's Camille, but compared to the 3-item Tristana is still going to be the case. Yeah, I mean, Chovy can still sit in the top lane, and it was Fiesta and Chovy teleporting at the same time, so it's kind of equal benefit.
Yeah, but Fiesta is not going to care, because he's going to be with his team anyway.
Yeah, I mean, he can't split push. But I mean, that is...
yeah, more so that for what Gen G wants to do, I think the teleport weighs a little bit heavier, but for their contest, it shouldn't matter. Oh, Peter!
Oh, the Zenith Blade going to come in there. There's the flash. Battle Dance is going to pull Sylvie all the way over to Peanut. He takes a bit of damage. Otherwise, I got maybe a little bit more enthusiastic than I needed to for that moment.
You don't know how the fight's going to turn out, though. You need to ramp up.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I was going for. That's what I was going for.
Need to
calm down a little
bit. Accelerate.
Cocoon. Zenith Blade's going to miss. See? I kept my cool.
Yeah,
my cool
this time you did. Also, no, Dundan hasn't gone for the Mana Mune. So actually not going to scale nearly as well as some of the other Jaces that we've seen in recent times. Also going to have much less of a fun time when it comes to just sitting there and poking, unfortunately. Double stopwatch available here for Gen G, level 16 on Doran, quite big. And I can't believe this is actually a competitive game. Kind of into it, Atlas.
Me too. Vital, with red and white guns, going to go back home, see what he can complete here.
Does he?
Bloodthirster might
he really needs a lot of money for BT.
Yeah.
Don't think. Oh,
there it is.
Oh, that's huge.
Stopwatch there as well. So, 3 items done. 3 and a bit done for Pays.
Okay, so before we get into what inevitably will be probably the game-deciding fight, wink on for Gen G. This Drake doesn't matter. Wink on for Gen G. Get on top of Vital and kill him. That does it, kind of. For Nongshim, get anyone on Gen G and kill them.
Yeah.
Anyone will do, right? If you get Chovy or Pays, that is the best, but Doran and Peanut are also very considerable threats, so it's both about taking one of them down, but most importantly, protect Vital. You gotta keep him safe. I was suppressing a sneeze, that's why that sounded weird.
Oh, well, Solar Flare doesn't quite find Peanut, but he's in the sky. He has to come down in amongst 5 members. The scat of the week will land, and Dundan gets his first kill of the game. And now, the Baron on the menu for Nongshim.
That's Nash. They can contest this. And then they they won't even have time to get anything done.
Nope. As Whirling Death to go for the steal. That was closer than I think it deserved to be. And Nongshim get to go for yet another Baron power play. This game is wacky. Okay, Orb not going to connect onto Chovy. He's got Mercurial Scimitar anyway. Not too worried about it. Gen.G also, like, they don't seem that phased about the Baron going down. I feel like they should be.
No, they don't.
But they also just don't seem too phased.
No, if they have faith, they can win this game at any point. It really comes down to the execution as we get further and further in, because they have so much upfront damage. I think their composition is way harder to play. But if you can bait Nongshim in, right, to try and hard commit onto a target, and then the target either lives or stays alive for a second longer, you have a bunch of stopwatches, you have a Mercurial Scimitar, right, all those can make a really big difference. And if any of them stay alive, they should be strong enough to carry a team fight. As
Pays also has his Mythic Power Spike as his 4th item, which is just
we
great.
also have 2 stopwatches here. As Chovy did get spotted there.
Sometimes you just want to do a flip.
And we're just gonna hard shove bot.
Yeah, and that's a Nature's Grass. Should be able to create the space here. As they do get pushed back, Doran going to dance away from that as Solar Flare going to be avoided by Peanut just barely. But this inhibitor should go down. There's Gravitum tagging the Camille, and so inhibitor not long for the world. Chovy splitting on the top side of the map. That's that side lane thing that you were talking about.
Is it really going to happen? Are we witnessing?
Are we witnessing
revolution?
The thing that Nongshim do?
I want to reiterate that Gen.G don't get tied first place if they drop this game.
Yeah, no, this is really important. Really, really important for Gen.G to get a 2-0.
They're still going to be the great spot. T1 themselves dropped the game to Nongshim, but still. As the previous Baron working out. Yeah, when you go up, I don't know who coined that, but must come down, and there's no one to come down to.
What goes up must come down?
Yeah. That's like what, season 3, 4?
Something to do with gravity?
No, it's. I feel like it's a quote that has been used for Elise a lot. Someone coined that for specifically Elise Repel.
Ah, I thought it was done when that dude got hit in the head with the apple.
When he invented gravity?
Yeah. I don't think he invented gravity. I think gravity was there forever.
The
it's not like everyone was just floating.
That's the joke, Atlas.
Yeah, I don't like that joke.
Well, okay, well, I'm sorry. I don't like your jokes, but I pretend to do anyway. Come on, man.
There we go. That's the difference between you and I. I'm not a pretender. Okay, Gen.G looking to defend. Yeah, absolutely.
As Siege still continues. Baron buff about to time out, though.
And that power play is pretty good from Nongshim, although could have been better. It's still only 1,000 gold. It means absolutely nothing right now as far as the money, but having the control of these inhibitors is going to be huge, as Nature's Grass is going to push them away, buying them enough space here to try and lock down this turret, but they're going down relatively low. My goodness, Chovy does so much damage. Pays as well. Now shield bow completed. It's pretty scary as they move over to try and defend these Nexus turrets. And Vital will turn up. So Fiesta's going to cancel the back, and Nongshim, if first you don't succeed, try again. And Dundun splitting in that mid lane, looking for a flank angle as okay, Doran dives on forward. Can we win the fight though, Gen.G, is the question, as Chovy says yes at first. Peter's going to go down, Sylvie, oh my goodness, that last auto, so dangerous as Doran looking for Dundun. Chovy finding the autos now as there's another reset. Sylvie is so extraordinarily low. And Chovy is closing in. Blast Cone going to connect. And Gen.G just trying to herd them. It's as if it was the
Look at the base though.
Game number 1. Yeah. They're buying as much time and space as they possibly can.
Alcove Gaming!
Alcove Gaming! While the Nexus turrets are going down. Nongshim, can you get it done? Grand Entrance doesn't work, but it gets vision as Sylvie. Oh no, he dies as an afterthought. And that is going to be a triple kill out of nowhere for Chovy. And Doran, he's not wasting any time. He thinks this game's silly. He's looking to end it, heading down this mid lane. I don't know whether they can end, though.
I think they can.
Oh, yeah, maybe they can.
Ooh, this is not that big a wave. And Peter is there. No, I don't know if they can. Should be able to with the teleport. Yeah. Everyone's getting here now. Chovy made sure they are not losing on bot. And even with Dundun, I don't know if he's reliable enough to hold off here, Atlas.
I don't know. We'll see whether they can do it. This is going to be... Oh, the Solar Flare is pretty good. Delight will go down, but he's not part of the damage. Dundun is, though, and he's going to be taken out.
Oh my god.
I think Gen G might have to back away. They may not have enough space. They don't have a wave. They do have a wave now.
He has ultimate.
All right.
Vital's coming up.
Can he actually do it? As oh my god, Chovy does so much damage to these structures. Nature's Grasp comes in. Chovy, you're going to have to take... Yeah, he's just going to do it. And Gen G, they steal victory out of the jaws of defeat here in Game 2. Can I say that? Is that
quick 2-0, nothing to see here as... Okay, I genuinely need your advice because I have no clue. Do I go for Delight, because he was the one who found that engage, or do I go
Chovy not
for
robbed.
our speedrunner?
Chovy not robbed. Chovy not robbed this time.
I personally think it should be Delight. I'm going to follow you.
I don't know. I just want to give the POG to both Nongshim and Gen G for giving us that game because it was a lot of fun to commentate. And I had a very good time on the show.
That was a game where Gen G showed that if you can keep a cool head, don't have to lose your hair, you don't have to lose the game, and you can get up to that first tight place. The comp was kind of relying on getting ahead. They didn't get ahead, but in the end, it didn't matter as in the clutch moment in that final fight, they found the out that they were looking for. As we said the whole time, one misstep, it all came down to Vital, and in the end, he was unable to stay alive after the incredible amount of dive that was thrown towards him.
No, it was well played in the end.
It was a really fun game, though.
It was. And I think that the composition, even though it didn't necessarily look like something that we're used to seeing, did play out the way that I think Gen G sort of designed it to, which was towards more of that 1-3-1 in the later game style of play. And Doran just engaging and saying, this person dies, worked out in the last team fight very well.
And Gen G won because they're clearly the better team. We see this in how they execute this fight. We saw this in game number 1. But I really have to give, we joke around a lot with Nongshim because they're obviously one of the worst teams in the LCK, right? Just by standings and in terms of game score.
But they're still,
it's really impressive nonetheless that a team that got fully promoted with no experienced players out of challengers is able to challenge some of our best teams in the league. And sure, they fall short at the final hurdle as we see that they're unable to actually end the game. But I still think it's a really cool showcasing of the depth of the LCK. Some of our up-and-coming talent still making the more experienced players work for it.
Yeah, and these highlights for the beginning of the game, I think are just going to mainly look like Nongshim highlights. I think Vital had a phenomenal game on this Aphelios, just showing that he's still got it, even though he's not necessarily top of the meta. And Gen G, this wasn't, the cleanest performance or anything like that, but I think as well that this was a more experimental composition and things. But man, Nongshim, proactive, super proactive. Being able to pick up both of these Barons was beautifully orchestrated, to be perfectly honest.
And it's what made this team so fun to watch as well. They have again and again in playoffs been able to find wins where there shouldn't be any as here yet. The combination of Camille as well as Delight, like going in the way that they did, is just so well done. And it's really, really hard at this point to play it out. Comes down to split-second moments, and that is where Gen G, with their experience and with the quality of their players, was able to still get the upper hand. If Nongshim maybe play more around with the bot wave, if they don't overpush, could have won this game, but that's not the type of team they are. And that's why they got into this position in the first place as well.
Yep. And this is Gen G as they finish off the Nongshim Nexus. I'm actually very interested to see how this one goes. Calling for the tower.
If they had held
Daze. Yeah, okay. So the turn was very clearly called for very early on that they wanted to take the Nexus. I think that was a not bad at the end there. We take those. As Dundun, as a 0-5 Jace for a large portion of that game, did do the most damage.
So hard, apparently, was the comment.
Yeah, so hard.
Oh, I had to work for it. Can you believe it? As Genji deserved to win this trophy, even though we made a lot of jokes about him being a PvE player, still with the most damage on his side. And for Nongshim, hey, I think you take those. This first game didn't quite end up working out, but the second game, you got Genji to almost lose a game.
Yeah, no, I think they're saying good loss in that second game. The first one was a little bit more difficult. I think you have to, remember the Ashe situations and stuff like that. But this time around, definitely a whole lot better. And ladies and gentlemen, it is time to head over to the space to break down that Genji victory. Take it away, boys.
I took it. Thank you, Atlas and Chronicler, for that wonderful cast on the day. Yes, very good loss, but I also think that Genji were limit testing a little bit with that draft. They didn't necessarily have to go that far off meta. What did you think, Wolf?
I thought the draft was fine for Genji. The Tristana pick, the way they utilized it in the 1-3-1 is really strong here, and it looked a little bit risky when picked blind like this, and there were a few different options that we could have seen from Nongshim. I actually really liked the Olaf that was considered there to play Jace mid into Tristana. They just have kind of this immunity to the CC, but they ended up going with the Syndra instead, which actually worked out very well for them. Fiesta's a very good Syndra player, and he was able to get several picks onto Chovy when they were trying to aggressively side lane. There were a lot of skirmishes. Honestly, this game was a bit weird, right? Like you said, limit testing here for Genji 100%. Nongshim trying really hard, and almost felt like we were going to have another series like we had against T1 where Nongshim just plays really try hard and actually tries to win really hard versus a team that's kind of messing around and trying to limit test, and we almost go to a game 3. It didn't happen in this case, but I respected how well the decision maker, or how well they quickly made decisions in this game, especially in dire situations. And we did see Dundun right in front of Dundad. He had a rough game against Doran on the top side, but he still did a ton of damage. He still was consistently involved in those later skirmishes and team fights.
Good old Dundad. He comes down every single day to watch his son Dundun, of course, play very well, but also sometimes get killed in the side lane, which did happen a lot, as Genji did not win a lot of those team fights, but we did have some. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, which was this Baron, and this was kind of just Nongshim saying, okay, let's see what we can do. Can we force them into a team fight here? And it actually works out well for them.
And notice that Genji don't really have a lot of vision of this. This is a very aggressive, quick Baron timing where you don't have a ton of damage just yet, but this comp in general has more damage early than a lot of other comps we've seen. And Genji is very late to respond here, and even with Peanut flashing the wall here, he's not able to secure the smite. Very close there, but he's not able to do it. Stunned up, getting blown up, just kind of panics, presses it to see if he can steal it away there with some of the extra damage. It's a really decisive call, though, from Nongshim, and Genji just don't expect it. They don't see it coming. They're deep in the side laning, and they have collapse angles, but they're just a little bit too far away. And it all comes down to Peanut. It's very squishy, at least in this game, so it can't actually come in there and stick around to turn it into a 50-50 and buy time for that collapse to come through. Just wanted to highlight Nongshim. It's a risky call, but you're desperate, you're behind in this game, you want to force it to happen, and that moment actually kind of led to them getting back into the game a little bit.
Yeah, it was a 20-minute Baron, right? They go for it right away, and it was a little bit of a flip because Elise got in there, and Elise is better at last hitting than Maokai because her Q is just so instant, you can kind of timing, but Pino was just so close. He was so close to getting that one, and it wasn't quite good enough. Either way, Nongshim a good start. We can go into highlight number 2 as well, which was a fight towards the end of the game where Genji actually found a way to engage 5v5.
Yeah, Doran here with the ult to start things off, but I thought overall in this fight, there's a lot of good things to say on both sides. The composition here for the Aphelios is so good into what Genji is running because it's very low range. It is essentially a dive comp where there's not a lot of peel, right? And so you can look for additional damage here on this Aphelios to kind of kite back. And this was actually really well played here on the chase for Genji because they want to prevent these backs from going off here. And Doran goes straight mid during this. He just rushes mid because he's like, all right, I've identified we've won this fight. It's going to take a little while, but I'm just going to push mid so that when they get cleaned up here, I'm going to trust that my team is going to win this fight. And it was close. You see the engage here from Delight, not perfect on his signature Rakan, but they do get the wipe here, and Doran's got the wave prepped for them to end the game. So this is the type of decisive calling you definitely want to see from a team like Genji in a chaotic game like this one. There was some split calling when they broke into the base, as we saw in those comms afterwards, but still, Doran 100% like, going mid, you guys handle that, the game's over. Because if that game goes any longer, there's a real chance that Nongshim actually bring us to a game 3.
Well, Wolf, we do have the POG ready to go. Let's see who does pick it up here on the side of Gen G for game number 2. As, yeah, it will
Not robbed! My man Doran, not robbed! I thought everyone was going to vote for Chovy. I really did. I personally thought Doran's call there at the end.
Participation 46%.
There you go.
Huge.
His side laning was really good, and how he played out these fights against Dundun, etc. were really good. Like, he laned very well. He was given this Camille opportunity to carry into the Jace matchup, and that he did. A lot of the game was just empowering Chovy and solo killing Dundun or picking Dundun with his squad, and then his call to end the game was good enough for me to push it over the edge to vote for him. I think it will be a split vote here, but Doran with a really clean game of Camille once again. His buffers to get out of so many dodgy scenarios, let's say, were really good. Like, he has a great mastery of this champion. It's very clear to see.
This is a great moment. The extremely long Zenith Blade from the Leona. Extremely close dodge there by Peanut as well. We were both oohing and ahhing over that one. Very, very cool. As
I was the tiebreaker, I guess, you know?
There you go. Wolf is the one that robbed Chovy. So now you have someone alongside of all of the rest of the analysts on the desk today. But yeah, I think it makes sense. Those two essentially hand in hand, split pushing, getting a lot of damage done, getting a lot of value for the team, and then everybody else kind of followed up based on where they were able to push the lanes to and how they were able to manipulate this map in their favor.
Not a clean game by any means here for Gen G, but they win it 2-0 in the end. Going to that matchup against KT Rolster, though, later this week. Should be interesting to see how that one goes.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't know who's going to win that one now.
It could be more interesting than we thought.
You know, I think Gen G might not draft this comp against KT, especially because KT just took down DK, but who knows? I mean, I suppose anything could happen. As still waiting on the interview here. Don't quite have that one ready yet.
Yeah, that KT series, like KT's game today and Gen G's game today does make you feel like it's going to be close, right? We also know there's a lot of history between these two teams from going to game 3, so only time will tell.
Could happen, and now we do have the interview ready to go, so let's hand over to Ji-sun for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. We are here joined by Delight and Doran after this win. Congratulations, guys. It was a very close game, actually, but still, Gen G keeps their 6-match winning streak, and you guys are now tied for first place with T1 together. With this win over Nongshim, we were able to maintain our winning streak. Feels great. And Delight, how do you feel about the win and about winning your first POG of the Spring Split? I'm happy that I won the POG and won the match, and we'll keep working hard in order to keep this winning streak. Delight, Ashe support is on a great winning streak. In this current patch only, she is 4-0, and I guess a lot of support players are showing a great mastery on this pick, but it's not only about the arrow, but also about the hawk shot. So could you tell us about, some tips about finding more visions with that champion? So you have to throw the hawk shot on the other side of the map where our jungler is located at. And also, if you actually pinpoint it to the end of the jungle, you can actually expose all of the jungle camps. So you have to be actually really delicate using all those skill shots. And Delight, at the end of game number 1, you said Ashe ult is pretty yummy, so how delicious was it? Out of 5 stars, 5 stars definitely. It was definitely deserving all the stars. 5 out of 5 performance from Delight on that Ashe game number 1. And game 2, Doran, we had a very unique comp. Even though we had no idea where this Jace will be located, you guys decided to go for Tristana and Jace. Could you tell us about the draft? We knew that Jace can be rotated in mid lane, but still, I think Tristana blind pick was pretty good, so we just decided to go for it. Then what was the biggest strength of Gen G's comp? Elise can be very aggressive around the top side. That our goal was to get kills around the top side, and that early gank to top lane was really effective. And Delight, both 2 games, Nongshim played Aphelios, a very rare champion in the current meta. What do you think about that? We had so many OP champions like Varus, Ashe, Zeri, so now we are seeing a lot more tank supports, and Aphelios was coming along with those pick, I guess. And also game 2 was not easy, to be completely honest. It was a very close game. Sometimes Nongshim had the lead, but Aphelios was actually getting caught at the end of the game. So let's take a look at this replay together. Doran, how did you see this angle? So Nongshim actually was supposed to back to base, but they were kind of sieging over here. So we were like, this is like do or die moment for us. We have to punish this, and I wanted to be really, really aggressive and proactive. What about you, Delight? Yeah, if they overstay here, I was like, yeah, we have to go in. And I was like telling Doran, you have to go in to open team fight. And he did. And he got the POG. And Delight, Paze, the rookie player on the side of Gen G, he's just popping off. How are he able to step up so much in such a short period of time? I'm pretty sure you also helped him out so much. So how's the teamwork around you and Paze? I would say it's like 50% complete, but he's really young, so he grows really fast. Then how would you like to rank this bottom duo? We're still learning, so I'm not really feeling confident about that. We're looking forward to seeing 100% teamwork between you and Paze and Doran. Recently, Nuguri on his stream said the best top laner in Korea is currently Zeus or Doran. Did you see that? Yeah, I actually did. And I'm so grateful because I really, really respect Nuguri. So it feels great to, hear him praise me like that. But I'm a little bit bummed that I was not the only one. I was like together with Zeus, so I gotta work harder. Is there anything you want to say over to Nuguri then? So yeah, I saw you streaming or like on a broadcast. It was so great to see you having a great time. And I hope you have a good time. That's all I want to say. Hopefully Doran can be the #1 top laner in the heart of Nuguri in the future. And Genji, your next opponent will be a team that's on the up and up, KT Roaster. It's gonna be your challenge to hit the 7th straight win mark. I also think the KT is a very strong team, and I saw them doing the interview earlier today, and Lian was like, I'm gonna win Genji no matter what. I know all about them, but I'm still confident that we're gonna do better. As long as we perform well on the bottom lane, the rest of the 3 players will do great, so we'll be able to win. Yeah, I'm also kind of think that KT is a very strong team, so I think we gotta prep harder for the KT match. And we will come back stronger for the win. And this will be the end of the interview from Doran, Delight from Genji, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Ji-sun, as always, for that awesome translation, as we're going to take a look at the standings as well and see what happens now that Genji did take the 2-0. They will be tied at the top with T1 for first place.
Yep, this is something the casters mentioned earlier. It's really important to take the 2-0 to stay neck and neck with T1, and we're still a ways away from getting to the end of the season where first place does matter, but every win counts when you're racing to first because you will have that selection advantage over your opponents, even with our new format. Is Nongshim will drop down to last place again here at -9, the 1-6 scoreline. But hey, another good loss, you could say, and not much else to say about this one, right? I mean, experimenting a little bit.
The Saturday showdown for Nongshim versus Gwangnam.
Hey.
The teams are very close now. Tomorrow, Friday, here in Korea, will be Brion up against Hanwha Esports, who are looking very strong nowadays, and even Brion themselves looking pretty decent. And Live Sandbox up against DRX should also be a fun one.
Two big checks, I'd say here, you know, for Live Sandbox and Hanwha Life. Like, these are two series that should be theirs to take, right? They should have the massive advantage, especially for Hanwha Life going to that tough series later on against D+ Kia in the week. You look rocky here against Brion, and doesn't look good for your chances in that last series against D+. So kind of a bit of a checkpoint here for HLE.
Yeah, definitely going to be an important set of matches for tomorrow, but that's going to do it for us guys here on the LCK. Thank you so much for watching as always, and we'll see you tomorrow for more action here at the LCK. Have a good night.
I'm not looking down, baby, I'm ready to jump. Baby, I'm ready to jump. I never believed love could set me free. You break down the walls I build around me. It's a strange magic every time we touch.
Challengers roster from last year moving into the LCK. Fun on Freaks as well. They've taken on CV Max.
Sinden, he did get below half health, and that's it. He gets a double knockup, massive play, jumping a billion times. God, I love this. 2-0 for Kwangdong Freaks.